They've found us, and they're okay, right? Of course they are. Bob became unfrozen and took another bite of his bread. So, don't keep me in suspense, Bob. What's the message? His eyelids fluttered.
Message from field office. Time contamination in present. Result is complete devastation. Very low energy. Unsure of window size. Perhaps for one only. No second chance. Timestamp as follows. Latitude, 38 degrees, 54 minutes, 24.35 seconds north. Longitude, 77 degrees, 2 minutes, 33.94 seconds west. Time, 23 hours, 50 minutes. March 3rd, 1957.
Liam stared at Bob. I'm not sure I understood much of that. Did you? Bob nodded.
Their timeline has experienced a significant shift, resulting in much destruction. As a result, their external power feed has become compromised.
Liam's eyes widened. So, what does that mean? Their time machine doesn't work?
Incorrect. It works, but they have a limited supply of power.
Window for one only. That means...
That means they have only enough power to return one of us,
Bob answered.
That must be you.
Liam shook his head. Surely they can get us both back somehow, if they fiddle around with their dials or something.
Negative. Body mass affects the energy required for time writing. You are very small, requiring much less energy than myself.
Liam sat in silence for a moment, then finally shook his head. I can't just leave you here on your own to terminate yourself, Bob.
That is an illogical assessment.
Surely something can be done to boost the energy on their end, or lighten the load on our end. Something, surely.
There is something that needs to be done, said Bob. The data on this timeline is stored in my hard drive and must be transported back with you.
I'm not sure I like the sound of that. Liam swallowed nervously. Does that mean what I think it means?
You will have to break open my cranium and remove the soft tissue inside, including my organic brain, to access the computer. Disconnecting the computer and removing it will require me to provide detailed instructions before you do this, in order to prevent you from triggering the self-termination firmware as you extract the computer.
Oh, no. I'm not sure I can do that, Bob. Really,
You have no choice. It is a mission requirement.
Liam shook his head, already feeling sick at the thought of hacking open Bob's head. So when would I have to perform this operation?
The extraction window is set for 25 hours' time.
And where is it? Bob blinked, retrieving data.
The coordinates are for a street called Jefferson Place, in the city of Washington, D.C. It is approximately 1 mile from the location of our original arrival window.
Liam's eyes widened further. 1 mile from the White House? But that's just crazy. That whole area is going to be crawling with soldiers and those buzzing airjet thingies.
We must head for this location within the time left. Once there, you must extract the computer from my cranium, or alternatively, remove my head and take that with you.
Cut your head off? Liam blanched, his face turning sickly pale. I can't do that, Bob. I've never been good with blood and achy stuff. I'll faint, I'm telling you. I'll keel over and faint. So I will. And then I'll miss this window and we'll both be in a fix. He looked down at the tepid remains of lumpy soup in his bowl and put it to one side, no longer feeling hungry. Is there really no other way?
If you were smaller, if I was smaller, if the extraction window was opened geographically closer to the field office, if the extraction window was not so far back in time, these factors all affect the total energy required.
Bob looked at him with his calm gray eyes. For some reason, Bob tried out one of those pitiful smiles he'd picked up from Sal. As far as Liam was concerned, that didn't help matters. Didn't help at all. It made him look strangely vulnerable, like an oversized toddler.
You will need to acquire a bone saw or blade with a serrated edge to remove my head," Bob continued. "Also, you may need to acquire a power drill with—"
"Jesus Christ!" Liam blurted suddenly. "Enough! I need some air. I think I'm going to puke." Chapter 65 1957 Woods, Baltimore. Liam stood outside breathing deeply, sucking in the cold air until the sensation of nausea began to ease. He took a few steps through the undergrowth away from Bob's shelter, trying to clear his mind of what needed to be done. Past the slender sapling trunks and low fir tree branches, he could see the flickering light of the campfire in the middle of the clearing. Around it huddled most of Bob's little army, nearly 100 after that last raid. He wondered how betrayed and angry all those men were going to be when he had to announce that Bob was leaving with him, that they had other, more important matters to attend to. Men don't give up their gods or leaders lightly. He imagined the scene was going to be nasty. Their eyes would be upon him, suspicious and accusing, wondering what poison he must have dripped into their leader's ear. But there was no time to delay if Bob's decoding of that message was right. Washington wasn't so far away from here, but there'd undoubtedly be roadblocks and guarded perimeters to figure their way through once they reached the city. Why'd they have to pick a place so close to the White House? He wondered how on earth they came to the conclusion that that was a good idea. But then it occurred to him that Foster, Maddie, and Sal could have no idea where they might be. So they were making a simple, logical assumption that they'd remained in the vicinity. That's one hell of a big assumption. A lot could have happened in 6 months. They could have ended up on the other side of the country in that time, or even the other side of the world. He shook his head. It was crazy and stupid that he and Bob couldn't communicate back. Not for the first time he cursed this insane time travel technology. Just when you thought you'd managed to get your head around it, it just seemed to get even more complicated. So they had a time and a place now. At least that was something. Heading for the middle of enemy-occupied Washington, D.C. sounded like suicidal foolishness, but it wasn't as if they had a choice. Oh well, he muttered to himself. He was sure Bob would enjoy himself, cutting a swath through the bad guys. It's what he did best. The sooner they got a move on, the better. Left these woods behind. And Bob's loyal band of worshippers. Liam decided they'd be best setting off at first light. With a nationwide curfew in place, they'd look far more suspicious if they were stopped at a checkpoint traveling around at night than they would during the day. Meanwhile, Liam decided, he'd better figure out a way for Bob to extract himself politely from his devoted followers. He had visions of those men lynching him for luring their Messiah away. Chapter 66 2001, New York. Day 5, since the power went out. So now we're waiting for the time machine to store up enough of a charge for us to try opening a window. There's no way we'll know if they got the message we sent. No way of knowing until we open the window in Washington. If they got it, then they should step through and appear right in front of us. If they didn't, then we'll be wasting our energy for nothing. Everything's off in here. All the lights, everything. Maddie suggested we should put the field bubble back on so that we'd flip back in 48 hours' time. If those creatures outside haven't managed to find us by then, we'd be safe from them. Because whatever progress they've made in finding out where we're hiding would be lost when we reset. But Foster said it would drain too much power from the displacement machine. He said that's the only thing that matters right now, getting that thing charged up. Jahula, I'd rather have the bubble on and have to wait a little longer. Every little noise outside makes me jump out of my skin. How much longer do you think? Asked Maddie. Foster studied the row of winking lights on the machinery's charge display. I'd guess 4 or 5 more hours. That long? 4 or 5 more hours, we open the window, and they should pop into existence right here. He smiled encouragingly at her. Simple as that. Although it's not as simple as that, is it? Foster really wasn't certain the thudding generator in the back room was going to have produced enough of a charge for them to produce a window big enough for even Liam. So many factors to consider. The distance from here, the size of the window, the mass of the persons being sent, all variables that affected how much energy would be needed. While they'd been tapped into New York's electricity grid, these weren't considerations that normally had to be taken into account. But now, running on what meager energy they'd managed to generate, every variable was an important factor to weigh. And getting Liam and Bob home wasn't the only window they needed power for. There was also sending them back to where they needed to go to fix this problem once and for all. Foster had to be sure to conserve enough of a charge to be able to do that too. He cursed under his breath. Too many unknowns. "So, they may have gotten the message, Foster," said Maddie. "But what if they can't make it to the location we specified? What if it's just not possible?" She tapped the monitor in front of her, showing a street map of Washington, D.C. "The city could be completely different. There might not even be a street there in their time. It could have been built over by the Germans, or razed to the ground, or submerged beneath some large garbage heap, or—"
"We have to take that chance." Foster sat tiredly back in the old office chair, with squeaky caster wheels and a faded, threadbare cover. "Liam's a smart boy. Between them they'll find a way, Madeline. They'll find a way to make it there in time."
"If they're still alive, that is," she added grimly.
Foster could have replied irritably that her doom and gloom wasn't exactly helping things, but she was right. There were many reasons why this was just a desperate shot in the dark. If it failed, then this is it. The world left forever like this, just ashes and rubble. And living within this ruined landscape, those pitiful, mutated creatures feeding on the flesh of each other, scavenging like rats. In a few days' time, they'd be out of water and canned food, then have to be out there scavenging just like them. And how long before those creatures found them? Found their little archway? They may mewl and babble like babies, but there was intelligence in those pale eyes. He could well imagine them slowly but surely scouring the city for them, gradually zeroing in on them. The thought of it set the gray hairs on his forearms on end. If those things managed to find them here, they'd work out a way to get inside. After all, their humble little base was little more than a crumbling bricks-and-mortar archway, hardly impregnable. They'll find a way in, and it will all be over very quickly. He couldn't let the girls know what he was thinking, of course. He couldn't let them know that he suspected their plan was almost certainly doomed to failure. The chance of the message getting through was painfully slim, let alone Liam and Bob being able to make the appointed window in time. And listening to the faltering, muffled chug of the generator, it sounded like it was on its last legs. Chances were there wasn't going to be enough of a charge on the displacement machine to get them out of this fix anyway.
"You okay, Foster?"
asked Maddie quietly. Quiet enough for Sal not to hear.
"You don't look so good."
He smiled. "I'm fine, just a little tired."
"This is going to work, isn't it?"
she asked. He needed to put a brave face on things for now. "Sure, of course it is. It's going to be fine."
"Fine."
If they failed to bring Liam and Bob home, and they were stuck here alone in this ruined place forever, then he silently vowed he'd do the deed that was necessary. There were a dozen rounds of ammo in his shotgun. The first 9 he'd use to defend them if those creatures found their base and decided to break in. The last 3? Well, there'd be 1 for each of them. Chapter 67. 1957. Command ship above Washington, D.C. "Paul, what is this?" Kramer looked up from the workbench. He smiled when he saw his friend standing in the doorway to the lab.
Carl, good to see you. Carl stepped into the lab, his eyes darting across the assembled machinery, trying to make sense of the draping cables, the gutted machine parts strung together, the wire cage.
What is this? You haven't been available for our daily status meetings for over 2 weeks, Paul. Your assistant said you were unwell, not taking any meetings at all.
Kramer looked back down at his hand-drawn schematic. I have been busy, Carl. Very busy.
I can see that, he replied, shaking his head, a bemused look on his lean soldier's face. What kind of thing are you working on now?
Kramer answered the question with a dismissive shrug. Carl stepped a little closer, ducking beneath a loop of power cables.
I have a backlog of papers for you to sign, Paul. Important matters that need discussing. We have a growing problem in the New Jersey and Maryland areas. More of those raids on prison camps.
Carl squeezed past a rack of acetylene cylinders to join Kramer at his workbench.
The American newspapers have printed stories of this superhero and his army. This isn't good, Paul. It's giving the American people something to rally around.
So close the printing presses, replied Kramer, distracted, returning to his task, scribbling amendments across his work.
I have already done that on my own authority, but they have underground printing presses, not just in Washington, but in New York, in Boston, other cities.
Kramer continued scribbling in silence.
Paul, this is a problem that could very quickly become serious. We don't have the manpower over here in America to deal with a nationwide insurgency. We would need at least 3-4 times as many men to cope if this resistance movement catches on.
Kramer's eyes remained on the workbench. Do what you feel is necessary, Carl. I am busy here. I do not have the time to deal with this. Carl studied him silently.
He has not been listening to me.
Frustrated, he reached across and placed a hand on Kramer's arm.
Paul, you must...
Kramer looked up at him sharply, grabbing his hand tightly and pushing it forcefully off him. You forget, Carl, that I am your Führer.
I'm sorry. I meant only to...
Be quiet. Carl flinched. He met Kramer's eyes and realized there was a hardness there, an iron resolve, none of the warmth of friendship he'd grown accustomed to over the years.
Paul is not himself.
Kramer began to say something, then irritably shook his head. His gaze dropped impatiently back down to the papers, splayed out across his workbench. Carl remained standing stiffly at attention, waiting for Kramer to formally dismiss him from the room. As he waited, he looked around. This lab was Kramer's thinking space aboard the command ship. It was normally as tidy as his leader's mind, a place of order and calm, a place where Kramer's mind could comfortably work on refinements to their army's weapons technology. But right now, it had the look of a troubled mind. Along the workbench, a meal started, forgotten and unfinished. A teacup half full, cold and growing a skin of congealed cream. Carl's eyes followed a loop of cables snaking across the floor toward a wire cage. A cage. His mind flashed an image of the museum basement 15 years ago. A desperate gun battle, then hastening into a cage similar to this. Static electricity, sparks, then a terrible sensation of falling.
My God, you are making a time machine.
Kramer muttered something in response. Carl's eyes followed another thick string of cables away from the cage, across the lab toward what appeared to be a small beer keg suspended in the middle of a protective metal frame by an array of thick springs. The unfamiliar frame confused him for a moment, but the beer keg he suddenly recognized.
Paul, you have one of the atom bombs in here?
Kramer sighed and looked up. Indeed.
Is it deactivated?
No, Carl. It is primed and ready for use. Carl immediately felt his scalp begin to prickle.
You understand how dangerous it is to have this aboard the command ship when it is armed.
Kramer's smile was cold and lifeless. But worse than that was the vacant look in his eyes. Carl felt his leader, his friend, was looking through him, beyond him, not at him. The muscle tics in his face he'd first noticed some weeks ago, the tremor of Kramer's jaw, were more pronounced. His eyes looked deep, hooded, and dark from lack of sleep.
Paul, what is wrong? Will you tell me what is going on here?
Kramer's eyes seemed to focus back on him. My old friend, he said, some warmth finally returning to his lean face. I believe it is over for us.
Over? What is over?
Someone has come for me, Carl.
What are you talking about?
You saw that body. You remember it? On the day we took the White House. Carl cast his mind back. Yes, he remembered a curiously fused body. Remembered it had troubled him for a few nights. But then their high-powered weapons, their incendiary bombs, habitually produced all manner of twisted and unpleasant corpses. He'd had no time to reflect further on it. The business of governing a conquered nation had made sure of that. Do you see, old friend? That's them.
Them.
They know where we are. They know when we are. And they're going to come.
They? Who?
Kramer shook his head. That tremor in his jaw uncomfortably exaggerated now. Carl realized Paul must have experienced some kind of nervous breakdown. Our actions in history, Carl, have angered them, and now they're coming to exact payment, to take their pound of flesh. Carl frowned.
You are talking of other time travelers.
Kramer's eyes, red-rimmed and glistening, widened. I've seen it in my nightmares. Perhaps I glimpsed his face in the gap in space-time, Carl. When we traveled back to 1941, I must have seen his face then, in that swirling chaos between the present and past.
Face? Whose face?
The devil, Carl. Satan. Death. Chaos. He regarded his leader in uncomfortable silence.
He has gone completely crazy. Paul, there is no such thing as the devil.
Oh, but there is. You and I stepped through a gap in space-time. A gap in the laws of physics. You and I may have stepped briefly, so very briefly, and placed our feet in hell itself.
This has to stop. Paul is not himself.
And hell has our scent now, Carl. It has our scent. It is seeking us. And it will punish us. Carl's eyes stole away from the Kramer's intense face and darted again to the atom bomb, nestled in its metal support frame.
He could kill us both with this device. Kill everyone aboard the command ship.
Kramer turned and followed his gaze. Yes, Carl, this device. You want to know what it is?
You have an atom bomb linked to a time machine.
Kramer shook his head. It's not a time machine. I'd need things I can't get my hands on in 1957 to make one of those. No, it's a doomsday bomb. An atom bomb magnified infinitely by Waldstein's displacement field. He pointed at the wire cage. It will ensure a blast and gamma radiation that will wipe out every living thing.
My God,
gasped Carl. Kramer's face creased with a playful grin. "It is a godlike thing, is it not?" Carl felt his heart thumping through his charcoal-gray tunic, through the silver eagle stitched on his left breast pocket.
"Paul, this is madness."
"I consider it a kindness, my old friend."
"What?"
"Yes, a kindness. We mistakenly let some dark force come into the past behind us. Something evil. Chaos itself. It is seeking us. It will come for you and I, and for every other soul in this world. I can see that now."
"Paul, listen. There are no angels or demons or—"
"It will come for every soul in this world, because this is a world that should never have been. Every person living right now is living a life that should never have been." Carl found his hand instinctively, slowly, reaching down for the pistol on his belt. Being merely decorative, it was unloaded, but perhaps Kramer would not be aware of that.
Am I really going to pull my gun on him?
Yes. He needed Paul to come with him now, away from this contraption where he could talk to him, where he could reason with him safely, and if need be, he would order a physician to provide sedatives for the Führer. The man needed to be calmed, desperately needed some sleep by the look of him. "You know, Carl, I wanted to make a better world, a better future," said Kramer, his tired eyes rimmed with tears. "Instead," he shook his head, "I believe I've condemned us all to something worse than death itself."
"But you are talking of supernatural things, Paul. Devils, angels, God, Satan. These are things that belong to the Middle Ages. You are a man of science, not some insane priest."
"Perhaps the supernatural is what lies beyond our science. It is in that gap in space-time." A solitary tear rolled down Kramer's gaunt cheek. "The fact is, I know the devil has arrived and is coming for us as we speak."
He's gone too far. I have to ask, Paul, is this device functional?
Kramer nodded. "It is."
"I have no choice, then."
Carl's hand stole into his holster, and with one fluid sweep pulled out the pistol. He aimed it at Kramer. The gun was steady. His voice wasn't.
"Paul, I'm sorry. You must understand I cannot let this go any further."
Kramer remained calm, his eyes on the gun. He smiled, not unkindly. "I'm afraid it's something I have to do." Carl cocked his gun.
"Look, come with me, Paul. We'll talk about this in your quarters, you and I."
Kramer calmly reached for an intercom button on his workbench.
"Paul, please stop. I will shoot."
"I don't believe you will, old friend," said Kramer softly as he thumbed a button on the intercom. "Security detail to my private laboratory on the double, please." A tinny voice acknowledged the order over the desk speaker. Kramer looked up at him. "I'd hoped we could face this together, Carl. After all of those who came back through time, it's just you and I now."
"Do you not see? You're not well. You're tired. You're not seeing things clearly. Send the guards away, and you and I can talk."
Carl could already hear the clatter of boots on the hard floor outside the lab.
"Call them off, Paul. This is madness."
A rap on the double door, a muffled voice outside.
"Security detail, sir."
Enter!
Karl quickly lowered his gun. The SS Leibstandarte guards would shoot even him, the Reichsmarschall, if they saw a weapon raised at their beloved leader. The door swung open, and 5 SS Leibstandarte entered. The Oberleutnant leading them glanced at Karl, the pistol held loosely in his hand now, aiming down at the ground.
Mein Führer, is everything all right?
Kramer sighed, his shoulders sagging.
I'm so very sorry, Karl.
He stepped around a nest of cables toward his friend, gently easing the unloaded pistol out of his hand and placing it on the workbench.
Paul, said Karl quietly, you must listen.
Kramer put a finger to his lips, hushing him. He reached out and affectionately clasped his shoulder.
I consider you my closest friend, perhaps my only real friend, Karl. But this is too important.
My God, he's going to place me under arrest.
Karl bit his lip, realizing it would be foolish to push Kramer any further right now. As second in command of the Reich's invasion force, he might still be able to reason with the guards, the higher echelon officers, but not right here, not like this. Kramer took a step back.
Trust me,
he said softly, barely more than a whisper for Karl's ears only.
This is a kindness for you.
Paul, what are you?
Oberleutnant.
Sir.
Execute Reichsmarschall Haas.
The young officer's eyes widened in momentary confusion.
Do this right now, please.
What? He can't be.
Karl was turning around to sharply bark a counter-order when 2 precisely aimed shots ended his life and scattered tissue and blood across Kramer's workbench. Chapter 68 1957, Woods, Baltimore.
All right, Bob. You understand what you've got to say to them?
Affirmative.
Liam raised a finger and cocked a scolding eyebrow.
Yes, I understand, Liam O'Connor.
Better? This has to sound convincing. You need to come across sounding sort of like some Old Testament prophet, and not like a bloody robot.
I understand.
You remember it all?
Bob looked down at the tattered sheet of paper in his hands, and Liam's untidy handwriting littered with words crossed out, phrases rewritten and written again.
It is stored in my memory.
Right. Then I suppose we should get a move on.
Correct,
rumbled Bob.
Washington is 107 miles southeast from this location. We will need to travel quickly.
Liam led the way out of Bob's shelter and blinked at the early morning sun piercing the branches and pine needles above them, dappling the hard-trodden snowy ground with pools of warmth and light. The camp was already stirring with activity, some of the men already up and reviving the smoldering campfire to cook breakfast and heat an urn of coffee. He could see Pinelli interviewing more newcomers eager to join the fight, even more eager to catch sight of the legendary Captain Bob in action.
Oh, boy, they're really not going to like this. Come on, he whispered to Bob. You better lead the way.
Bob strode past him toward the clearing in the middle of the camp. When he stepped out from under some low branches, the camp's hum of activity died down to an expectant silence as they stared in awe at their magnificent, heroic leader. The newcomers, about 30 of them, surged forward excitedly, eager to get a closer look at Captain Bob.
Hush!
cried out Pinelli.
It looks like he has something to say.
Bob stood beside the fire, legs planted apart, his hands on his hips, just as Liam had demonstrated. His cold gray eyes panning slowly across the people before him with a solemn gravitas.
The time has come for me to move on, oh people.
Liam winced at the way Bob's flat voice delivered the lines. It had sounded pretty good on paper as he was scribbling it out and reading it to himself.
However, right now, with Bob belting it out in a monotone voice, it sounded painfully embarrassing.
I have received a calling from above, to leave you now that my work here is done. I am to form other groups of fighters across the nation to fight this evil invader. This dark force of evil, Satan's army of minions, and the devilry of their inventions and weapons.
Liam felt his cheeks color. Maybe I should have left that part out.
But you will continue the fight here. You shall continue God's work. I, Captain Bob, captain of the Lord's army, will return again one day. I shall return, and together we shall destroy the enemy and return freedom to this great nation, announced Bob, with all the passion of a bored teacher taking morning registration. The forest was still and silent for a long time. Too long for Liam, who wondered if between his appalling creative writing skills and Bob's emotionless drawl, they appeared as ridiculous as he suspected they did. Then one of the men, the pious young corporal, dropped down onto one knee and gruffly said, "Amen," as did another, and another. Pinelli looked down at them and, not wanting to be outdone, did likewise. "Amen." In ones and twos, the rest of the men standing there in the forest followed suit, dropping to their knees solemnly. "Good grief, we're actually getting away with this." Your leader has spoken, and
Liam nudged Bob's elbow gently. "We should probably go," he hissed out of the corner of his mouth. "While we're ahead." Bob nodded, stepped forward, and gestured in the way Liam had demonstrated in the tent.
Blessings upon you.
His deep voice boomed to the man nearest him as he touched his shoulder.
Blessings upon you, he said to another as he strode past. Liam followed in his wake, smiling self-consciously at the men he passed by. We're going to leave now to spread the good word. Bob led the way past this morning's newcomers, all of them on their knees, all looking up at him with wide eyes. Blessings upon you all,
he growled tunelessly as he strode past them toward the camouflaged trucks. Liam nodded. Yes, keep up the good work, fellas, he said, cringing inside at how stupid that sounded. Bob was in the truck, starting the engine, with a loud, rattling cough and a belch of exhaust fumes as Liam pulled himself up into the cab. Without a moment's hesitation, Bob slipped it into gear, and the truck began to roll across the uneven forest floor toward the twin muddy ruts of Forest Track. Oh, that was awkward, Liam uttered, looking in the rearview mirror as the pale oval of curious faces emerged from the undergrowth under the road behind them, watching them leave. He felt something inside him. Sadness? Perhaps it was guilt. Those poor men would probably carry on the struggle without Bob, many of them dying as they did so, fighting for a future that wasn't going to be. When they got back home, back to 2001, and Liam told Foster exactly where and when they needed to return to put history back on its correct course, and this Kramer was confronted and killed before he could change Hitler's destiny, when that happened, this incorrect history would cease to be, just disappear, and all the sacrifices those men had already made and might yet make in the coming days will all have been for nothing. Although Liam would never see it for himself, this world would shimmer and shift amid increasing waves of temporal instability, and then in the blink of an eye, pop, it would become the 1957 it should be. Bob turns to Liam.
There is sufficient time to reach the rendezvous location in Washington, D.C. We have 14 hours and 52 minutes.
Great, thanks, Bob.
However, there is a high probability that enemy units will stand between us and the rendezvous location. This reduces the estimated probability of our successfully getting to the rendezvous point to...
I'll stop you right there, Bob, if that's okay. The support unit looked at him expressionlessly.
You do not wish to know the percentage estimation of success?
Liam shook his head. No. Not really. Chapter 69. 1957, Washington, D.C. It was after dark when they finally entered Washington. A curfew was in effect, and the streets were quiet and still. Street lights buzzing softly amid the hiss and patter of sleet drizzling down. They decided to ditch the army truck on the outskirts of the city when they spotted a roadblock ahead. The rest of the route into the city they navigated through D.C.'s subterranean network of sewers. Bob efficiently led the way, Liam following, grimacing at the stench of sewage and the sight of rats running alongside him on a brick ledge, eyeing him cautiously as they scuttled past. Finally, Bob cocked his head and his eyes fluttered. He took a left turn off the main tunnel.
We go up this access ladder. The coordinate stamp indicates a location 50 yards from this position.
Bob clambered up the ladder. At the top, he gently, cautiously, pushed aside a round manhole cover. He poked his head up to check the lay of the land, then ducked back down. Liam was right behind him on the ladder. Is it clear?
There are no enemy units in line of sight. Please stay close to me.
How long have we got until the window opens?
17 minutes,
replied Bob as he pulled himself up. Liam nodded, a pretty close thing, but they were here in time, and that's all that mattered. He climbed up the ladder until his head was poking out of the manhole. He could see a 4-lane boulevard. Nothing moved along it. The buildings on either side, rows of 3 and 4-story townhouses, looked occupied. Dull vanilla lights flickered beyond drawn curtains. Liam thought he saw the diffused silhouette of someone's head and shoulders crossing in front of a bedroom lamp. People still living in the city, then? But subdued, cowed, frightened. Above, in the night sky, still hovering like a dark thundercloud, he could see Kramer's command ship in position above the White House. Several dozen searchlights lanced down from it, sweeping the sullen and silent city, hunting for any citizens foolish enough to dare break the curfew and step out into the night.
Come,
whispered Bob. Liam pulled himself up and scrambled across the empty road, joining Bob in the mouth of a dark and litter-strewn back street.
This is the location,
said Bob.
20 yards along,
he added, pointing to the end where garbage cans and boxes were piled against a wood slat fence. They made their way down to the end, carefully doing their best to avoid kicking any loose clutter across the ground.
This is the location,
said Bob, squatting down. He began shifting aside several wet cardboard boxes full of trash.
Recommendation: we clear this space of obstructions. Otherwise, density warnings will prevent them from opening the time window.
Liam nodded, and eagerly began to help. He suddenly realized, for the first time since they'd been sent back into the past, since things had gone so completely wrong on the White House lawn, that they were actually going to make it home to 2001. I owe you my life, Bob, he said, slapping the support unit on the back. You got us here in one piece. Bob tossed a wet handful of mushed cardboard and rotting refuse to one side.
Mission parameters will be met only when you and the data that has been acquired are successfully returned to the field office for analysis.
Liam grinned. All right, Bob. I was just trying to say thank you, that's all.
Thank you?
Yeah, thanks. You rescued me. I reckon you weren't supposed to do that, were you? I'm pretty certain you should have gone through the backup window 6 months ago, to be sure. Bob's eyebrows locked. His mouth opened and shut.
My mission priorities were recalculated.
Mission priorities recalculated, huh? Liam's grin widened. What I think you mean is that you chose to rescue a friend. Bob's confused frown became a loose approximation of a disapproving scowl.
Negative. I do not have friends. I am a biological weapons platform, a field support unit.
Liam pursed his lips and nodded. Fine, sure. If that's how you... Bob's eyes fluttered.
This location is currently being scanned for density packets.
That's them then, isn't it? Foster, Maddie.
Affirmative.
Liam clapped his hands together. Oh, yes, Jesus and Mother Mary, we're going home.
1 minute until window opens,
said Bob.
Please stand clear.
Liam obediently stepped back, as did Bob. They both waited in the dark for the telltale flicker of pale light.
10 seconds.
Liam grasped Bob's hand and shook it. We make a good team, don't we? Bob looked down at the young man's hand, folded in his giant sausage fingers. For a moment the gesture seemed to be lost on him. Then he managed an unattractive smile.
Good team,
he replied. A pale spark appeared, flickering dimly like a firefly. Then a moment later Liam felt a gentle puff of displaced air against his face, a soft pump of air that sent several damp scraps of newspaper fluttering up the back street, and empty tin cans rolling noisily across the ground. Some grit flew in his face. Liam was blinking and rubbing it from his watering eye when Bob's deep voice rumbled.
This is not good.
Liam rubbed the grit out, wiped the tears off with the back of his hand, and gazed down at the window, an undulating sphere of soft, pale blue light. It was no bigger than a football, bobbing gently a couple feet above the ground. What the?
They have insufficient power, said Bob.
That's it? They can't make it any bleeding bigger?
They have insufficient power, said Bob again.
Oh, no, cried Liam. Oh, jeez, no, this can't be happening. Bob turned to look at him.
Liam O'Connor, you must be very quick.
Quick? Doing what? Bob pulled a long knife from his belt.
Neither you nor I can go back, Liam O'Connor. But the data that they need must go back.
Bob pushed the knife into Liam's shaking hands.
You must be very quick,
he said again, dropping heavily to his knees so that Liam could reach his head. I can't, said Liam, the blade trembling erratically in his hands. Bob, I can't do this.
I will not feel pain. Insert the blade between the top of my neck and the base of my skull. That is where the cranium casing is weakest. Then press very hard.
Liam nodded. He stepped around behind Bob and raised the blade until it was pointing toward the dark mop of hair at the back of his head.
You must do it now, insisted Bob.
Oi! Liam could feel his whole body shaking, his stomach tightening, lurching, getting ready to eject the last meal he'd eaten.
You must do it, now!
The small, blue, shimmering light, hovering above the ground, began to flicker and modulate uncontrollably. In the middle of the sphere, Liam thought he could just about make out the flickering, undulating form of someone. No, 3 people, waiting, beckoning for him, for someone, something, anything, to step through. Then it was gone. And once again the back street was dark and quiet, save for the soft pattering of sleet around them. I'm sorry, mumbled Liam. I'm sorry, Bob. I just couldn't do it. Chapter 70. 2001, New York. Maddie and Sal stared at the space in the archway where, a moment ago, the very air had been thrumming vibrantly. A pocket of space that shimmered like the heat veil above a barbecue, or the hot asphalt of a sun-baked highway. Foster had deactivated the time displacement machine. I'm sorry, he said. He leaned wearily against the computer desk, tired and finally looking like someone with no more answers left to give. I thought we had enough of a charge to get Liam through. I was wrong. Sal looked up from where the small ball of hot air had shimmered 3 feet above the ground. It had bobbed and undulated for less than a minute, and she was almost certain that through the flickering haze she'd seen Liam's and Bob's faces staring back at her. So that's it? She said quietly. Foster nodded. Wait, we've still got some charge left, said Maddie, pointing at the row of little green lights on the machine. There were 3 green LEDs and an orange one. The rest were now red. Yes, he replied. So why couldn't you have used that power to widen the window? She asked, a sharp edge of desperation creeping into her voice. He took a deep breath.
It was as wide as I could make it. There just wasn't enough to work with, I'm sorry.
Couldn't we have... Maddie was looking for possibilities. Couldn't we have kept the window open longer? Maybe we could have communicated with them somehow.
We were just wasting energy, Madeline. Just wasting it. It was obvious they couldn't come through.
So you closed it off? He nodded.
At least we still have some charge left.
She shook her head, a shrill, desperate laugh escaping her lips. For what, Foster? For what? He said nothing. Maybe, cut in Sal. Maybe there's enough diesel left in the generator to... Maddie snorted. To what? Charge it up again so we can open another midget-sized window? The muted chugging from the back room filled the long silence between them. Foster finally nodded toward the small line of lights on the machine.
We have a little stored power left. I suggest we should be thinking how best to save ourselves, now that...
Now that it's too late to save history, said Maddie. Foster's smile was pinched and weak.
Yes. What power's left will provide us with light, for a while, at least.
And coffee, said Sal. He laughed softly.
And coffee. Until it runs out.
Maddie looked up at the ceiling light. And then eventually that will flicker out. She looked at the other two. And then we'll be like those things out there in the city, foraging in the dark for scraps. She immediately wished she hadn't said that. They all realized they'd run out of options. It didn't need to be spelled out quite so bluntly. Sal slumped down on one of the armchairs around the breakfast table. I guess that's it.
I'm so sorry, replied Foster. It does seem like that's it.
Chapter 71, 1957, Washington, D.C. That's it, then. We're finished. Liam looked at the dark, hulking silhouette of the support unit, standing in the alley beside him, still, calm, as always, free of doubt and despair. The sleet had turned to rain and pattered softly around them. The darkness flickered every now and then with passing light as searchlights from above panned routinely across the rooftops, across the top of their little back street.
You must assign new mission parameters,
Bob's voice rumbled. No mission parameters? Liam could have laughed cruelly at that. There was nothing they could achieve now, not in the time they had left. In just under 2 days' time, a tiny explosive charge inside Bob's head would leave him little more than a comatose giant, a mindless, dribbling vegetable. Liam figured he might be able to keep Bob's body alive, feeding it like a big baby, keeping it going with protein and water. But to what end? Bob would be gone, unable to protect him anymore. I don't know what to suggest, Bob, whispered Liam. Do you? Bob was silent for a few moments.
Negative.
Go back and rejoin the freedom fighters? Liam's smile was thin. He wondered what they'd make of their Superman, Captain Bob, slumped against a tree trunk, drooling long strings of saliva and staring lifelessly at their crackling campfire. Hardly the stuff of legends. He'd listened to those men talking about Bob in hushed, reverential tones, huddled in one of the tents. It was almost a form of worship. One of them told an exaggerated account to some newcomers of the raid in which Liam had been rescued, claiming he'd seen a shimmering, godly halo around Bob as he strode unharmed through the prison camp, protecting him from the guards' bullets, with angels in the clouds looking protectively down on him. Liam wondered if that's how all the legendary figures in history began, as tales told around a campfire, then retold and retold through successive generations, grandfather to father, father to son, each time the tale growing more exaggerated. An odd thought occurred to him. He wondered if the ancient Greek hero Achilles had merely been a support unit like Bob, caught up somehow in the siege of Troy, his presence unintentionally becoming a part of history. Or how about the super-strong Samson from the Bible, or Attila the Hun, King Leonidas of the Spartans? He wondered if any of those implausibly heroic characters from history were the unintentional side effect of a mission like theirs. Some other agency team going about their work, leaving unavoidable footprints in time. Footprints in time.
You must assign new mission parameters.
Footprints in time. Oh my God, he whispered. Footprints. Bob remained silent. Footprints, he whispered again. Bob?
Affirmative.
I think there's a way we can communicate with the field office.
Negative. Tachyon transmissions can only...
Shh, hissed Liam. Listen to me. How long will it take us to get to New York? Chapter 72. 2001, New York. Maddie realized she'd nodded off. The steady, muted chug of the generator in the back room had lulled her into a fitful sleep. She'd been dreaming of the day she'd been snatched from a doomed airliner, waking up on this same cot and opening her eyes to see Liam slouched on the bed across from hers. That ridiculous, lopsided grin on his face. She realized how much she missed Liam. Even Bob, if she added up the looped Mondays and Tuesdays they'd all been here in this archway together, before things had gone wrong, that is. It came to several weeks' worth of days. That's all. But it seemed like she'd known them both so much longer. She missed them. Another memory floated into her half-conscious mind. Foster taking them down to the Museum of Natural History. She'd been there before on school trips, but this last time had been different. This time, not a bored school kid gazing at dusty old exhibits behind glass panels, but seeing these things as precious heirlooms of the past, touchstones of a history crying out to her to protect it, to preserve it, to keep it unchanged. She remembered. Maddie jerked herself out of her drowsy reverie. "Oh my God," she whispered. The generator was still chugging away in the background. She climbed off her bunk and looked around the archway. Sal was sitting at the long desk, listlessly staring at the turned-off monitors. "Where's Foster?" Sal gestured toward the sliding door leading to the back room. "In the back fiddling with the generator, I think." Maddie paced across the floor, slid the door to one side, and stepped into the smelly darkness. "Foster!" Light flickered toward her, and over the noisy chug of the generators, she heard him make his way over.
"What's up?"
"Foster, I think there's a way Liam can communicate with us."
"Sorry, what's that you say?" he replied, cupping his ear. "It's noisy," he barked. "Let's step out."
They emerged from the back room, and he slid the door shut. The noisy, percussive rattle of the sickly-sounding generator was once more a background thud.
"What were you saying?"
"Liam, I think there's a way Liam could try to contact us."
Foster shook his head. "You know Bob can't return a tachyon beam transmission."
"Yes, I know that," she cut in impatiently. "Listen, the Museum of Natural History."
"What about it?"
"When you took us there, Liam and I were looking at the visitor's guest book. We were laughing at some of the comments." Foster shrugged.
"And?"
"Anyway, the museum has kept the guest book in the entrance foyer since it first opened. They have an archive of them that they kept in the basement. They've kept that archive since, the 1800s, I think." Foster's eyes suddenly widened.
"Yes."
"If we go there..." The old man nodded.
"They might still be down there."
The hope on his face made him seem much younger, but only for a fleeting moment. Almost as quickly as it arrived, the hope faded away.
"But Liam doesn't know all this."
Maddie grinned. But he does. The security guard there told me. Liam was standing right beside me at the time. He was telling us both. And if I remembered... Foster's lined face rumpled with a wide, lopsided grin. Then Liam would too. That's what I figured. Foster nodded. Yes, he would. He's a smart lad. So, she continued, if he made his way to New York and visited the museum in 1957, it's possible he could have left a message for us in there. Foster nodded. And that message could give an exact time and location for us to open a return window for them. Closer to home, maybe in New York. Would we have enough of a charge left to do that? Foster glanced at the blinking LEDs. Another red light had turned back to green. The generator isn't going to last much longer by the sounds it's making. The fuel tank's virtually empty. We need it to get the charge meter up to 10 green lights, at a guess. But if it can? Foster chewed his lip, deep in thought for a moment. If we open a window close enough to home, and even then, only for a few seconds, we'd need an exact time. I mean exact. His eyes met hers. Then, yes, we could make a window big enough for Liam, possibly even for Bob. Then, she chewed a fingernail nervously. Then we have to go see, don't we? We have to go check out the museum. Foster took a deep breath. I don't think we have any other choice. Maddie felt her arms and legs trembling. Oh, God, why did I have to open my mouth and suggest this? The thought of stepping outside again terrified her, but the prospect of being stuck in this nightmare forever scared her infinitely more. Foster turned to Sal. Maybe you should stay here, Sal. Madeline and I won't be gone long, She shook her head. No, I'm coming with you. She stood up, sucked in a deep breath, steadying her own nerves. We're a team, right? The three of us? Time Riders. Foster's grin was infectious. Both girls suddenly found themselves sharing it. The best, Sal, said Foster. The very best. Sal shoved the office chair beneath the desk and zipped up her hoodie. Then what the jahula are we waiting for? Maddie nodded. Atta girl. What the jahula are we waiting for, indeed, replied Foster. I'll get the shotgun. Chapter 73. 1957, New York. Liam gazed out the window at the streets of New York, crowded with brown and gray stone skyscrapers, so tall he had to scrunch down in his seat to look up and catch the very tops of them. Some buildings he remembered seeing before when Foster had taken them through Manhattan. The Empire State Building. Foster said a movie called King Kong was made that featured the building and an 80-foot gorilla swinging from the top of it. Liam suspected the old man was joking. The idea sounded too daft to be made into a real movie. He noticed Kramer's influence was already stamped across the streets of the city. Large billboards seemed to hang on every street with the man's face smiling benignly down upon them. Messages such as, "We are here to unite the world in peace. Unity is progress. I promise you 1,000 years without war," were stamped beneath him. Liam could see troops on the street, checkpoints at some of the busiest intersections, soldiers stopping pedestrians and inspecting identification papers. Above the tall buildings either side of them, hover jets patrolled the sky. And hanging motionless above the Hudson River, he could see another one of those colossal gray command saucers. A clear reminder to everyone that the war was over, Kramer's forces had won, and that continued resistance was, well, futile. The uniform Liam was wearing was uncomfortable. The stiff collar made his neck itch. Bob wore a similar uniform, SS. Black with silver buttons and epaulettes, an eagle on the left breast pocket, and a red armband on the left arm featuring the looped serpent. Bob had managed to stop a German army automobile, a VW Kübelwagen, earlier this morning as it cruised down a quiet suburban road in Queens. The officers were both easily dispensed with by a quick edge-of-the-hand chop to the neck. The attack, Bob's suggestion, had been a calculated risk. Some civilians on the road had witnessed it, but hurried along on their way rather than remain at the scene and risk being questioned. Somebody might call it in. It was possible. Either way, the bodies were going to be found sooner or later. Liam craned his neck to look up at the patrolling Messerschmitt hoverjets and wondered if the alarm had yet been raised to be on the lookout for the stolen vehicle. Maybe. So far, at least, the risk had paid off well. The uniforms and the vehicle had ensured they'd only been stopped at one checkpoint, and even then Bob's fluent German had gotten them through without a problem, as the young soldier eyed the death's head insignia on the collars and dutifully waved them on. Up ahead, Liam recognized the grand front of the museum. It looked no different from the last time he'd seen it, except, of course, for the fluttering crimson pennants dangling from twin flagpoles above the main entrance. He could see a lot of activity out front, workmen going in and coming out of the building, laden with boxes and crates. "What do you think's going on there?" Bob looked.
"I do not know."
Liam leaned forward, squinting as the Kubelwagen slowly edged up the busy street through several traffic lights. "Looks like they're emptying the place." That seemed to make sense of some of what they'd heard. Last night they'd stopped off for food. As Liam enjoyed a plate of grits and bacon, and Bob joylessly slurped a dubious-looking mixture of oatmeal and scrambled eggs, they'd listened in on the quiet talk among the diner's regulars, truck drivers and local workers stopping off on the way home. There were cautious words being exchanged about some resistance leader down in Washington, giving them Nazi scum a goddamn beating. One of the men, perched on a stool wearing a grubby old Yankees baseball cap and threadbare jeans, piped up. "I heard them fighters is led by the ghost of none other than George Washington. Ain't no harm the Germans can do to him, seeing as how he's a ghost and all. Bullets go right through." "Ain't no ghost, man. Shoot, that's the dumbest thing I heard in a long time," said another. "What I heard is he goes by the name of Captain America or something. They're saying he's some sort of military superhero. I guess maybe he's like some secret superweapon the government was holding back on." "Either way," said a third, "them Jerry is getting kind of nervous about him, aren't they?" Murmurs of agreement. Talk moved on to Kramer's recent grand announcement that mankind's history was to be completely wiped clean. All of history's past hatreds, religious intolerances, racial bigotry was all to be put behind them and erased. And that, more than anything else, seemed to be an issue that enraged the men gathered around the counter. "They're not going to get away with it," snapped one of them. "We fought the British for this country, and then we fought a civil war, too. They can't take that kind of history off of us and burn it. I'm hiding my books and stuff, my encyclopedia that I bought my kids for school. I'm hiding that stuff in my attic in case them crowdies come house searching. I'm sure as hell not burning it like they told us we have to." "Not right," agreed the waitress behind the counter. "Just not right." Now up ahead at the museum, it seemed Kramer's dictum was already being put into action. As Bob passed through the intersection, swung the vehicle right, and parked on the curb in front of the museum, Liam got a closer look at what was going on. "Oh, boy," he uttered. On the forecourt, in front of the steps leading up to the museum's grand entrance, he could see what appeared to be a large pile of bric-a-brac, a heap of twisted wooden things, books and papers, frames and furniture, the tangled limbs of stuffed animals of all sizes. He watched in growing horror as half a dozen museum workers carried out an Egyptian sarcophagus. Faded flakes of blue and gold paint and shards of ancient dry wood crumbled away beneath the fragile object, leaving a trail of debris down the steps. And then, under the watchful eye of several soldiers standing guard, they casually tossed it onto the pile, where it split and shattered, revealing the brittle, shriveled carcass of a mummified pharaoh, snapping into several pieces as it tumbled stiffly down one side of the large pile. A dozen yards away, several drums of fuel were lined up, and a soldier stood beside them, waiting for the order to douse the exhibits and set them on fire. "My God, they're going to burn it all," he whispered.
"It is logical,"
replied Bob.
"Kramer wishes not to be located by any future agency operatives. No history will mean no reference points."
"I hope to God they haven't made a start on the thing stored down in the basement." Liam cast a sideways glance at Bob. "How long have we got left before your brain explodes?" Bob's cool eyes narrowed.
2 hours and 53 minutes. We have little time to waste."
Liam realized he was trembling from head to foot, and cursed the fact that he looked so young. Perhaps the SS uniform he was wearing would be intimidating enough to ensure none of the workers, nor any soldiers they might encounter, would dare to look too closely at him, dare to question why someone so young should have an officer's rank.
"We must proceed,"
rumbled Bob. "You're right." He puffed out a nervous breath. "Bob, you go tell those soldiers we have come directly on Kramer's orders to supervise the job."
"Yes."
"And tell them we will be inspecting the basement area."
"Yes."
Bob climbed out of the automobile, with Liam following in his wake. Oh boy, this better work. Chapter 74 2001, New York. They almost didn't find the museum. It was just another dusty gray shell of a building amid a landscape of them, jagged walls of crumbling masonry and cracked marble. "That's it? Are you sure?" Foster nodded. "As best I can tell, that's what was once the museum." He looked up at the sun, faint and sick, hiding behind scudding clouds. It was high in the sky. "We've only got an afternoon of daylight left. Come on." As the three of them made their way up the rubble-covered steps and into the museum's main entrance, Sal spotted a pale face observing them from behind the rusting hulk of a car across the street. "Look," she gasped. "They've been following us." "I never doubted that," said Foster. "But they're getting braver," added Maddie. "Fire off a shot to scare them away." Foster cocked the shotgun and aimed it at the sky, but then he stopped. "Actually, no. Probably best I conserve the ammo for when we really need it." The girls looked uncomfortably at each other. "Come on, let's get this done," he said, leading the way over the rubble and stepping into the gloomy, cavernous interior of the museum. Maddie snapped on her flashlight, Foster another. Their twin beams picked form out of the darkness. Twisted beams of metal, dust-covered masonry, the scorched and charred remains of a grand woodwork staircase across the way. "Where's the big dinosaur skeleton?" asked Sal. "The museum must have been empty before their nuclear war." "I suppose it makes sense," said Maddie, her soft voice echoing around the inside of the entrance hall. "If back in 57 people knew a nuclear exchange was on the horizon, they'd have moved all the valuables to special bunkers and stuff, right? Do you think they'd have taken everything? Those guest books, too?" "We'll have to see. Where did that guard say they stored them?" "I think he said they stored them down in the museum's basement, some sort of an archive down there." Foster panned his flashlight across the floor. There were doorways leading to other wings of the museum, but he knew where the basement doors were. He'd visited this place often enough over the years when not busy saving history. "Follow me. Up ahead on the right there's a double door that leads down to the basement." Maddie followed him as he stepped lightly across the dusty marble floor. Sal cast one last glance over her shoulder at the outline of the front doorway, expecting to see the hunched silhouette of one of the creatures curiously peeking in. She turned back to see Maddie and Foster a dozen yards ahead. "Hey, wait for me," she whispered. Foster's light picked out a faded sign on double doors, mezzanine floor, staff access only. He pushed against them, and with the gritty sound of rubble and debris being pushed across the floor on the far side, they stiffly yielded. He poked his head and flashlight through the gap. There was a stairwell beyond. He pushed the doors until they were open enough to squeeze through and stepped inside. His light picked out smooth concrete walls and steps leading down. "Come on," he said. Maddie reached out for Sal's hand and could feel it trembling uncontrollably. "Hey, it's okay, Sal. Just down here. We'll get what we're after and be back home again," she whispered. I can't go underground again. I can't," she hissed in reply. Understandable, really. The sensation of feeling trapped, cornered, especially after their run-in on the subway. Maddie wasn't too happy either. "I'm not going to leave you alone up here. Come on, Sal. We'll be quick." Sal gritted her teeth. "Oh, okay." They made their way slowly down the stairs, finally joining Foster at the bottom. He was playing his flashlight around the entrance to the large basement floor beyond the stairwell. Unlike above, the floor wasn't thick with piles of rubble and debris, but instead coated in a silt-like carpet of fine dust. Across the floor and along the walls, lined with racks and racks of empty shelves, was a thick layer of decades' worth of dust. Foster turned to look at the girls. "There's nothing here. It's gone. All gone." Chapter 75. 1957, New York. The museum worker led Bob and Liam down the steps. "So we store them down here," he spoke slowly, "along with all the other valuable things due to be destroyed," he added, his voice barely managing to conceal the bitter hatred he obviously felt toward the pair of them. They followed him down the last few steps and into the basement, where Liam could see endless crates and boxes stacked neatly across the floor, grouped in orderly categories, silently awaiting their turn to be carried out and tossed onto the bonfire outside. Liam studied the man's face, and all of a sudden realized there was something familiar about it. He was good with faces. "How can I possibly know him?" "So..." The worker looked up at them with an expression that told him he'd happily stab them to death if he thought he could get away with it. "You need me for anything else?" Bob dutifully faked not being able to understand him. It was Liam who was going to pretend to speak barely passable English. "Ja, we are seeking the visitor's guest book." The worker's eyebrows lifted curiously. "You want the guest books?" "Ja, das ist korrekt." He shrugged. An odd request. He gestured for them to follow him. He led the way along a passageway between shelves that ran from the floor to the ceiling. 20 yards down, the worker stopped, pulled a short stepladder out of a nook, and climbed it to the top. "They're all kept up here," he said, patting a cardboard box. "Very good," said Liam with a clipped, emotionless accent. "You want me to get them down for you?" the man asked. "Ja, get them down." The man pulled out the box, unleashing a small shower of dust motes. "All in here, going all the way back to 1869, but," he added with contempt, "I suppose this'll be going up in smoke along with everything else." Liam cocked his head. There was something about the worker's voice, too, that was vaguely familiar. "Oh, I'm sure I've met this fella before somewhere." The young man placed the box on the ground and pulled out the top book, leather-bound with pages of thick paper, the handwriting of recent visitors scrawled across every page. Recent, that is, up until 8 months ago when the invasion of East Coast America had begun. "The guest book," the man said, passing it over to Liam. "Every visitor is free to sign it and write a message." Then it came to Liam, right then, where he'd seen the man before. "The security guard!" He looked once more at the young face of the worker, more closely this time. The heart-shaped mole emerging from his brow. This man looked to be in his mid-20s. The security guard who'd spoken to him and Maddie, he must have been in his mid to late 60s. The worker standing before him was related somehow. Not related, fool. The resemblance was unmistakable. It's the same man. Liam felt an irrational urge to reach out and hug him. The man was a connection through time, a link to where they wanted to be. He could almost smell home, almost glimpse the world back in 2001. It felt good. "Ah, sod it," Liam blurted all of a sudden. "I'm no bloody Nazi." Bob cocked his head curiously and looked at him. The worker did likewise. "Neither of us are. I'm Irish, actually, and he pointed at Bob. He's not German either." The worker's expression remained frozen, perhaps suspicious that this was some kind of a devious test. "Truth is, we're from the future, and we're here to put history right. Aren't we, Bub?" Bob shrugged.
"That is correct."
Liam grinned. "I've actually met you in the year 2001. Guess what? You're still working here. You're a security guard, guarding these very books, so it happens." The worker's eyes narrowed. I don't understand." "You don't have to understand. I just wanted you to know that." Liam reached out and grasped the man's arm. "I want you to know that we're going to make things right again. It's all going to change, and when it does, it'll be like this invasion never happened." The young man's expression changed. "Wait a minute, are you fellas resistance fighters?" "Resistance fighters." It would make explaining things a lot easier than trying to convince him they were time travelers. Liam nodded. "Yes, as it happens. That's exactly what we are." "Well, why the heck didn't you say? The name's Sam Penny." Liam held out a hand. "My name's Liam." "So, what were you saying about meeting me before?" "Sorry, forget that. I was thinking of someone else. Now listen, can you help us?" Sure. Anything I can do, anything at all I can." "Could you keep a watch on the stairs for me? Let me know if anyone's coming down?" "Sure." "We'll be just a few minutes here, Sam Penny. Then we'll be gone again. Can you keep this a secret? Not tell anyone?" "Sure." The young man looked from Liam to Bob. "So, what are you fellas going to do?" His expression changed. "You're not putting a bomb or anything like that down here, are you?" "No, nothing like that. None of these precious things will be damaged, all right? You have my word, so you do." "Oh, okay. So what are you—" "I can't tell you that, Sam. All I can say is that it's part of the fight back, all right? You have to trust me on this." Penny gave it a scant moment's thought, then nodded. "Guess that's good enough for me." "So you keep watch at the top of the stairwell, all right? Give us a few minutes." "You got it." Liam watched the man walk back up the stairs. Then he looked down at the open visitor's book in his hands. He turned to Bob. "So, what do I write?"
"They will need to know an exact geographical location. I will give you the coordinates down to a yard in accuracy. Also, they will require a timestamp, year, month, day, hour, and minute."
"Right, and the other thing. How do we make sure they're going to be able to find this book in over 4 decades' time, you know, when everything's about to be torched?" Bob stared at him blankly.
"I have no suggestions."
Chapter 76 2001, New York. "There's nothing left," whispered Maddie, shining her flashlight around the basement. Her voice was a weak, defeated croak. "I thought maybe, just maybe."
"There are a lot of shelves down here," said Foster. "We should spread out and check them all."
"They're all empty, Foster. Don't you see? If that guest book was stored down here along with all the rest of the museum's paperwork, then it was probably looted long ago, along with everything else. Maybe used as fuel for a campfire by the survivors. Or those things outside." Foster's face tensed as he looked around.
"Liam's a clever lad. He would have made sure it was somewhere hidden, somewhere safe.
Yeah? Where exactly? And how are we going to find out where? A sign, whispered Sal.
The others turned to look at her standing outside in the stairwell on the bottom step.
A sign,
she said again.
You see a sign? No, I don't see one, but that's what he would have done. If he came down here, he would have left us some sort of a sign.
Her face looked hopeful.
Wouldn't he?
Foster nodded. She's right. Some marker that would have survived this amount of time. Something permanent. He walked back into the stairwell and panned his flashlight around. And right here somewhere. That's where I'd leave a sign. Come on, he said. Everyone look. They did as he instructed, their flashlight beams snaking along the rough cinder blocks of the stairwell walls, looking for something etched into the concrete, something scratched on the piping running down the side, something carved into the wooden double doors leading onto the basement floor, something that might last 44 years and never be completely erased. Come on, Liam, whispered Foster. If you've been down here, let us know. They searched in silence for a few minutes, carefully sweeping their lights across the walls, the stair handrail, heating pipes running up the side of the doorway, an electrical fuse box, even a fire extinguisher, still sitting on its wall mount, but finding absolutely nothing. Maddie sighed.
Maybe he left a sign, but it was scrubbed off, or plastered over, or worn away. It's been a long time.
She shook her head, frustrated.
Or maybe he didn't come back this way, and he and Bob stayed in the Washington area, or...
The words hung in the silence between them, unsaid.
Or maybe they just died back then.
Sal's head dropped, her dark bangs flopping down over her eyes.
It was a waste of time,
she muttered.
We're never going to find them.
Maybe Sal's right, Foster nodded. We should probably think about heading back while it's still light outside. Her dark eyebrows were locked with a frown as she gazed down at her feet. We could always try again tomorrow morning as soon as the sun comes up, continued Foster. We'll have 8 or 9 hours of sunlight to look around down here. Actually, Liam may well have left us a clue upstairs in the main hall for all we know. We'll have more time tomorrow. Maddie reached out and patted Sal's shoulder.
Hey, Sal, Foster's right. We can try again tomorrow. Don't cry. It was just a... I'm not crying, she replied, shrugging off the hand and squatting quickly down to the ground. She reached for the floor, her fingers splayed out in the dust, probing a faint groove in the concrete floor. Sal? Give me your flashlight, she said to Maddie. What is it? Just give me the light, she snapped.
Maddie passed it to her and watched curiously as the young girl leaned closer to the ground, blowing the dry plaster dust away from the floor. She shined the flashlight at a small groove etched into the concrete.
What is it? I think it's letters. Letters scratched into the floor.
Peering closely, she tilted the flashlight's beam so that it played obliquely across the faint, worn grooves, throwing them into much sharper relief. Foster squatted down beside her. What is it, Sal?
An I and an H. It looks like. And I think it's an arrow.
Maddie dropped down beside them and studied the letters. Then she gasped.
That I is an L, see? The foot of the letter's faint, but it's there. Can you see it?
My God, yes, said Foster. Sal traced the second letter with her finger.
And that H?
She said.
That could be...
Maddie grinned.
Yes, a B. I'll be damned. It is a B. L and B. Liam and Bob.
That's it, said Foster. He pulled himself tiredly to his feet, wincing with the effort, but grinning like a schoolboy. He's been here. That means...
He has left a message for us. Oh, God, Liam,
yelped Maddie with joy.
You're a star.
Sal jumped to her feet, her face lit up like a jack-o'-lantern.
They're coming home,
she squealed with delight.
Foster nodded. "All right, then," he said, hushing them with his hand. "The arrow. He's telling us to go in and make a left turn." They stepped into the basement, turning left and seeing ahead of them a wall of rusting metal brackets and empty shelves. "But there's nothing on the shelves," said Maddie. "There'll be another message somewhere," said Foster. "Check the floor." Both girls, on hands and knees, swept aside the light silt on the floor around the entrance to the basement, probing the ground with their fingers for any more distinct grooves. Foster, meanwhile, ran his flashlight slowly up the cinder block wall to the left of the double doors. Long ago painted a joyless mint green, it was now flaking off in patches where a creeping damp had seeped down from the museum above. His beam picked out a litany of scratches and gouges, endless decades of careless knocks by careless porters, wheeling the museum's heavy exhibits in and out of storage. "Come on, Liam, talk to us." The paint covered over some older acts of clumsiness and was gouged away by newer ones, but none of these marks, Foster guessed, had happened in recent decades. Certainly not since the world ended some time in the past. His finger ran over a faint, curved groove, an indistinct and incomplete curve that might once have been part of a letter or a number. He traced the curve, dislodging a fine shower of dust, exposing more of it. "See." Lightly blowing on the wall, more dust curled away in a light cloud, revealing a string of what looked like numbers. "I think I've got something." The girls clambered to their feet, and a moment later were standing beside him, peering closely at the faint string of figures scratched into the concrete wall. "It looks like a code of some sort." "CSP, then a dash," said Sal. 537, then another dash. 9810, then another dash, and then 579. What does it mean? Foster shook his head. "I don't know." "We need to know," insisted Maddie. She stepped back from the wall, shining her light around. "If that's Liam again, it's got to mean something. The answer's got to be something we can see as we're standing here, right?" "That would make sense," replied Foster. She walked a few yards along the wall, sweeping her flashlight along the empty shelves. "But there's nothing here," she whispered under her breath, frustrated. "Nothing." Her flashlight beam lanced up and down the rusting vertical support struts, then came to rest on a small, square tag. "Wait a sec." She stepped forward, examining it more closely. A small metal frame attached to the bracket with screws that were now little more than flaking nubs of rust. Contained within the frame, a yellowed strip of water-stained card, numbers, almost too faint to read, printed on it. She flicked the light along to the next vertical strut. Nothing, but the one after had another tag like this. She hurried over to it and found another curled vanilla strip of card with a fading sequence of numbers printed on it. "It's their filing system," she called out. 3 letters, 3 numbers, 4 numbers, then 3 numbers. "That's right," said Foster, shining his flashlight on the wall. Foster smiled. "He's telling us which shelf to find." Chapter 77. 2001, New York. It took them the better part of an hour to find it. There were quite a few tags with numbers too faded to read, and others where the cardboard insert had long ago fallen out. But 200 yards down from the basement entrance on the opposite wall, on a shelf that required Maddie to climb up to reach, they found the correct tag. And nothing else. Maddie wiped dust and sweat from her forehead and slumped against the metal support. It creaked and groaned softly, dislodging flakes of rust and motes of dust. "Nothing here," she called down to them. "Nothing at all." "There must be something," said Sal, more a plea than a comment. "It's bare. Somebody made a clean sweep a long time ago." The 3 sat in defeated silence for a moment. the coarse rasping of their breathing echoing down the empty basement floor, accompanied by the sound of dripping water somewhere far off.
"We'll be losing daylight soon," said Foster. "We've done all we can."
"I don't want to be outside in the dark," whispered Sal.
"Then I suggest we leave."
Maddie nodded. "All right." She pulled herself up onto her feet and carefully swung one leg over the side of the wooden slat shelf. She reached for the flashlight, casting a cone of light, thick with swirling, dancing motes of dust, toward the wall. As she did, she noticed within the circle of light on the wall one particular block of concrete more clearly outlined than the others. No, surely not. "Wait a moment," she said to the others, swinging her leg back onto the shelf. On all fours, she crept carefully across the creaking slats of wood, mindful to place her weight where the metal support brackets passed underneath. She reached out for the block and gently, optimistically, gave it a gentle tap. It shifted with a sharp, gritty scrape that echoed loudly like the lid of a stone sarcophagus shifting aside.
"What have you found up there?"
asked Foster. He must have heard. "Would you believe it? There's a loose cinder block. I'm just going to pull it." She eased it slowly out of the hole in the wall. Heavy, it slipped through her hands, landing on the shelf. She heard a wooden slat crack under its weight, and the entire metal frame rattled and complained loudly. "Be careful, Maddie," said Sal. "I'm okay." "Oh my God, this has to be it." She ducked down, thrusting her flashlight toward the foot-wide hole in the wall, peering into the swirling, dusty space beyond. It was a small space, just a cavity between walls littered with fossilized rat droppings and strung with webs. But nestling in the middle of it, unmistakable, was a large, leather-bound book. "Oh my God!" Grimacing, she reached in and gently took hold of it, lifting it out through the hole in the wall. She wiped dust from her glasses and shined her light on the leather cover, and grinned. "It's here! I've got it!" She heard both Sal and Foster yelp with excitement. Pulling the stiff leather cover open, she quickly flipped through the thick pages of the book. "What's the last possible date that Liam and Bob could have come here, do you think?" she asked.
"With Bob terminating 6 months after mission inception, that would make it a couple of days after the window we tried opening in Washington. That would be—"
"March 5th, 1957, said Sal. Maddie leafed through the pages, noting the dates left by various guests. There were many from the previous year, but they quickly dried up in the late summer of 1956. Perhaps the museum was closed then. She reached to the last page and a last entry from a visitor by the name of Jessica Heffenberger. "The museum must close today. The enemy is about to take our city. I could cry." She scanned the other entries on the page. They all shared the same sentiment, sadness, bitterness, and defeat. A broken people seemingly accepting the inevitable, paying one last visit to their beloved museum. But then, in fainter ink, she spotted it, written with a different pen in the gap left between one comment and another, scrawled in the untidy hand of a person writing quickly. "Bob and I would really like to come home now, please. Latitude 40 degrees, 42 minutes, 42.28 seconds north. Longitude 73 degrees, 57 minutes, 59.75 seconds west. Time 18 hours, 0 minutes. March 5th, 1957. She crawled across the slats with the book cradled in her hands and looked down at Foster and Sal standing in the aisle below, both of them staring up at her with expectant expressions.
"You find anything?"
asked Foster. She tore the page out of the book, grabbed her flashlight, swung her legs over the side, and jumped down onto the floor, creating a small mushroom cloud of dust. "He's right here," she said, flourishing the page in front of her face. Then her voice caught, and she found her shoulders shaking as adrenaline-fueled laughter filled the silence of the basement. "He freaking did it!" Chapter 78. 1957, New York. Bob and Liam took the steps up and found the museum worker, Sam, dutifully standing guard at the top of the stairs, just as they'd asked him to do. "We're all done down there," said Liam quietly. "Thanks for looking out for us." "Look," the man eyed them both. "You said something about everything changing to how it should be?" There really wasn't time for a full explanation, although Liam would have liked to have given the man that for helping them out. "Time is going to correct itself," Liam smiled, "and everything is going to be all right once more, I promise you." He reached out and patted Sam's arm. "And guess what?" "What?" "Sometime in the future, I think I'll be seeing you again, so I will." Sam Penny watched them go, scratching his head, dumbfounded, trying to make sense of the nonsensical things the young man had just said, and beginning to conclude that he must be out of his mind, when a guard barked at him to help some of the other workers lift a heavy display case down the hallway to be stacked for burning. Liam and Bob stepped out through the double doors onto the museum's main entrance floor, busy with workmen in jumpsuits toiling under the gaze of stern-faced soldiers. Bob dutifully returned the clipped salute from the guard standing in the main entrance with a barked, "Heil Kramer!" Outside, the bonfire had already started, and tongues of orange flame chased dancing flukes of ash up into the overcast sky. Liam could feel the searing heat on his face as they made their way down the grand front steps across the forecourt toward the street. Amid the heat-shimmering pile of burning antiquities, he spotted the end of the Egyptian sarcophagus sticking out of the pile, the dry wood blackening and paintwork 4 millennia old smoldering and peeling off the side. The workers stood in a pitifully sad group watching the exhibits burn. Beyond the forecourt, on the street, citizens were gathering, somberly witnessing the valuable relics of history and their national heritage disappear in a column of acrid smoke. On the skyline, Liam noticed the pall of other plumes of smoke drifting up into the cold winter sky, and guessed that across the city, books were burning, priceless paintings were burning. Historical documents, journals, and records were all burning, pulled from public libraries and private galleries. He imagined the very same spectacle being duplicated in America's other main cities in the next few days, and repeated across the cities of Kramer's Reich over the next few weeks. History being wiped clean, purged wholesale from the face of the earth. He felt physically sick. They stepped onto the street, pushing past silent faces filled with hatred as they glared at his and Bob's black uniforms. Liam was relieved to see the Kubelwagen still parked outside, and no soldiers standing around it on the lookout for the culprits who'd stolen it. Bob climbed in quickly and turned on the engine. "Do you think they'll find our message?" asked Liam as he settled into the passenger seat, and Bob eased the vehicle through the crowd back onto the street. "I mean, we've hidden it away pretty good. Maybe too good."
"We will know this in approximately 79 minutes.
They proceeded south down an orderly Central Park west. On one side of them, the city's park, all winter-bare trees and drab ochre grass. On the other, endless office buildings and traffic nudging forward between red traffic lights. It started to rain. Joyless, greasy drops spattered against the windshield and soaked dispirited, plodding pedestrians outside. Liam truly wouldn't be sorry to leave this drab world behind. "We're on our way home now. Hopefully." He wondered what the archway looked like, who might be occupying it here in 1957, if indeed anyone was. More to the point, he wondered what the girls and Foster were up to right now. Chapter 79, 2001, New York. Foster noticed them as they jogged quickly down the steps outside the front entrance, not just a couple dozen of them peering curiously from the dark interiors of gutted buildings, but 100 or more of them.
"Fresh meat," the words spreading.
"Oh, God,"
uttered Sal.
"There's so many."
Maddie grabbed her hand protectively. "Foster, fire your gun." He shook his head.
I don't think the noise will scare them now.
But maybe these are the ones who don't know your gun kills.
Oh, they know all right. Otherwise, I'm sure they'd already be on us.
The street leading south, Central Park West, was thick with them, like some bizarre silent rally. To their left was what was once Central Park, now nothing more than a dust bowl dotted with the charcoal skeletons of scorched tree trunks and the frazzled stumps of long dead bushes. If the devil was given a say in how a city park should be landscaped, Foster imagined he would go with something like this. It was wide open terrain, though, nothing for the creatures to hide behind or jump out from. Far better than picking their way along some narrow street strewn with rusted vehicles.
We should cut across the park, he said. Then we're on the east side. It's a short way through to the East River.
They could then follow the river down to the bridge. The Riverside Boulevard was broad all the way down to the Williamsburg Bridge, and they'd only need to keep an eye out for anything coming at them from their right.
Let's go,
he said, leading the way down the last of the steps, across the forecourt and through twisted and collapsed iron railings, over an intersection all but hidden by the tangle of rusted carcasses of abandoned cars. The late afternoon sun poked through dirty brown clouds as they pushed their way through the fossilized remains of a decorative hedgerow and into Central Park.
"They're following,"
said Sal, her voice trembling. Foster glanced back over his shoulder to see the creatures moving together as a giant pack, hundreds of them shifting across Central Park West, climbing railings, squeezing through dead hedges to enter the park in their wake.
Okay, they're following, but at least they're keeping a distance.
Although, as he said that, he noticed that the distance seemed to be narrowing as some of the more courageous of them edged out several dozen yards ahead of the herd. He wondered if they were ringleaders, pack leaders, individuals with something to prove to their followers. The girls picked up their pace, swift strides quickly turning into an untidy jog, kicking up clouds of dust and ash. Foster brought up the rear. The gap between them narrowed further as the creatures hunched-over scuttling became more of a hunched-over trot. The braver creatures came closer still, now 30 or 40 feet from them. Foster turned and glanced at the nearest of them, male by the look of him, tall and painfully thin, a few tufts of pale hair growing in isolated islands on his scalp, and rags of clothing dangling from his powder-white body. He could see the creature's labored breath and a keening whimper as it yearned to close the gap between them. Yet, understandably, it feared the dark metal object in Foster's hand. Perhaps its mind remembered a solitary word from a long-forgotten language. Gun. And it knew the metal tube could spit death in an instant. For what seemed like an interminable age, they maintained this moving standoff, the girls jogging across the dead park, Foster struggling along several yards behind them, his ragged breath growing ever more labored, and the silent herd of creatures easily keeping pace, but slowly, warily closing in.
"The other side of the park, look!"
shouted Maddie. Across the empty concrete bowl of a duck pond and the corroded A-frames of what had once been swings, he could see a row of stunted black trees and dark metal railings. Beyond that was Fifth Avenue, running north to south down the side of the park. 50 yards along, he could see a way out that wouldn't require them to stop and scale the railings, a gateway. Then, across Fifth Avenue, they'd be on East 72nd Street. Half a dozen blocks of ruined buildings on either side, and then they'd hit the river.
But this is where they may jump us,
he decided. As they picked their way over rubble and weaved through abandoned cars, those creatures would finally close the gap and be upon them. He decided now was as good a time as any to demonstrate once more what his gun could do. He turned around, stopped, and leveled his gun at the nearest creature. He fired, throwing the pitiful thing on its back with a shrill, high-pitched scream. It lay on the ground in a growing pool of its own blood, bony legs thrashing the ground wildly. The rest of the herd immediately turned on their heels and fled across the ash-gray park like rabbits startled by a farmer's gun.
"Just reminding them we're dangerous,"
Maddie nodded. Good. But then she looked at the weapon. 11 shots left? Foster loaded another round into the shotgun.
Yes, 11.
They made their way quickly along East 72nd, and 10 minutes later emerged onto the broad, dual-lane expanse of FDR Drive, heading south, parallel with the East River. Ahead of them were the shattered remains of the Queensboro Bridge, collapsed in the middle. Beyond that, no more than 3/4 of a mile down the river, Foster could see the tall metal support towers of the Williamsburg Bridge, and on the far side of the river, the squat brick and industrial buildings, chimneys, and cranes of Brooklyn's dockside. They rested for a moment on a wooden bench overlooking the muddy bank of the river below, all three of them catching their breath.
Just over the bridge, and then we're home and safe, rasped Foster.
You okay? Asked Maddie.
I'm fine. Just a little winded. Let me get some air.
They hung on for a moment, looking back the way they'd come. For the moment, it seemed like they'd lost the creatures.
You girls ready?
They both nodded. He led them down the wide boulevard, all three of them happy to have the broad river to their left and 4 lanes of wide, empty road to their right. Another 10 minutes, and they were hurrying up a narrow brick stairwell to the Williamsburg Bridge's pedestrian walkway. The sick orange sun was now low in the sky, and looking for a place to settle among the broken horizon of ruined buildings. Long, violet shadows were spreading across the river, reaching for the building on the far side.
Nearly home,
gasped Sal.
Looks like we're going to make it,
she said, grinning at Maddie. The walkway, just wide enough for 3 of them to walk abreast and caged by high sides of basket wire, ran above the traffic lanes over the bridge. As they hurried along, they looked down on 2 lanes of crumbling asphalt filled with the ancient rusting hulks of bumper-to-bumper traffic. A soft wind moaned through shattered windshields and across car seats and the bones of those who'd died at the wheel suddenly, mysteriously, decades ago. A vehicle graveyard filling the bridge with hushed whispers of torment and pain. Foster concentrated on the way ahead. Just another 3 or 4 minutes across the bridge, down the steps on the far side, a turn into the back street at the base of the bridge, and then they'd be home. He'd checked that the generator was running when they left, provided the thing had managed to keep on going while they'd been out and not choke or stall on them. He guessed the displacement machine would be ready to use by now. He hoped. Liam's message had given them an exact time, and once they'd entered the coordinates into the computer, they'd know the exact location. If the lad was smart, he knew precisely where that location should be. Despite all 3 of them being exhausted, their pace quickened as the far side of the lifeless, sluggish, polluted river below loomed. The prospect of safety was just ahead, just minutes away. The thought of bringing home Liam, of bringing home Bob, a heroic tower of muscle who could protect them from virtually anything, urged them on ever faster. They were nearly there, and Foster had begun to allow himself to think that this nightmare might just be nearly over. There was a scream. He spun around to see twisting branches of lean, milk-white arms pulling at Sal through a large hole in the basket wire cage.
Oh no!
Screamed Maddie.
They've got her!
Chapter 80 2001, New York. Sal's arms and legs thrashed maniacally in their grasp.
Oh God, no! Help me! Help me!
Foster shouldered his shotgun, but realized he couldn't fire for fear of hitting Sal. Maddie rushed forward and began kicking, punching, and scratching the arms pulling at Sal. Through the crosshatch of rusting wire, he could see a pack of 6 of the creatures fighting each other to get a grip on her. They were standing on the roof of a truck's cab. The large hole in the rusting wire, he guessed, had been made recently, perhaps only in the last half hour.
It was a trap.
He realized some of the creatures must have rushed ahead, must have known they were heading this way, must have known they crossed the bridge using the raised pedestrian walkway. They'd found a place they could reach up to. They'd made a hole in the wire and waited. More of the creatures scrambled up over the track and onto the cab's roof. They slammed against the wire noisily with their fists, snarling at them through the gaps. Sal's legs were being pulled out from beneath her and through the gaping hole in the wire.
Help me!
Maddie desperately tried to peel off the long, pale fingers wrapped tightly around her ankles, her legs, her waist, but then found them snatching at her hair, roughly pulling the glasses from her face, attempting to find a firm hold to pull her through as well. Sal was all but through the hole now, nothing left but her hands wrapped tightly around the sharp ends of wire. The creature's clawed fingers snatched and twisted at hers, trying to wrench them free as she screamed and screamed and screamed. Foster aimed the shotgun at the pack of creatures, no longer concerned that Sal might catch some of the blast. The cross-hatched wire would deflect some of the shotgun's blast, but most of it would certainly fly through and inflict damage on their tightly packed bodies. He fired. One of the creatures was thrown off the roof of the cab. Others screamed angrily as the scattered pellets from the shotgun cartridge painfully lashed their bare bodies. But they continued their eager work, their long claws twisting Sal's fingers off the wire, one by one, as Maddie desperately punched and scratched and screamed at them. The last of Sal's fingers were suddenly wrenched free. Foster's eyes met the girl's for one frozen moment in time, wide, confused, terrified, her mouth an elongated O, from which a shrill, high-pitched
No!
erupted like the whistle of a steam train. The creatures carried her away between them with alarming speed, down over the truck's shattered windshield, over the engine hood, and down onto the road, holding her body aloft between them like some squirming trophy. She disappeared from view, her thin, desperate, screaming voice fading as they carried her down the bridge, weaving through the vehicle graveyard back toward Manhattan. Maddie turned to look at Foster, her pale face frozen with shock and dawning realization of what had just happened.
Foster,
she managed to whisper.
We have to.
Foster,
she said again, unable to say anything else.
She's gone, Madeline. She's gone,
he replied. He tried desperately to blank out of his mind the fate that awaited her.
We have to go after her,
gasped Maddie, already beginning to squirm her way through the hole in the wire. Foster took a step forward and grabbed her wrist.
No, Maddie, no.
She struggled to pull herself free.
We can't leave her,
she screamed, tears rolling down her scratched and dirt-smudged cheeks. A part of him wanted to follow her through, to give chase down the road. If not to rescue Sal, then at least to get close enough to take aim and attempt to give the poor child a quick and painless death. But that would be foolish. It was obvious to him now. Obvious that those creatures had been biding their time, waiting until the three of them were boxed in on the bridge, had dropped their guard and were certain they were home and dry. They were clever enough to set a trap. What's more, they must have known all along where they'd been holed up.
Madeline,
he snapped as she squirmed in his grasp.
They set this up. This was a trap.
She continued to struggle. In the distance, echoing down the bridge, they heard Sal's faint cry, pleading for help once more. She shuddered, her shoulders shaking convulsively as she sobbed.
I'm coming, Sal. I'm coming.
Foster struggled to pull her back.
We have to go, Maddie. There's nothing we can do for her.
I'm not leaving her behind.
Foster grabbed Maddie's jaw and turned her face to look at him.
Come on,
he snapped.
If they get a hold of us too, then it's all over. Do you understand? It's all over. For everyone.
Chapter 81. 1957, New York. Bob parked the Kubelwagen on the back street as Liam looked out the windshield at the row of brick arches running underneath the Williamsburg Bridge. "We're home," said Liam.
"Incorrect,"
replied Bob.
"We are back where? We are not yet back when?"
Liam shrugged. It felt like they were almost home, sitting outside on the curb looking at the familiar old brickwork. In place of the sliding corrugated door were two large wooden doors. Across them both was painted the sign, Dang Li Po Laundry. Plumes of steam spouted from a pipe beside the wooden doors out into the cool late afternoon air. Bob consulted his internal clock.
"We have 17 minutes until the time we specified for them to open the window."
Liam leaned forward to look up at the sky. There were more hover jets circling the skyline above Manhattan, patrolling in pairs. He wondered if anyone was looking for them yet. "You're right. No time to waste." He opened the door and climbed out, adjusting the black uniform and putting the cap on his head, tugging the peak low to shadow as much of his boyish face as possible. Bob joined him on the cobbled street, strewn with trash from a kicked-over garbage can. Liam rapped his knuckles on the wooden door. He waited anxiously for a minute before knocking again on the wood. A moment later, a small service hatch in the left-hand door slid open, and a ruddy-faced Asian man in a white apron peered out. "Yeah?" he snapped irritably before registering the death's head insignia and pitch-black uniforms. Liam cleared his throat.
"You will let us in immediately,"
he said, affecting a clipped, officious tone.
What's wrong?"
"We have reason to believe these premises are harboring a criminal."
The man's eyes widened.
"We not have bad man here. You will let us enter now, or I shall have you all arrested."
The man's eyes widened.
"I let you in. One moment."
He slid the hatch closed, and then a few seconds later they heard bolts slide and the wooden door creaked open. The man waved them in.
"You come in, see? No criminal here."
Liam and Bob stepped inside and almost immediately felt a wall of warm, moist air against their faces. The arch was dimly lit by several bulbs dangling from the arched ceiling.
"You see? No bad man here,"
snapped the Chinese man. Liam looked around the gloomy interior. There were about a dozen men and women standing over tubs of steaming water, stirring clothes with ladles, scrubbing them with bars of soap. Strung across the archway were laundry lines from which clothing and bed linen hung to dry.
"We laundry. Make super clean for customer,"
the man explained.
"You will tell your people to leave the building immediately,"
ordered Liam. The Chinese man's eyes narrowed.
"Why you want us leave?"
He hadn't actually thought that far ahead. Liam hesitated a moment too long as he struggled to conjure up an answer. The Chinese man's eyes narrowed suspiciously.
"You just boy, not real soldier pig. You steal uniform and try to rob my laundry."
Liam stared at him helplessly. Was all he could manage. The man continued to glare at him.
"This is trick. You leave now."
Bob stepped in to help Liam out. He reached for the gun in his holster, wrenched it out, and aimed it at the man's forehead in one fast and fluid motion.
"This is not a trick."
The man's suspicious expression was instantly wiped away and replaced with wide-eyed fear as he stared down the barrel of the pistol.
"You will instruct the personnel here to leave these premises immediately, or you will be terminated,"
Bob's deep voice thundered. The man swallowed nervously, then, eyes still anxiously locked on the handgun, he shouted out in Cantonese over his shoulder at the others. Through the gaps in the hanging laundry, Liam could see fear on their faces as they spotted the gun leveled squarely at their boss. Quickly they dropped their bars of soap and their stirring ladles and filed out, ducking under the laundry lines and heading for the open door. They disappeared outside, and a moment later the wooden door swung shut, leaving Liam and Bob in the faint, familiar gloom of their arch. Bob once more consulted his internal clock.
7 minutes and 29 seconds until our specified window.
"And how long have we got until your brain explodes?" Eyes fluttered.
64 minutes and 3 seconds.
Liam pushed his way past a damp bedsheet and found a stool on which to sit down. So if this fails, if there's no window, you and I will have less than an hour left together?
Affirmative.
I guess that's enough time to say our goodbyes. Bob cocked his head, curious.
You will be sad?
Sad? That you're going to be left a vegetable? Of course I flippin' will. I mean, after all this time, you've just about worked out how to appear less like a complete idiot and more like a human. It'd be a waste, to be sure. He sighed and shook his head. Hang on. What am I saying? I guess maybe it's the humans that are the idiots. Bob shrugged, not entirely understanding what Liam was muttering on about. Liam laughed at that. Such a human gesture.
6 minutes.
Chapter 82. 2001, New York. The generator was still chugging when they got back. Foster slapped the vibrating and warm cylinder head, relieved. He'd been half expecting to find it still and silent on their return, having either become clogged up and choked to death on degraded diesel, or the fuel tank having run dry. He emerged from the back room to check the time machine's charge display. They were nearly there. 2 LEDs were still red. He guessed the machine would be powered up enough to try opening a window in about 20 minutes. He booted up the computer system, waiting for it to finish its startup routine, before opening the geopositioning interface software and tapping in the coordinates that were scribbled in faded ink on the yellowed page in front of him. He whispered a prayer that Liam had written down the numbers correctly. The screen zeroed in on a portion of a map of New York.
Oh, good boy,
he gasped over the noisy chug coming through the open door of the back room.
There's a smart lad.
Maddie looked up, slumped in one of the armchairs around the communal table. Her voice sounded tired and small and defeated. What is it, Foster?
Right here, said Foster. They're right here, right inside the archway. The coordinates, they're saving us as much power as they can. Opening the window right here, that might just conserve enough power for us to bring them both back.
She smiled weakly. He got up out of his seat to join Maddie at the table. On his way over, he pulled the door to the back room shut, reducing the deafening rattle of the generator, clearly struggling on the last dregs of fuel, to a muted background rumble. He sat down heavily in an armchair beside her.
It's almost over, Madeline.
It's over for Sal, she replied.
Not necessarily.
She looked up at him. What do you mean?
He rubbed his face tiredly. Time travel is very muddy stuff. It's an unpredictable science. If Liam and Bob can go back and fix things the second time around, then it's possible, just possible, that the corrective wave of time realigning, shifting everything back to normality, might also return Sal to us.
She sat up. Do you think so?
It's possible. Just that.
She grasped his hand. Poor Sal. Tears cleaned fresh tracks down her grime-covered cheeks. I can't bear to think what...
Then don't think about it. If she comes back to us, those things that happened to her, well, they won't have happened. She'll have absolutely no memory of what's been going on here these last few days.
Foster? He stopped talking. Maddie's head was cocked, her eyes narrowed, squinting as she listened to something. Did you hear that?
Hear what?
I thought I heard... Then he heard it himself. Something moving in the back street outside. The skittering of a loose chunk of rubble kicked carelessly across the ash and dust-covered cobblestones. The light brush of something against the corrugated iron-shuttered door. Then tapping. Their eyes met, and both knew what it meant. They found us, haven't they? Whispered Maddie.
I think so.
The tapping on the shuttered door suddenly became a frustrated bang. Maddie jerked in her seat and whimpered.
They're trying to find a way in,
said Foster. "Can't we open the displacement window right now?" He looked anxiously across the floor at the row of LEDs on the time machine, 11 of them blinking together, awaiting a 12th to turn green.
"Not yet. We open it too soon and we could blow this one chance."
Scratching. He could hear a scratching, scraping noise. Maddie held her breath, listening to the soft noise slowly growing louder, more intense. "What are they doing?"
"I don't know."
But he did.
"They're probing the walls for a weak area. Perhaps they've already found some loose bricks, and they're scraping out the crumbling mortar between them."
He looked again at the LEDs, willing that last one to flicker over to green. They both heard the clatter of a brick falling to the ground outside. "Oh, God, no!" Maddie hissed. "They're coming through the walls!" Foster reached for the shotgun on the table. Maddie snapped on a flashlight and studied the walls for a sign of their handiwork. Her breath rattled and fluttered noisily in the quiet stillness. I don't want to go like Sal."
"Don't worry,"
he said, panning a second flashlight along the base of the arch walls.
"I won't let them take us. I promise you that."
His beam passed over a small mound of dry gray powder on the floor.
"There."
She moved her beam over to the pale dust, then worked it up the wall until she glimpsed a hairline crack of daylight and a solitary brick shuffling in the wall, dislodging more, crumbling mortar onto the ground. "Oh my God! You see that?"
"Yes,"
Foster replied. Getting to his feet and stepping across the floor toward the front wall, he aimed his gun at the loose brick. The brick fidgeted again and then shuffled inward, falling onto the floor with a heavy thud. Foster glimpsed one of the boiled fish eyes through the hole left behind, and fired. They heard a high-pitched scream and anguished cries of rage outside. The scratching intensified, now coming from several other places along the wall. "Oh, God, Foster! It's everywhere! It's—" There was a bang, and the sound of something heavy clattering onto the floor in the back room.
"Jesus!"
snapped Foster.
"They're in!"
He ran across the floor and quickly rammed home a locking bolt on the sliding door. "What?"
"They were distracting us at the front, meanwhile working on the brick walls at the back."
His eyes locked on hers.
"They're in the back room!"
There was a heavy thud against the sliding door, leaving a bulge in the thin metal sheeting. The hinges anchored to the old brick wall rattled loosely, and rust-colored brick dust cascaded down. Maddie screamed. Another heavy thud left another jagged dent.
"This door isn't going to take too much more of that," shouted Foster.
"Oh, God, no, Foster! I don't want to die like this!" He looked again at the charge display, cursing that last red LED.
"Please change color."
"Well, what if we open the window now, Foster? Can we?" He grimaced as the door rattled again from another blow and more brick dust settled on his head and shoulders. Through the thin metal door he could hear them, whimpering, crying, and snarling, frustrated by this last obstacle. "Foster, now! Open the window now!"
"Okay, it's got to be nearly there, near enough."
He handed her the gun and shifted to one side so that she could replace his weight against the door.
"Hold this as long as you can. If they break through, you've got 10 shots left. Do you understand?"
She nodded. "I understand. 8 for them, and—"
"That's right."
He smiled grimly.
2 for us."
Another heavy thud. The top hinge rattled loose from the brick wall, showering Maddie with grit and dust. Foster grasped her hand tightly and squeezed, then scrambled across the floor toward the computer terminals, quickly opening up the interface dialog box with the time machine and tapping in the coordinates on the keyboard. The door rattled from another heavy blow, and the second hinge, halfway down the door, lurched off the wall, showering her again. "Foster, hurry! Hurry!" He scanned the numbers he'd typed, checking them against Liam's untidily scrawled fingers.
"God help us if I've got this wrong."
He hit enter on the keyboard. Chapter 83. 1957, New York. Liam fiddled with the stiff, starchy collar around his neck, irritated by the stitching of the oak leaves and the Death's Head insignia. He undid the top button. "How much longer now?" Bob was standing in the middle of the floor, surrounded by laundry lines draped with linen sheets. His eyes blinked.
"Scheduled window imminent. Precisely 57 seconds from now."
Liam realized his stomach was churning with nervous anticipation. In less than a minute, they were going to know whether Maddie had remembered the museum's guest book. In less than a minute, Liam would know whether he was going to be stuck in the past forever. "You see anything?"
"Negative. No sign of density probing yet."
And of course, if the window didn't arrive, then Bob was due to self-terminate shortly, leaving Liam all alone. He wasn't sure he was going to be able to cope with that, wondering when the men in dark uniforms were going to round him up and put him back in one of those camps. Or worse, execute him by firing squad for killing their soldiers, stealing the car, stealing the uniforms.
10 seconds,
said Bob. "Come on, Maddie. Please remember the museum guest book." He stood up, ducking under a laundry line to join Bob in the middle of the floor. "So this is it, Bob. Cross your fingers."
"Why?"
"It's supposed to be lucky."
"Why?"
"It just is. Oh, forget it."
"Window due in 6 seconds. 5, 4.
Liam clenched his chattering teeth. His fingers crossed tightly around each other for good luck, knuckles bulging beneath his pale skin. Come on, he whispered.
3, 2.
Here we go.
1.
Nothing. Liam looked around them, snatching the linen sheets to one side in case they hid the shimmering outline of the displacement window. Where is it? Bob looked at him.
There is no window.
What? You sure?
I would detect tachyon particles in the vicinity if there was one.
The nervous energy that had Liam trembling moments ago drained out of him like water from an emptying bathtub. His legs felt wobbly, and he found a wooden stool to slump down onto. So that's it then. He looked up at the support unit, standing motionless, looking back down at him with a calm, expressionless face. So how much time do you have left before you have to terminate? Bob's brow flickered for a moment. Liam thought he almost detected sadness in that expression. Almost.
I have 56 minutes left on my mission clock.
56 minutes left to live. Liam wondered what a person could do with 56 minutes. Not a lot. Time for a cup of tea and some cookies, a bath and a shave, maybe. I'm really sorry, Bob, he said quietly. I think I was getting to quite like you, you know? Bob's stern face seemed to shift, soften. Liam was certain that behind the flesh and bone, at some level, the unit was experiencing something beyond simple binary numbers and logical functions.
I am...
His deep voice searched for unfamiliar words.
I am sorry, too, Liam O'Connor.
We made a good team, didn't we? Bob tried one of Sal's smiles. It worked pretty well this time. Still ugly as sin, though.
Yes, we made a...
Bob froze mid-sentence. His eyes focused beyond Liam, then he was blinking rapidly. Is he getting something?
Information. I am registering tachyon particles in the vicinity, said Bob all of a sudden.
Is it another message?
Negative.
One of them density probes?
Negative.
Liam got to his feet, ducking under a laundry line. A window? Bob turned around, reached out for a laundry line, and yanked it aside. The line snapped, crisp and clean sheets and shirts fluttered to the ground, and there, in the middle of the archway, he could see it. The heat shimmer of a time window, flexing and distorting like a pool of water. It was a much smaller sphere than the one they'd stepped into returning from the assassination of John F. Kennedy, but bigger than Washington's aborted attempt, big enough to carefully step through this time. Why is it still so small?
They must have limited power, or this window has been projected by machinery that is not fully charged.
Liam stepped eagerly toward it.
Caution! You must be entirely within the sphere. Any part of you not within will be left behind when it closes.
Liam carefully ducked down low and eased himself within the shimmering envelope of energy. Once he was in, crouching because the sphere was low, Bob joined him, stepping in and hunkering down, wrapping his thick arms around Liam to prevent him wobbling out of the envelope.
"Remain completely still,"
said Bob. Then, all of a sudden, it felt like the ground beneath their feet had been whipped away from them, and they were tumbling through air. 2001, New York. His feet hit hard, cold concrete, familiar concrete, oil-stained concrete. The first thing he noticed was that the arch was pretty dark. The second thing he noticed was Maddie screaming, and then the deafening, echoing boom of a shotgun fired just a few feet away. He looked up to see Maddie cowering on the floor with the smoking gun in her hands, and something he thought was a skeleton at first fly back like a rag doll against the wall. There were plenty more of them, skeletons in tattered clothes, pushing through the sliding door from the back room, long, claw-like hands stretching out to grab her. Across the room, Foster was staggering from the computer terminals to join her. Bob's reactions were much quicker. He was already on his feet and sprinting with the speed of a bird of prey toward Maddie. His huge muscled arms thrashed violently at the nearest of the skeletal things, shattering bones and tearing muscle tissue. He grabbed another and twisted its head with a flick of his wrist. The creature flopped to the ground. The shotgun fired again, sending another one of them sprawling against a wall. Liam realized he was doing nothing, and then remembered he had a gun. He fumbled at the holster on his hip, pulled out the pistol, and tried his best to aim at the confusing tangle of pale limbs picked out by the dancing beam of a flashlight. He fired a shot into the confusing scrum, producing an exploding puff of crimson on Bob's left shoulder. The support unit glanced back at him and growled.
"Oh, Jesus, I'm sorry."
Bob turned back to the task at hand and tore the limbs off another one of them, and proceeded to swing the flopping thing like a club at the others. Their high-pitched screams made them sound like startled children, and they began to scramble back to the door through which they'd entered. As Bob pursued them into the back room, the sound of crashing, a heavy plexiglass tube rolling across the floor, and further shrill screams of terror echoed out through the doorway. Liam joined Foster and Maddie.
"What's happening?"
Foster looked at him.
"Bad things, Liam, bad things."
He reached down to Maddie, wide-eyed and in shock on the floor.
"You okay, Maddie? You all right?"
Her eyes drifted from the contorted pale bodies on either side of the doorway onto Liam's face. For a moment she seemed confused, looking at him as if he were a stranger.
"It's me, Liam."
Recognition flickered into her squinting eyes. Recognition, followed by gradually realized relief. Her mouth opened and closed, opened and closed.
"Oh, God,"
she finally managed to whisper.
"Oh, God, I thought I was going to. Thought those things were...
Foster reached out and held her.
"Shh, it's okay now. They made it back, both of them. We're safe now."
The sound of struggling in the back room had ceased. Bob appeared in the doorway, his face spattered with dark droplets of blood, his SS uniform ripped and soaked with even more blood.
"Information. The field office is now clear,"
he said matter-of-factly. It was then Liam registered that they were missing someone.
"Where's Sal?"
Chapter 84. 1957, Command Ship over Washington, D.C. Paul Kramer sat alone in his lab, truly alone.
Carl's dead. All those other men, Sal, Stefan, Rudy, Dieter.
Others whose faces he could remember, if not their names.
Now I'm the last.
He looked up from his lap across the messy floor, thick with snaking cables toward the atom bomb in its frame, nestling inside the small wire cage.
There you are, my little friend. In his hand he held a simple toggle switch, wired carelessly into the complicated device. A loosely soldered red cable descended from it, linking the switch to his jury-rigged version of a Waldstein field displacement cage. His thumb rested on the tip of the switch. Kramer felt so incredibly tired. A solid week now without a moment's sleep, not since he had Carl killed. If he'd had the courage, he would have activated his device right then, joined Carl in the hereafter moments later. Carl's adjutant and several other senior invasion force generals had petitioned to see him over and over. Problems mounting up, issues that needed to be resolved, paperwork that needed signing. He could face none of those things right now. And there'd be no sleep either, because the moment his eyes closed, the nightmares came. His assassin was no longer some time policeman from the future, but some dark, formless entity from hell, hungrily seeking his soul, ready to drag him down through a rip in space-time to burn for eternity for daring to step, albeit briefly, through space-time. "Burn for eternity," he muttered quietly. His thumb toyed with the toggle switch. "Paul, it's time." "You're back," he said flatly. The voice had been so quiet these last few days. Paul thought it had abandoned him. "I never left you. I thought I was going to die alone." "No, you and I will face destiny together." Kramer gently applied pressure to the switch. "Just a little more, Paul. An ounce more pressure on this tiny little switch, and all life on this world will be gone." He smiled weakly. There was poetry in that, to create a new world, a new history, and then be the one to destroy it. Like a child builds a sandcastle, then in a moment of vainglory tramples all over it. "That's right. We achieved so much, didn't we?" The toggle switch clicked over, and the world turned white. Chapter 85. 2001, New York. Foster finished telling Liam their story as they stood in the back street just outside the open shutter door and gazed upon the ruined city. "My God," Liam whispered. "What do you think happens to this world?"
"A nuclear war of some sort is the only thing I can think of," said Foster. "I was hoping you might have a better idea, though."
"I don't know," said Liam. "Kramer's army had finished the job of conquering America. I heard of no other wars going on. He still had Russia and China to take, but that wasn't happening yet back where we were." Foster shrugged.
"Then something must have happened not long after you left. Perhaps this Kramer started a nuclear war, who knows?"
Foster offered him an encouraging smile.
"We get things fixed in the past, and we'll never need to know what happened after you left, because
it never will have happened," Liam finished. The old man patted his arm proudly.
"You're getting the hang of it, lad."
They stepped back inside and cranked down the shutter door. Inside, Bob had been busy fixing up the holes in the brickwork as best he could and hefting the bodies of the creatures outside. They sat down at the table, joining Maddie, who quietly nursed a mug of coffee in both hands, still clearly very shaken by the attack. "Foster, you said it was possible we might get Sal back, if things right themselves." The old man shrugged.
"It's just a possibility, Liam. One of many possibilities."
Liam reached for a mug and sipped some of the tepid brew. "But right now, out there somewhere, you're absolutely certain she's dead?" Foster sighed.
"We can only hope so. Whatever she went through."
He shook his head tiredly, his eyes briefly meeting Maddie's.
"Well, I'd like to think it's over now. It's done. She can't suffer anymore."
"But if we fixed things and she came back, would she remember?" Foster shook his head.
"I don't want to raise your hopes, even if we get the timeline corrected.
She may just stay gone for good. There are no guarantees.
She was so terrified, whispered Maddie. I saw them carry her away. I saw the look in her eyes.
There was nothing you could have done, Foster sighed. Absolutely nothing. If I'd not stopped you from going after her, then you'd have shared the same fate as her.
But she was just a kid,
cried Maddie angrily.
Just a kid. I told you we should have gone after her.
If we had, we'd be dead, too, he replied softly. I'm sorry, Madeline. I truly am. But this is what it is. We just have to get on with it. He turned back to Liam. Our focus has to be on one thing now. One thing only. Correcting time. That, literally, is all that matters.
A moment of silent reflection. Then both Liam and Maddie nodded. He was right.
Now, Liam, you said you'd identified a possible point in time for us to send you back to.
Yes, it was in that Hitler fella's second book.
In the correct timeline, Adolf Hitler wrote Mein Kampf in, 1925, and he shot himself in 1945, so he never got to write any more books.
Yes, said Liam, but in the past that we were sent to, Hitler lived on and wrote this second book, and shortly after that he was kicked out of the job by this Kramer fella, who became the new Führer.
Okay, so in this second book,
there's this chapter where he describes receiving inspiration from God in the form of an angel. Apparently it's a well-known chapter. Hitler never actually mentions Kramer's name specifically, but it's assumed that when he refers to a guardian angel and divine inspiration, it's Kramer he's talking about.
Go on.
I learned a lot about this guy Kramer while I was in that prison camp. He was a very mysterious man who seems to sort of pop up out of the woodwork from nowhere. No family history, no details of a childhood. A real mystery man. He took credit for steering Hitler away from launching an attack on Russia in 1941. He claims to have personally invented most of the modern weapons that helped them win the war, that allowed them to invade America and wipe out their armed forces within just a few weeks. His people worshipped him almost like a god, and I think he encouraged the idea that he was extraordinary in some way. Apparently, up until he launched his invasion on America, he was the most written about man of his time. Hundreds of books about him, all trying to work out who he was and where he'd come from.
And you recall the when and where of Hitler's first encounter with them?
Yes, replied Liam. There was a fella who told me, a man called Wallace. If he remembered it correctly, that is, then yes, I can tell you the time and the place. Foster considered that in silence for a moment.
So, this Kramer is our target, then. We can only presume he's some foolish technician from the future who fancied the idea of going back in time and ruling the world. Somebody who decided to step into the past at a crucial tipping point and make his own history.
I suppose.
Liam, you understand what you're to do?
Locate him
and kill him, execute him, before he meets Hitler, before he has a chance to change anything to affect history.
Sure.
All right, then. Give me those details of time and place.
Chapter 86 2001, New York. Liam looked at the empty plexiglass cylinder. There's no water in there. It's empty.
We don't have a water supply. You'll have to go back dry this time.
So, do I still climb into the tube thing? Foster shook his head.
I'll open the time window right here on the floor. It'll mean a scoop of our lovely concrete floor will be going back with you, but I'm afraid that can't be helped.
But you told me nothing but ourselves can go back.
That's right. The less potential for contamination, the better. But look, on this occasion, there's not a lot we can do. There's no water. Anyway, I'm not sure we'd have enough charge left to shift 30 gallons of water as well as you two back into the past.
Foster returned to the console.
I have April 15th, 1941 set as the timestamp. The coordinates will place you in some woods near a road that leads up to where Hitler's Obersalzberg retreat once stood. This is the only road in.
He turns to face Liam and Bob.
It's the only way in for this Kramer, too. Now, I'm assuming he arrived as some sort of a special guest. Perhaps he managed to convince an influential general or a Nazi bigwig to arrange an audience for him with Adolf Hitler.
Would he not have opened a window right inside the building? Right in front of the man?
Foster shook his head. If it were me, I wouldn't. What if you appeared right in front of a guard? You'd be gunned down on sight. No, he said, stroking the gray-white bristles of his week-old beard. Far safer to have appeared somewhere quiet, then make an approach through some official channel. That's how I would do it. An offer of untold wealth or strategic knowledge of the enemy, something to bluff my way into the offices of some senior Nazi official.
He turned back to the console.
You say Hitler wrote that his profound moment of inspiration occurred at 9:30 p.m. on that night. I have set your time stamp for 8:30 p.m., an hour earlier. If Kramer managed to arrange an audience with Hitler, then it's a reasonable assumption he arranged to be punctual. His meeting might have been for 9:30 p.m., but he presumably would arrive a little earlier to ensure he was there on time to go through whatever security procedures they carried out back then.
If we miss him?
If you fail to intercept Kramer, sighed Foster, then we've missed our chance.
What then?
The old man shook his head. It means it's game over. History remains changed. God help us all.
We'll be stuck back in 1941, won't we?
Yes, Liam. And Maddie and I will be stuck here.
They stared at each other in silence. Liam realized their fate would be worse than his. What about those creatures?
Foster waved his hand and smiled grimly. Let's forget about them for now, shall we?
Maddie stepped across the floor over snaking cables. She grasped Liam's arm and looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. Just make sure you get him, okay?
He nodded.
She looked up at the support unit. I've downloaded all the historical information we have on Obersalzberg and the surrounding area from the database onto Bob's hard drive.
Bob stirred.
Affirmative.
If you're successful, Liam, said Foster, and history realigns, we'll have a power feed once more. We can bring you home. The initial return window will be 9:30 p.m. from the same coordinates. The first backup will be 10:30 p.m. The second backup will be 24 hours later. Is that clear?
Yes, sir,
said Liam. If you fail, said Foster, stepping toward him, if it doesn't work out, son, then don't throw your life away on some foolish gamble, eh? He placed a hand on Liam's shoulder. Find a way to survive. You'll have Bob to help you for the first 6 months. Find a way to survive and live your life as best you can.
What about you two?
Foster reached out and squeezed Maddie's hand. Don't worry about us, Liam. We've got something arranged.
Maddie nodded and offered him a thin smile. That's right.
The four of them stared at each other in silence for a moment, understanding the stakes, knowing this was their one and only chance to set things right. She looked up at Bob, standing stiffly to attention in his blood-spattered SS uniform.
Oh, that's definitely you.
She punched him softly on the chest.
Look after Liam, you dumb ape.
Affirmative.
She grinned, a rim of moisture beginning to spill from her eyes. And you, Liam? Come back safe, okay?
He nodded.
That's the plan.
Chapter 87 1941 Woods outside Obersalzberg.
Falling again. Falling through a dark void.
Liam had just enough time to wonder whether he was ever going to get used to the stomach-lurching sensation before he found himself waist-deep in a drift of snow.
Oh, great!
Liam looked around at the snow-covered pine trees, glowing almost a luminescent blue by the light of the quicksilver moon.
Thick branches of fir needles were weighed down beneath a heavy shroud of freshly fallen snow. Beneath the thin material of his SS uniform, he shivered. "Jesus, it's bloody for freezing," he hissed under his breath, sending a plume of condensation out before him. "Glad we're not just wearing wet pants right now. Wait a minute, isn't that going to cause a contamination problem?"
"Acceptable level of contamination at this point," replied Bob. "We will return with our clothes."
He stopped mid-stride for a moment, consulting data in his head.
"Information. 200 yards ahead is the road leading to the Eagle's Nest."
"Right."
"Recommendation. We attempt to acquire better weapons and appropriate clothing and disguise."
Liam nodded eagerly at the suggestion of appropriate clothing. The support unit led the way, pushing through the wood's undergrowth, dislodging hissing showers of shifting snow from the low branches above them. They walked quietly through the hushed winter forest until finally Liam could make out a narrow road, snow shoveled to either side to keep it passable. Bob squatted down, surveying the way ahead, and Liam joined him. The road, little more than a dirt track, climbed the hill gently. 50 yards up they could see a guard hut picked out in the glow of a swiveling floodlight, sandbags on either side, and a removable barrier blocking the way. A small smile crept across Liam's quivering lips. "Nothing Bob can't handle there." "If you can take out those guards," said Liam quietly, "we could wait right there for Kramer." Bob nodded.
"Affirmative. That is a good plan. I shall—"
He froze. "Bob, what is it?"
"I have just detected emerging tachyon particles in the vicinity."
His gray eyes swiveled onto Liam.
"A time window has just been opened nearby."
"What? You sure it's not traces of our own time window you're picking up?"
"It is not us."
Liam glanced at the trees around them. "Nearby?"
"Very close. Within 300 yards of our position."
Foster's guesswork must have been wrong. This guy Kramer hadn't already been back in 1941 for some time, working at getting an audience with Hitler. He'd only just arrived.
"I am detecting a significant number of decaying particles."
"And that means?"
"One large displacement window, or many smaller windows."
Liam bit his lip with dawning realization. "It's not just Kramer on his own, is it?" It was then that they heard movement through the trees, faint at first. The swish of a snow-laden branch pushed aside, the soft clink and rattle of webbing and carried equipment, the hushed whisper of several voices, all of it coming their way.
"Recommendation. We should hide."
Liam looked around in the darkness. The glow of moonlight made everything that wasn't snow-covered stand out in stark contrast. Unless they could quickly bury themselves, they were going to be spotted. He looked up at the tree they were squatting beneath. "Up there," he pointed. "In the tree." Bob nodded. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Liam and effortlessly hefted him up onto the lowest branch. Silently, and with the grace of a gymnast on parallel bars, he swung up beside him, the branch creaking worryingly beneath his immense weight. The noises grew subtly louder, closer, until Liam was able to see movement. Dark shapes warily emerged from beneath the shadow of trees, stepping cautiously across the glowing snow below. Then, almost unbelievably, coming to a halt beneath the very tree they were hiding in. They squatted down and surveyed the track heading up the hill just as Bob had done a moment earlier. Then he heard one of them talking softly. "This is it, Carl. This is it. Hitler's winter retreat." An accent he vaguely recognized. He recalled the precise tones, the voice of recited speeches endlessly broadcast over the prison camp speakers. "Kramer?" A second voice.
"Der Keldsteinhaus, the Eagle's Nest. It does not appear that heavily guarded."
This one had a clipped, foreign-sounding accent. Liam strained to hear what the men said next, their voices quieter still. Then Kramer spoke more clearly. A little farther up the hillside, only a few hundred yards away, is an SS garrison housing 400 or 500 of them. They will happily die to defend their leader. Your men will have to be very fast, Carl." His voice dropped again. Then the second murmured a response. Liam turns to look at Bob, perched perfectly still on the branch beside him like a night owl watching the progress of some small rodent and poised, ready to leap.
"Switch to night vision, gentlemen,"
hissed the second man. In the darkness below them, Liam saw something glowing a soft, ghostly green among the gathered men, then several more. He realized they were goggles of some sort.
"Mr. Kramer, sir,"
whispered one of the men.
"It is Kramer."
Liam felt his heart suddenly flutter. "What is it, Rudy?"
"Will we actually get to meet Adolf Hitler tonight, for real?"
Another heavily accented voice.
"Yes, Rudy, you will. Tonight, gentlemen."
Kramer raised his voice from a whisper to a soft murmur for them all to hear.
"We are going to write a brand new history together."
Bob tapped Liam on the arm. They were too close to the men below to be able to talk. Instead, the support unit gestured to them, an unmistakable gesture that told him,
"I am ready."
Liam swallowed anxiously, feeling his gut churning once again with fear. Gritting his teeth, he nodded.
"Do it."
Chapter 88 1941, Woods outside Salzburg. Bob dropped silently down out of the tree onto the men below. Liam heard the heavy thud of his solid body and the unmistakable crack of bones. Then all hell broke loose. Voices brittle with alarm and confusion, the dark swirling scrum of figures below illuminated for a freeze-frame second by the single muzzle flash of a silenced weapon. Bob, a bloodied knife in one hand, mid-slash across the chest of one man, his other big hand crushing the throat of another of them. Several more strobing muzzle flashes in the confusing darkness, accompanied by the muted puff of a silenced rifle. The fleeting light showed 4 tangled bodies on the ground already, blood pooling across the snow. Bob thrashed at another man with lethal speed and agility, and at least another dozen men around him recovered from the moment of surprise and cocked their guns to fire.
"I have to help him."
Liam pulled the pistol out of his holster and aimed it at one of the dark outlines, one of the men who looked most ready to fire, and pulled the trigger. The loud crack from his gun echoed through the trees, no doubt arousing the SS guards up the road. One of the men below him grunted and went down, clutching his thigh.
"My God, I actually hit something."
Having now given his position away, he realized he couldn't sit perched up on the branch anymore. Grimacing and gritting his teeth, he dropped down to the ground into the thick of the fight. He landed heavily on the back of one of the dead men. Around him, all he could hear was the grunting, the labored breath of a dozen or more men, shrill words barked in German, accented English, and 1 or 2 other languages.
"Sir, shoot him! Shoot! Shoot! Out of the way, Schwartz!"
A machine gun spewed a salvo of muzzle-suppressed taps and lit the scene with flickering light. Liam saw Bob take 6 shots in the chest, his black tunic erupting with exit wounds and geysers of dark blood. Not enough to stop him, though. In an instant he was upon the one who'd fired, his blade a lethal flash of quicksilver death across the man's throat. Another short burst from someone else caught Bob from behind, and once more his uniform tunic danced, tattered, ripped, and bloody. Liam fired several rapid-fire rounds at the dark shape. It buckled and fell to the snow. Bob leaped forward at another man, his hand twisting the blade into him, but he was slowing down now. Still a deadly force, but no longer with the devastating whip-tail speed of a lethal predator. Instead, he had the lumbering energy of a cornered and exhausted mammoth, his flesh-and-blood body weakened by too many wounds to recover from. Another short, silenced burst of gunfire, sounding like a walking stick dragged across a wooden picket fence. Bob staggered back heavily.
"Scheiße! Töten Sie ihn!"
Another rattle of suppressed fire. Bob collapsed to his knees, wavered for a moment, and fell face first into the snow. A flashlight snapped onto Liam. Caught in its glare, he instantly tossed the gun aside and raised his hands. "Don't shoot, please." The light panned across his face, blinding him. "On your knees." Liam dropped down into the snow. "Who the hell are you?" My name's Liam." "Who sent you?" There was no official name for the agency, none that Foster had been prepared to tell him anyway. I'm an agent from the future." The flashlight beam dropped down out of his face, and Liam could now see from the glow that only 4 of them remained standing. The man holding the light spoke again. "From the future? So soon?" said Kramer. There was bitterness in his voice, bitter and resentful that his bid to change history had already, after mere minutes, been intercepted. Liam knew for certain his life was now going to be measured in minutes, if not seconds. "But this is impossible. Waldstein's was the only machine," snapped Kramer. "You have to keep him talking, Liam. Keep him talking." "No, Kramer, you're wrong. The people I work for have machines. We're here to protect history." Kramer took a step toward him. "But why?" He shook his head angrily. "Why? The world we've come from, it's dying. We killed it with our pollution, we overpopulated it, sucked it dry of resources, wiped out almost every other species." He squatted down in front of Liam. "Why would anyone want to preserve that kind of future?" Liam looked up at him. He realized from the haunted expression on Kramer's face that perhaps he wasn't driven by greed or an insatiable thirst for power, but maybe by better intentions. "Why would anyone want to protect that?" he asked again. I've seen the future you made," uttered Liam, "with my own eyes. It's a world of ashes and ruins." Kramer's eyes narrowed. "What?" "You will end up doing something terrible, and it will destroy the world, leaving nothing. The future may be bad, but what you do makes it far worse." One of the other 3 men stepped forward and stood beside Kramer. "We came back here to make a better world," he said adamantly, "not to destroy it." It was the heavily accented man, the one called Carl. Liam shook his head. "But somehow that's exactly what you will end up doing. Something will go wrong. Something you do will lead to a... What was it Foster said? A nuclear war. And there'll be nothing left." Liam looked from one of them to the other. "God help me. I've seen what's left of humanity. Pitiful ghouls, living on each other's flesh." Carl's eyes widened. For a moment he looked lost, confused. "If there is a hell, if there really is, then I've seen it," said Liam. "And it will be your actions that create it." "Paul," Carl turned to Kramer. "Paul, could this be true?" Kramer shook his head, his eyes searching for truth in Liam's face. In the distance they heard a siren begin to wail. Liam's unsilenced gunshots had clearly alerted the SS guards. The entire regiment would be roused and combing the woods soon. "You say you have seen this yourself?" asked Kramer. Liam nodded. "And I think I'd rather die here than go back to that." Clouds of vapor filled the space between them, caught like fleeting pale ghosts in the flashlight beam. "Paul," said Carl, "this must be a lie." Kramer's face was shrouded with conflicting thoughts, conflicting emotions. In the distance they could hear the barking of dogs over the mournful wailing of the sirens, voices raised and growing closer. Kramer shook his head. Something in the expression on his face, the glint of his haunted eyes, told Liam that deep inside his troubled mind a decision was being made. But what it was, he'd never know. A burst of silenced gunfire ripped through the stillness. Kramer's Arctic camouflage jacket spat blood, and then he flopped to the ground. Carl and the other 2 men turned around to open fire on Bob. The support unit was splayed on his back, holding one of their machine guns loosely in its left hand. Most of their unaimed shots sent divots of dry snow into the air, but all of Bob's shots landed home, dropping each of the 3 men with surgical precision.
"Bob!"
gasped Liam, scrambling across the ground wet with blood, snow stained dark as night.
"Bob, I thought you were dead."
Up close, he could see the support unit had taken too many chest and stomach wounds to possibly survive.
Information.
He gurgled blood out of the side of his mouth.
"No, shh, Bob,"
whispered Liam, cradling the support unit's head in his lap. His coarse, dark hair, grown over the last 6 months and long enough to lose a fist in, was matted and wet from a head wound. Bob's gray eyes blinked and fluttered. He was doing some housekeeping on his hard drives, collating files, compressing data.
"Bob?"
His eyes cleared and looked on Liam.
Mission Priority 1. Must destroy the weapons. Advanced weapons technology.
Yes, of course."
Gather the weapons together. Destroy them with a grenade,
he said, pointing toward an equipment bag lying on the snow nearby.
Grenades are in that bag. Use one. Set off the others.
Liam nodded, and realized there were warm tears running down his cheeks. Realized he was shedding tears for a broken machine.
"Bob,
You must be quiet and listen."
He could hear voices now, dozens of them calling out to each other, and baying dogs eager to be let off the leash. In the distance, lights flickered faintly through the woods. Floodlights up on the hill where Hitler's Berghof was located sent beams into the sky. The entire hillside seemed to be alive with activity.
Mission Priority 2. You must leave Liam O'Connor. You must not be captured alive. Hide, await the return window or backup window. You must leave immediately.
"Just help me get you up. I'll not leave you here to—"
Negative. Self-termination must be activated.
"No, don't you do that, Bob. I mean it. Don't you do it."
Bob gurgled more blood.
Mission Priority 3. Support unit cannot fall into the hands of...
"No, that's crazy. We can get you out of here. If you'll just get off your backside, you big lump."
Negative. You must leave now. You should leave now.
"Bob, will you shut your mouth for just a second?"
Leave now. Leave now.
"Bob, please, you don't need to terminate. I'll do it.
He looked around the blood-stained snow and saw what he was after. Chapter 89. 2001, New York. Still. Quiet, but for the rustling of a lifeless breeze across the barren landscape. Tall spires of rusted metal and crumbling concrete stand over the lost remnants of a place once called Times Square. The creak of a long faded sign swinging from a lamp post. The squeak and bang of a window shutter somewhere, caught and played with by the haunting wind. A sickly yellow sun behind scudding brown, irradiated clouds casts pallid beams down onto ashes and dust. From the darkness inside gutted and scorched buildings, milky eyes look out hungrily for some other meager supply of food. A rat, a dog, if any are left, perhaps another of its kind. Not a dying world, but a dead world, just waiting on these last pitiful skeletal survivors of mankind to realize the time has come for them to die. But, gently at first, the breeze freshens. That loose window shutter across the square bangs ever more heavily. Small clouds of dust whip along the ground. The wheel on a rusted and upended stroller turns slowly with a click, click, click of bearings. Then, faintly, blink and you'd miss it, the slightest shimmer. Like the ripple across the hot asphalt of a highway on a midsummer's day. The flicker of hot air above a bonfire. A shimmer, flickering, undulating, changing. The tallest dead spire overlooking Times Square now has windows unbroken, as do the other buildings, one after the other. One can see clear roads and faint ghostly apparitions moving along them, clearer now, not ghostly but solid. Cars, buses, trains, people. The sky has changed from an unhealthy poisoned brown to a wet Tuesday gray and the persistent drizzle of mean-spirited rain. Tall, crimson-colored banners with the emblem of a snake eating its tail suddenly adorn every lamp-post. Placards appear above store entrances, featuring the face of a leader who promises to unite the world under his rule. Soldiers in gray and black uniforms and tall leather boots patrol soulless, ordered streets, full of soberly dressed civilians quietly, obediently going to work. This, at least, is life, not a dead world anymore. The breeze freshens again. The banners flutter as if sensing something more is on its way. Another shimmer. Another change is coming, rippling forward through months, years, decades of time as events realign, destinies change, and possibilities find correct versions of themselves. The wet gray sky slowly clears, the rain stops. The pennants and banners vanish with a whisper, the placards disappear. With a final flourish and twist of reality, Times Square becomes noisy, garish, busy, impatient, filled with rude people on cell phones, organizing their day ahead, jostling each other for sidewalk space, lining up for breakfast bagels and Starbucks coffee. A giant green ogre called Shrek peers out from a poster. A homeless man pushing a shopping cart full of cardboard boxes and topped with a tarp takes a moment to sit down on a bench and watch the busy world go by. A lovely blue sky, unseasonably warm sun for this time of year, and the distant drone of an approaching plane on the far horizon. Chapter 90. 2001, New York. Maddie lay on her cot in the dark. Opposite, she could hear Foster's labored breathing, the wheezy rattle of an unwell man. All was quiet in the archway, except for the drip of water from the brick ceiling somewhere out in the darkness. The generator had finally stopped thudding. She had lost track of how long that had been now. Hours? A dozen? More? No power, no light. They'd used their last candle as they'd sat on either side of the table and discussed their options should Liam and Bob fail. Not many options, if truth be told. The choices available to them boiled down to just one, really. When to do it. When to use the last 2 rounds in the shotgun. When they'd both be ready to admit that all was lost. She hadn't been foolish enough to let herself think this was actually going to work, that some foggily remembered date from an autobiography that should never have been written would lead Liam and Bob right to the cause of all this. No. That was the kind of unlikely happy ending that belonged on some cheesy TV show or some crappy FX-laden blockbuster movie. The nick-of-time, last-minute reprieve for the good guys that you always knew was going to happen right from the moment the opening credits rolled. Maddie's face was buried in the pillow when the ceiling lights in the field office winked silently on. Half asleep, it wasn't until her ears registered the soft hum of the machinery that maintained the time bubble quietly initializing itself that she stirred and turned her face to one side. It took another long moment for her to realize the power had come back on, that the archway was bathed in a flickering, clinical light. Is this for real? Or am I dreaming? She sat up quickly on her cot, almost banging her head against the rough springs of the bunk above, and smiled. It's not a dream. Foster! She reached across and shook his shoulder. Foster! His rustling breath caught, and with a moan of painful discomfort, he roused and opened dark, sallow eyes. What is it, Madeline? She pointed up at the bulb in the wire cage above them, glowing brightly. Foster, I think they did it. Several minutes later, they were standing outside in their trash-strewn back street, savoring the return of a familiar world. A lovely sunny day in September. The rumble of traffic over the Williamsburg Bridge above them, the honk of impatient horns, the distant wail of a police siren. Life. Impatient life.
"I've never seen anything so beautiful,"
cried Maddie, her cheeks unashamedly wet.
"Nor I,"
replied Foster. She stretched an arm around his sloped shoulders and planted a kiss on a cheek as dry and wrinkled as parchment.
"We made it,"
she whispered. Foster smiled.
"Then let's bring them back home, shall we?"
The lights in the archway flickered momentarily as a result of the drain of power. The hum of the displacement machinery rose in pitch, and then, all of a sudden, there it was. Maddie could see the shimmering outline of the window in the middle of the floor, appearing in exactly the same place it had when they'd sent both of them back to 1941. Within the window, she could see a faint, rippling image, like a reflection in a disturbed pool of water. It looked to her like a world of trees and snow. Then, into view, the wavering silhouette of something dark merged into the puddle-like image. Unmistakably, a human figure. Someone coming to them. A moment later, Liam stepped alone onto the floor of the arch.
"Liam!"
screamed Maddie with initial delight. Then she saw that his hands and arms were slick with wet and drying blood. His uniform, his neck, his face, pale like a ghost, splattered with dark droplets.
"Oh my God! What happened? Liam, are you okay?"
He turns to look at her, his mouth struggling to reply, searching for words. Foster stepped forward.
"Liam, lad, are you all right?"
He looked at the old man, frowning, struggling to take things in, blinking back the brightness from the strip lights above him. Finally, he nodded as he opened the palm of one hand and held out something metallic. It was the size of a small cell phone and coated with clots of drying blood.
"I managed to—"
He took a breath and tried again.
"Well, anyway, here's Bob."
Foster reached for the object, taking it from him gently.
"You did well, Liam,"
he replied softly, knowing full well the grisly deed that Liam had just carried out.
"That's no easy thing to do. Come sit down, lad,"
he added, leading him over to the table and chairs.
Did we do it?"
Liam asked. Maddie grinned and hugged him tightly in answer to his question.
"Yes, Liam,"
replied Foster.
"You did it."
Chapter 91. 2001, New York. A couple hours later, after Liam had given a more detailed account of his time in the past, he was fast asleep on one of the cots. His snoring seemed to reverberate through the arch even more noisily than the generator had. Foster worked over at the computer desk. Having scrubbed Bob's neural processor clean of brain tissue and blood, he connected it to the computer system and began downloading the entire content of its hard drive.
"Bob's AI is in there among that,"
he said, nodding toward the loading bar slowly creeping across the screen.
"That's a lot of data uploading there," said Maddie.
"Well, he was away for nearly 6 months. All the time his eyes and ears were recording everything that was going on."
"So what's the deal with Bob? Is his AI intact?"
Foster shrugged.
"I'm no computer expert, so I don't know how it works, but the code that makes up Bob's AI will merge with the computer systems."
He tapped the keyboard.
"You'll be able to communicate with him in there."
"Right. 6 months of learning. I guess that AI code's a lot smarter than the idiot that plopped out of the birthing tube."
Foster chuckled.
"Oh, yes."
She looked at him.
"How are we going to grow ourselves another support unit? Those tubes are smashed. The gunk they were growing in has all gone bad."
He raised a hand.
"There's going to be a lot of work to do to get this field office online again."
"I'll help you with that. You look tired."
If she was being honest, she would have said he looked ready to keel over and die.
"New clone embryos and growing solution. The generator needs replacing, the walls fixed up. You need to replenish our supplies," he added.
"A new generator? That's going to cost money."
"Fine," said Foster. "Just go find a hardware store and buy another."
"We've got enough money?"
"As much as you'll ever need. It's in a bank account."
"Cool. Do we get a debit card with that or something?" He turned to her.
"That's one of many things I'm going to need to go through with you before—"
His voice trailed off. "Before what?"
Foster looked uncomfortable.
"Before I leave."
"Leave? Leave? You can't leave us. Neither of us know what the heck we're doing just yet. Jesus, I certainly don't."
"You did fine," Foster smiled. "You did just fine. I'd say right now there's no team better trained to do this than you. You survived the ordeal. You'll be able to cope with pretty much anything else this job has to throw at you. Of that, I'm sure."
"Team? There's no team. There's just me and Liam now."
She cast a glance at the bank of monitors in front of her and the upload bar, now inching past the halfway mark. "Oh, and a computer system that's soon going to start insisting we call it Bob." It was then they heard the soft scrape of feet behind them. They turned around to see Sal standing in the middle of the archway, a shopping bag in one hand, looking curiously down at the small crater of scooped-out concrete in the floor.
"So what happened here? This place is a real mess,"
she said, shaking her head disapprovingly.
"I go out for a couple of hours to get some milk and bagels for breakfast and come back and it's like someone's been drilling holes in the wall outside. And someone dropped a bowling ball on the floor here?" "Sal?"
Maddie's jaw dropped.
"Sal!"
A dark eyebrow arched quizzically.
Yeah, and you're alive!"
Maddie leaped up from the desk and swept the confused girl into her arms.
"Oh my God, you're alive! You're alive!"
Foster could see Sal's bewildered face over Maddie's shaking shoulder.
Is someone going to tell me what's been going on while I was out?"
Chapter 92 2001, New York.
Monday. They haven't told me everything that happened. I can tell some things went on that they're keeping from me. But I know now that while I was out buying milk and bagels, a time shift happened. The world changed, and Liam and Bob went into the past to fix it. Liam told me he and Bob were actually stuck in the past for 6 whole months, and I know about none of it. Time travel is such a strange thing to get your head around. And they said our field office was attacked, but no one's told me by who or what yet. There are scratch marks everywhere on the wall outside, like someone took a scouring pad to the bricks. Maybe we were attacked by an army of porcupines or something. Many of the things in the back room were broken, shards of glass and stuff everywhere. So I guess there was a struggle back there. I wish they'd just tell me everything instead of trying to protect me just 'cause I'm the youngest. And Bob died. I know that's affected Liam. He's missing him. I see him typing to Bob on the computer system every day. Maddie tells him not to be so broken up about it. He's not actually gone. He's just in the computer instead. She said it's no different than, like, chatting to a friend on MSN. I miss the big guy, too. Foster says we can grow another Bob once the birthing equipment has been sorted out. I'm not sure how I'll feel, though, about a Bob version 2. It just won't be the same Bob. Or will it? I mean, they're clones, so I suppose it will be exactly the same. Maddie's been very busy. Foster says she's the team leader and needs to do a lot of learning while we rest up and recover. The birthing tubes in the back room have to be replaced, and we'll need new cloned fetuses and supplies of that gooey goop they float in. Foster's getting Maddie to sort out those things. We also have to get a new backup generator installed to replace the old one, and supplies of food and water and diesel and so many other things. We're all going to be kept busy for the next few days, that's for sure. You know, I hate that I completely missed out on whatever happened. I feel like I'm still the newbie here, and the other two are now sort of like old hands. In fact, all 3 of them seem a bit different, like what happened changed them somehow. Like, for example, Liam. He's sort of older now. I swear he's grown an inch or 2 taller. He seems bigger, firmer, less boyish and a little more manly. Obviously, he's 6 months older than he was, but it's actually like he's 2 or 3 years older. It's weird. Maddie jokes around a little less now. She seems to have so much on her mind all the time, like she's about to take a whole bunch of exams and she hasn't done any studying. And then there's Foster. I worry about him. He looks so sick and so much older. Coming back from my shopping trip, it was like he'd sort of aged 100 years in the time that I was out. I figured it would be rude to blurt something out about how he looked really old all of a sudden, so I haven't said anything about it these last few days. I guess it's a time travel thing. So incredibly weird, though, this time travel business. It really messes with your head.
Sal looked up from writing her diary and slurped a spoon from her breakfast bowl of Rice Krispies. The cereal had gotten soggy in the milk as she'd been scribbling away. She stared disinterestedly at one of the bank of computer monitors in front of her. She'd tuned the signal feed from CNN to the Discovery Channel, and right now Toy Story 2 was on. Buzz and the gang desperately trying to cross a busy highway disguised as traffic cones. Sal had seen it many times over. It had been one of her dad's favorites.
The arch is quiet right now. Liam is on his bunk, his nose stuck in a history book all about World War II. He does a lot of reading. Says he never ever wants to be stuck again in a time he knows nothing about. Maddie and Foster went out earlier. He told her he had a number of things to discuss with her, confidentially. I don't like that there are things he's telling her and not me and Liam. It doesn't seem fair. After all, we're a team, aren't we?
Sal had watched them both step out under the open shutter door a couple of hours ago. Foster had waved goodbye, but there was something about the way he'd done that, a rueful smile as he'd surveyed the scruffy place. In fact, the old man had been acting very odd these last few days. She wondered if it was because he was tired. Foster seemed to have too much on his shoulders, too much to do. She decided, when they returned, she'd insist he sit back in one of the tattered old armchairs they had around the table, put his feet up, and she'd pamper him. Make him some coffee, some toast, whatever he wanted. He looked like he could do with some TLC. Chapter 93. 2001, New York.
So, said Foster eventually, now you know everything you need to know, Madeline. Everything.
Maddie stared back across the table at him. It was mid-morning and Starbucks was relatively quiet. The morning rush for lattes and frappuccinos had come and gone, and now the coffee shop was half empty.
And now you know why I'm dying. Why I can't risk riding time anymore. Why I can't live in the field office's time bubble anymore.
Because, she looked at him, because the technology is killing you? Because of those tachyon particle things?
Yes, he replied. The damage it does builds up slowly over time. You don't notice it at first, but it catches up on you really fast eventually. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to live outside the bubble, but it'll be longer than if I remain inside with you.
If you did stay?
Stayed with you inside? He shrugged. It's hard to tell. Maybe I'd live on a few more days, a week or two at most. He sighed. It's not an exact science, and I'm no doctor.
Maddie bit her lip. I'm sorry.
Don't be. He smiled weakly. It goes with being an operative. I was told early on, when I first started out and I was a fit young lad, that being a time rider would eventually kill me.
But you carried on regardless.
Given all the wonderful history I've seen, Maddie, all the history I've touched, smelled, tasted, all the experiences I've had, the things I've learned, Jesus, I'd do it all again, I really would.
You were given the same choice that you gave us. Join up or go back and face your predestined death?
Yes, he replied. And I don't regret a moment of it.
So, what about Liam? Foster pursed his lips in thought. Then eventually, reluctantly, he nodded.
Yes, I'm afraid Liam will end up like this. Time travel will age him faster than you or Sal. Time travel will sooner or later kill him, riddle his body with cancers.
She shook her head and looked down at her coffee and her muffin. All of a sudden, she had no appetite for either. Poor Liam. It was going to be up to her, as team leader, to tell him sometime, to let him know that each time he stepped through a displacement window and was sent back into the past, the cells of his body were going to become more and more corrupted, until finally they turned on themselves and became tumors that would eventually eat him up from the inside. So, she said after a while, where will you go?
I don't know, he shrugged. I guess I wouldn't mind feeling the sun on my face while enjoying a good hot dog. He grinned. Make the most of whatever time I've got left.
Will you stay in New York?
They say it's the city that never sleeps, and as someone once told me, you can do all the sleeping you want when you're dead. So I guess New York's the place for me.
They both laughed, a dry, sad noise that filled the space between them. He finished the last of his coffee.
Anyway, it was always my plan to visit New York and see the sights. I just got waylaid for a little while.
He reached for a bag at his feet, a small overnight bag with a few personal keepsakes and mementos.
Foster, wait,
said Maddie.
I'm not sure I can do this. I'm not sure we're ready to cope on our own.
You're more than ready. I know you'll make a great team.
How can you know? There's still so much we need to...
I know,
he said firmly, as he rose from his seat slowly, painfully, grimacing wearily from the effort.
Will we see you again?
You have all the information you need, Maddie. It's there in your head, in what I've told you, what you've learned, what you've experienced. Anything you don't know, well, there are notes in the computer's database, answers to all the questions you were ever likely to ask.
How do you know what I'm going to ask?
He winked.
This is time travel, Maddie. What goes around comes around.
She cocked her head, confused by his cryptic answer.
Yes, but if I needed your help, could I find you out here somewhere?
His frail, liver-spotted old hand squeezed her shoulder lightly.
You'll do just fine, Maddie. You will.
He turned away and shuffled toward the glass front of the coffee shop with his overnight bag slung over one shoulder. He looked like the world's oldest traveler, pulling the door open and stepping out onto the busy Manhattan sidewalk. She stifled an urge to call out, to chase after him and beg him to stay on a while longer with them. But then he was gone from view, lost amid the busy sidewalk traffic. For a while she watched the bustling street outside, pondering all the things Foster had told her, wondering how much of that information she ought to share with the others, how much of it was best she keep to herself. Already she was beginning to feel the burden of responsibility settling all too heavily on her narrow shoulders.
You finished?
Maddie looked up at the Starbucks employee standing beside her table, balancing a tray full of dirty mugs and half-eaten muffins, a girl the same age as her. For a moment she wondered what troublesome dilemmas kept her tossing and turning at night.
Go skating with Sheena and Kaisha tomorrow? Should I accept Danny's invitation to Jimmy's house party, or shall I go out with Stevie instead? Should I do an overtime shift Tuesday, or should I make it Wednesday? You finished? She asked again.
Maddie nodded, distracted.
Sure, I'm done here.
The employee balanced the mugs on the tray and perfunctorily ran a wet rag over the table. She moved on to the next table to ask the same question. Maddie watched her go, envious of what she supposed was an untroubled life of petty decisions. She realized right then that if she could wave a magic wand and swap places with her, she could clean tables and serve coffee, and Miss Starbucks could go and worry about keeping history the way it was, She'd do it in a heartbeat. But she realized, rubbing her tired eyes and thinking she needed to get a new pair of glasses, someone's got to do it, you know? Someone's got to keep an eye on time.
This book is over, but the story continues. Keep listening after the credits to hear the beginning of Day of the Predator, Book 2 in the Time Riders series, free. This has been an Audible Inc. production of Time Riders, written by Alex Scarrow, narrated by Aaron Landon. Producer, Mike Charsik. Copyright 2010 by Alex Scarrow. Production copyright 2013 by Audible Inc. And now, a free preview of Day of the Predator, Book 2 in the Time Riders series.
Chapter 1 2026, Mumbai, India. They'd heard the rumbling coming toward them down the echoing stairwell like a locomotive. Then all of a sudden, it was pitch black, the air thick with dust and smoke. Sal Vikram thought she was going to choke on the grit and particles of mortar she was sucking in through her nose, clogging her throat and the back of her mouth with a thick, chalky paste. It felt like an eternity before it was clear enough to see the emergency wall light in the stairwell once more. By its dim amber glow, she could see the lower flight of stairs was completely blocked by rubble and twisted metal spars. Above them, the stairwell they'd been clambering down only moments earlier was crushed by the collapsed floors above. She saw an extended arm emerging from the tangle of beams and crumbling cinder blocks, an arm white, perfectly still, reaching down to her as if pleading to be held or shaken.
"We're trapped," whispered her mother. Sal looked to her, then to her father. He shook his head vigorously, dust cascading off his thin hair.
"No, we are not. We dig."
He looked at Sal.
"That's what we do. We dig. Right, Salina?"
She nodded mutely. He turned to the others trapped in the emergency stairwell along with them.
"Yes,"
he said.
"We must dig. We can't wait for rescue."
Her father could have said more, could have completed that sentence, could have said what they were all thinking. That if the skyscraper had collapsed down to this floor, there was no reason why it wouldn't soon fold in on itself all the way down. Sal looked around. She recognized faces despite them all being painted ghost white with dust. Mr. and Mrs. Kumar from 2 apartments down, the Chaudhrys with their 3 young sons, Mr. Joshipura, a businessman like her father, but single, enjoyed a string of girlfriends. Tonight, presumably, he'd been on his own. And another man, standing at the back of the stairwell beneath the wall light. She didn't recognize him.
"If we move things, we may cause more of it to collapse,"
said Mrs. Kumar.
"She is right, Hari."
Hari Vikram turned to look at them all.
"Some of you are old enough to remember, yes. Remember what happened to the Americans in New York? Their twin towers."
Sal remembered the footage, something they'd been shown in history class. Both of those tall, magnificent buildings sliding down into the earth and disappearing among billowing dark gray clouds. Heads nodded. Everyone old enough remembered, but none of them stepped forward. As if to press the issue, a metal spar above creaked and slid, releasing a small avalanche of dust and debris down onto them.
"If we just wait here, we die,"
shouted her father.
"They will come,"
replied Mr. Joshipura.
"The firemen will soon." "No, I'm afraid they won't."
Sal turned toward the voice. The old man she hadn't recognized had finally said something.
"I'm afraid they won't come for you,"
he repeated, his voice softer this time. He sounded like a Westerner, English or American. And unlike everyone else, he wasn't coated in dust.
"They won't have time. This building has less than 3 minutes before the support struts on the floor beneath us give way. Combined with the weight of the collapsed floors above, it'll be enough for Palace Tower to go all the way down.
He looked around at them, at the wide eyes of the adults, the wider eyes of the children. "I'm truly sorry, but none of you are going to survive." The heat in the stairwell was increasing. A floor below, the flames had taken a firm hold, softening the steel girders of the skyscraper. Deep groans rippled and echoed around them. Hari Vikram studied the stranger for a moment. The fact that he was the only one not coated in a thick layer of chalky dust wasn't wasted on him.
"Wait, you are clean? How did you get in here? Is there another way through?"
The man shook his head.
"No." "But you were not with us before the floor collapsed. There must be some way."
"I have only just arrived," replied the man, "and I must leave soon. We really don't have much time." Sal's mother stepped toward him.
"Leave? How? Can you help us?"
"I can help only one of you." His eyes rested on Sal. "You, Salina Vikram." Sal felt every pair of eyes in the stairwell settle on her. "Take my hand," said the man.
"Who are you?"
asked her father. "I'm your daughter's only way out. If she takes my hand, she lives. If she doesn't, she will die, along with the rest of you." One of the young boys began to cry. Sal knew him. She'd babysat the Chaudhry boys. He was 9 and terrified, clutching his favorite stuffed animal, a one-eyed bear, tightly in both hands, as if the bear was his ticket out. Another deep moan from one of the skyscraper's structural support bars echoed through the small space on the stairwell, like the mournful call of a dying whale or the stress vibration of a sinking ship. The stale air around them, already hot, was becoming almost too painful to inhale. "We have just over 2 minutes," said the man. "The heat of the fire is causing the building's framework to deform. Palace Tower will collapse, directly in on itself at first, then sideways into the mall below. 5,000 people will be dead 120 seconds from now. And tomorrow the news will be all about the terrorists who caused this."
Who are you?"
asked her father again. The man, he looked old, perhaps in his 50s or 60s, stepped forward through the crowd, his hand extended toward Salina. "We don't have time. You have to take my hand," he said. Her father blocked his path.
"Who are you? How did you get through to us?"
The old man turned to him. "I'm sorry. There is no time. Just know that I arrived here, and I can leave just as easily."
"How?"
"How is unimportant. I simply can. And I can take your daughter, only your daughter, with me." The old man looked down at a watch on his wrist. "Now there really is little time left. 1.5 minutes. Sal watched her father's taut face, his mind working with business-like efficiency. No time for hows and whys. The flicker of fire was coming up from the blocked stairwell below them, sending dancing shadows through the dust-filled air. Hari Vikram stepped aside.
"Take her, then. You must take her."
Sal looked up at the old man, frightened at his strangeness, reluctant to offer her hand to him. Not that she believed in anything beyond this world, not Hindu gods, not angels or demons, but he seemed not of this world somehow. An apparition. A ghost. Her father angrily snatched at her hand.
"Salina, you must go with him."
She looked at her father, then her mother.
"Why can't we all go?"
The old man shook his head. "Only you, Salina. I'm sorry."
"Why?"
She realized tears were streaming down her cheeks, tracing dark tracks on her chalky face. "You're special," said the old man. "That is why."
"Please, you must take my boys too,"
called out Mrs. Chaudhry. The old man turned to her. "I can't. I wish I could, but I can't.
Please, they're so young, younger than this girl. They have their whole lives.
I'm sorry. It's not my choice. I can only take Selina.
Sal felt her father's hands on her shoulders. He pushed her roughly forward toward the stranger.
You take her. You take her now.
Dada, no.
You take her now.
No, not.
They heard a deep rumble and felt the floor trembling beneath their feet.
We have only seconds, said the old man. Hurry!
Selina!
Her father screamed.
You go!
Dada!
She cried. She turned to her mother.
Please, I can't.
The old man stretched forward and grasped her hand. He pulled her toward him, but she found herself instinctively squirming and twisting her hand to escape his tight grip.
No!
She screamed. The deep rumbling increased in volume, the floor shuddering, and cascades of dust and grit filled the air around them, tumbling down from above.
This is it,
the old man said.
The time has come. Selina, I can save your life if you come with me.
She looked at him. It seemed insane that he could save her, but somehow she believed him.
Your parents want this too.
His eyes, so intense, so old.
Yes,
yelled her father above the growing roar.
Please, take her now.
Beside his small frame, her mother was screaming, stretching out her hands to hold her one last time. Her father grabbed her, held her back.
No, my love. She must go.
Mrs. Chaudhry pushed her boys at the old man.
Please, take their hands too, take their hands.
The floor shook beneath their feet, lurching to one side. Sal suddenly felt lightheaded, as if she was falling.
This is it. It's coming down.
Then the floor suddenly fractured beneath their feet, revealing an ocean of churning, roiling flames, like gazing down into hell itself. And the last thing she recalled was seeing that one-eyed bear tumbling down through a large crack in the stairwell's floor into the fire below. Chapter 2. 2001, New York. Sal sat upright in her bunk, gasping for breath, feeling her cheeks wet with tears.
The nightmare again.
It was quiet and still in the archway. She could hear Maddie snoring on the bunk below, and Liam whimpering nonsensical words in his soft Irish accent, as he stirred restlessly on the bunk opposite. A muted lamp glowed softly from across the archway, lighting their wooden dinner table with the odd assortment of old armchairs around it. LEDs blinked among the bank of computer equipment across the way, hard drives whirring. One of the monitors remained on. She could see the computer system was doing a routine defrag and data file cleaning. It never slept. Not it. Not anymore. The computer wasn't it anymore. It was Bob. Unable to go back to sleep, she clambered off the top bunk. Maddie twitched in her sleep, and Liam also seemed to be unsettled. Maybe they too were reliving their last moments. Liam's sinking Titanic, Maddie's doomed airplane. The nightmares came all too often. She tiptoed across the archway, barefoot on the cold concrete floor, and sat down in one of the swivel chairs, tucking her feet under her and sitting on them for warmth. She grabbed the mouse and opened a dialog box. Her fingernails clacked softly on the keyboard.
Hey, Bob.
Is this Maddie?
No, it's Sal.
It is 2:37 a.m. You cannot sleep, Sal.
Nightmares.
Are you recalling your recruitment?
Recruitment. That's what the old man Foster had called it. Like she'd had any real choice in the matter. Life or death. Take my hand or be mashed to a pulp amid a crumbling skyscraper. She shuddered.
Great Jahula choice. Yeah, my recruitment.
You have my sympathy, Sal.
Thanks. She spoke softly into the desk mic, too lazy to type any more.
Anyway, the clickety-clack of the keyboard echoing through the archway was far more likely to disturb the others than her speaking quietly.
I miss them so much, Bob.
You miss your family.
Mom and Dad,
she sighed.
It seems like years ago.
You have been in the team 44 time cycles. 88 days precisely, Sal.
Time cycles. The 2-day time bubble that played out and reset for them, constantly keeping them and their field office in September 10 and 11, 2001, while the world outside moved on as normal. Outside. Outside was New York, Brooklyn, to be more precise. Streets she was now getting to know so well. Even the people she had conversations with, people who were never going to remember her, the Chinese laundromat lady, the Iranian man running the grocery store on the corner. Every time they spoke, it was, for them, the first time, a new face, a new customer to greet cheerily. But she already knew them, knew what they were about to say, how proud the Chinese lady was of her son, how angry the Iranian man was with the terrorists for bombing his city. This morning was Tuesday, September 11th, the second day of the ever-resetting time cycle. In just under 6 hours, the first plane was going to crash into the Twin Towers, and New York and all her inhabitants were going to change forever.
So what are you doing, Bob?
Data collation, hard drive maintenance, and reading a book.
Oh, cool. What are you reading?
A page of text appeared on the screen. She could see individual words momentarily highlight, one after the other in rapid, blinking succession, as Bob read while they talked.
Harry Potter.
Sal remembered seeing the old movies from the first decade of the century. They didn't do much for her, but her parents had liked them as children.
Are you enjoying it?
Bob didn't answer immediately. She noticed the flickering of highlighted words on the open page of text on the screen grind to a sudden halt, and the soft whirring sound of hard drives being spun momentarily ceased. Forming an opinion, that was something Bob struggled with. It required the computer system's entire capacity for him to actually formulate, or rather simulate, something as simple as a human emotion, a preference, a like or dislike. Finally, after a few seconds, she heard the hard drives whirring gently once again.
I like the magic very much.
Sal smiled as she acknowledged how many terabytes of computing power had gone into that simple statement. If she had a mean streak in her, she could have asked him what color he thought went best with violet, or what was tastier, chocolate or vanilla. It would probably lock the system for hours as Bob labored through infinite decision loops to finally come up with the answer that he was unable to compute a valid response. Bless him. Great at data retrieval, cross-referencing, and processing, but don't ask him to pick dessert off a menu. Chapter 3 2001, New York.
Monday, time cycle 45. Most of the damage that happened here in the archway with that last time wave, which changed everything to that weird, scary version of the present, that's all been fixed up now. The holes in the walls filled again, the door to the back room replaced with a new sturdy one. And we got a brand new emergency generator installed. Some workmen came in to set it up. We had to hide the time portal equipment from them. And when they asked about all the computer screens at the desk, Maddie told them we were a computer game developer. I think they believed her. It's a much more powerful generator and more reliable than the last Jahula old one. I hope we don't have to use it, though. We've also got an old TV set, a DVD player, and one of those Nintendo machines. Liam loves the games. He's crazy about one stupid game with silly characters driving around on go-karts, throwing bananas at each other. Boys, eh? Maddie says we need to grow another muscleman support unit. Another Bob. A new Bob. Just in case another time shift comes along that we need to deal with. Only the new Bob won't be entirely new. The body will be, yes, but she says we can upload Bob's AI back into it, and he'll be exactly like he was, and not the idiot who plopped out of the growth tube last time. Which is a relief. Bob was so stupid when he was first born. We fixed the growth tubes. Some got damaged by those horrible mutated humans from the time wave who managed to break in through the walls. But they're all functioning now, and we've got them filled up with that stinking protein solution the fetuses float in. We had to steal a ton of that glue from a hospital blood bank. It's the fake blood they use, the plasma stuff, but with a witch's brew of added vitamins and proteins. Honestly, it's like runny snot. But worse than that, because it smells like vomit. What we don't have yet, though, are the fetuses. Apparently we can't go and grab any old one. They're specially genetically engineered sometime in the future.
Maddie looked at Liam. You ready? Aye, he replied, shivering as he stood behind her in nothing more than a pair of striped boxer shorts, holding a watertight bag full of clothes. She looked down at her own shivering body, trembling beneath her t-shirt. Maybe one day we could get around to rigging up something to heat the water before we jump in. That's for sure. She climbed the steps beside the plexiglass cylinder, looking down into the cold water, freshly run from the water mains. She settled down on the top step beside the lip of the cylinder and dipped her toes in. A wet departure. That was the protocol. To ensure that nothing but them and the water they were floating in was sent back in time. And not any chunks of floor or carpet or concrete or cabling that had no possible reason to exist in the past. Oh, jeez, it's freezing! Liam squatted down beside her. Great. Maddie shuddered, then looked up at Sal, seated at the computer station. What's the departure count? Just over a minute. So, said Liam, slowly easing himself into the water, gasping as he did so. You sure about this? Uh-huh. No, she wasn't. She wasn't sure about anything. The old man, Foster, their recruiter and mentor, had left her in charge. Left her running this team and this field office, even though they'd barely survived their first brush with time contamination. All she had for help now was Computer Bob and a data folder on his hard drive entitled Things You'll Probably Want to Ask. How Do We Grow New Support Units was the name of one of the first files she'd found in the folder when she'd delved into it a few weeks ago. First order of business had been getting the growth tubes up and running and getting one of those clones going. When she'd double-clicked on it, what she'd gotten was an image of Foster's face looking out of the monitor as he addressed the webcam. He looked 10, perhaps 20 years younger than he had the morning he'd told her she was ready, wished her luck, and walked out of the Starbucks, leaving her to run things. The Foster on screen looked no more than 50. So, he began, adjusting the flex so that the mic was in front of his mouth. You've opened this file, which means you've been careless, and your support unit has been destroyed, and now you need to grow a new one. Foster had proceeded with detailed instructions on maintenance and feeding, and how the growth tubes work. But finally, toward the end of the log entry, was the part they'd been after. Okay, so the clones are grown from a store of engineered human fetuses. I'll presume you've used up the last of the refrigerated ones kept in your field office, and now you need more. Not exactly used up. Those of them mid-growth had all died in the tubes, poisoned by their own waste fluids because the electric-powered pumps hadn't been functioning. The bodies, pale, lifeless, hairless, jelly-like forms that ranged from something that could have fit in the palm of her hand to the body of a boy of 8 or 9, had been taken care of. Taken out, weighted down, and dumped in the river. Not an experience she ever wanted to repeat. The good news is there are more of them. There's a supply of viable candidate fetuses, all engineered with the silicon processor chip already housed in the cranial cavity. They're ready to grow to full term, and, of course, come with basic learning AI code pre-installed. The Foster on the monitor smiled coyly. If you've been smart, you managed to retrieve your last support unit's chip and preserved its AI. She nodded. Yep. Well, Liam had done that messy business.
So any new support unit doesn't need to start from scratch as a complete imbecile, and you can upload the AI from the computer system. So, like I say, the good news is there's more of them. But the bad news is they're not going to be delivered to your front door like some sort of pizza delivery. I'm afraid you've got to go and get them yourselves.
Sal called out a 30-second warning, and Maddie's mind returned to the icy water in the displacement cylinder. She eased herself in beside Liam, inhaling sharply at the cold.
This is freezing. How did you cope with it?
She asked Liam, her teeth chattering. He offered her a lopsided grin.
It's not like I got a choice, is it? 20 seconds,
called out Sal.
When did you say we're going again?
Asked Liam.
I told you. 1906, San Francisco.
Liam's eyebrows locked in concentration for a moment.
Hold on now. Is that not the same year that... Yes? I remember my dad reading it in the Irish Times. It's the year that... 15 seconds.
Maddie let go of the side of the cylinder and began treading water.
Liam, you've got to go under now. I know. Bleed and hate this, but... Maybe Sal and I should teach you how to swim sometime. 10 seconds. Oh, Jesus and Mary, why does time travel have to be done this way? Why did that Waldstein fella have to be so stupid as to invent bleeding time travel in the first place? You want to blame someone? But blame the Chinese what's-his-name guy who worked it out in the first place.
Liam nodded.
Well, him too. 5 seconds,
called Sal.
You really need to duck under now.
Maddie held her hand above his head.
Need me to push you under? No, all right.
Liam sucked in a lungful of air and held his nose with his free hand.
See you on the other side,
she uttered as she pushed him under the water. Then she sucked in air and submerged as well.
Oh, jeez. Here goes.
Her first time. Her first time into the past, not counting her recruitment from 2010. She'd been too busy checking that the coordinates were set right, arranging the return window timestamp, checking that Sal had pulled out the right clothes for them to wear from the old closet in the back room, making sure she remembered the details of their mission. Too busy with all those things to realize how utterly terrified she was at the prospect of being pushed out of space-time, through chaos space, and God knows what that was, to emerge back into the space-time of nearly 100 years ago. She opened her eyes under the water and saw the foggy form of Liam's scrawny body thrashing around in blind panic. She saw bubbles zigzagging up around him. She could see the dim lamp on the computer desk through the tube's scuffed plastic, the faint outline of Sal. Then they were falling, tumbling through darkness. Chapter 4 2015, Texas.
Okay, students, we'll be arriving at the Institute very shortly, so I want you all to be on your very best behavior,
said Mr. Whitmore, absent-mindedly scratching at the scruffy salt and pepper stubble around his mouth. He considered it a full beard, even if no one else did.
As I'm sure you will be,
he added. Edward Chan sighed and looked out the bus's broad window at the scrub beside the highway. Outside the air-conditioned comfort of the bus, it was another blistering Texas day, hot and bright, two things he hated. He much preferred his dark bedroom back in Houston, drapes drawn, an ultraviolet lamp making the manga posters on his black bedroom walls glow like the neon signs outside some cool nightclub. Dark and cool and peaceful. A place far away from the incessant noise of other kids, the shrill laughter of clusters of girls. High school girls always seemed to come in clusters, mean, spiteful clusters that sniggered and whispered and pointed. And the boys, if it was possible, they were even worse. The jocks, the alpha male types, loud, brash, great at sports, oozing easy confidence, gangster rap hissing out of their iPod earbuds, high-fiving each other for any reason. golden-tanned, sandy-haired, blue-eyed boys who, you could tell, would ease through school, ease through college, ease through life, and never once wonder if someone was whispering behind their back, laughing at them, pointing at them. That was the tribal system at school. The girls, giggly gaggles of Miley Cyrus clones, the jocks and their swaggering gangs, and finally, the third category, the ones like Edward Chan, the freaks. Loners, emos, geeks, nerds. The cookies that didn't quite fit the cookie-cutter machine that was high school. His dad was always telling him it was the freaks who ended up doing the great things. It was the freaks who became dot-com billionaires, famous inventors, movie directors, rock stars, even presidents. The jocks, on the other hand, ended up selling real estate or managing Walmart stores. And the Miley Cyruses ended up becoming stay-at-home moms, getting fat, bored, and lonely.
We hope you enjoyed this free preview of Day of the Predator, Book 2 in the Time Riders series. To keep the story going, get the complete book today. Day of the Predator, written by Alex Scarrow, narrated by Aaron Landon.
Chapter 1 2026, Mumbai, India. They'd heard the rumbling coming toward them down the echoing stairwell like a locomotive. Then all of a sudden, it was pitch black, the air thick with dust and smoke. Sal Vikram thought she was going to choke on the grit and particles of mortar she was sucking in through her nose, clogging her throat and the back of her mouth with a thick, chalky paste. It felt like an eternity before it was clear enough to see the emergency wall light in the stairwell once more. By its dim amber glow, she could see the lower flight of stairs was completely blocked by rubble and twisted metal spars. Above them, the stairwell they'd been clambering down only moments earlier was crushed by the collapsed floors above. She saw an extended arm emerging from the tangle of beams and crumbling cinder blocks, an arm white, perfectly still, reaching down to her as if pleading to be held or shaken.
"We're trapped,"
whispered her mother. Sal looked to her, then to her father. He shook his head vigorously, dust cascading off his thin hair.
"No, we are not. We dig."
He looked at Sal.
"That's what we do. We dig. Right, Salina?"
She nodded mutely. He turned to the others trapped in the emergency stairwell along with them.
"Yes,"
he said.
"We must dig. We can't wait for rescue."
Her father could have said more, could have completed that sentence, could have said what they were all thinking. That if the skyscraper had collapsed down to this floor, there was no reason why it wouldn't soon fold in on itself all the way down. Sal looked around. She recognized faces despite them all being painted ghost white with dust. Mr. and Mrs. Kumar from 2 apartments down, the Chaudhrys with their 3 young sons, Mr. Joshipura, a businessman like her father, but single, enjoyed a string of girlfriends. Tonight, presumably, he'd been on his own. And another man, standing at the back of the stairwell beneath the wall light. She didn't recognize him.
"If we move things, we may cause more of it to collapse,"
said Mrs. Kumar.
"She is right, Hari."
Hari Vikram turned to look at them all.
"Some of you are old enough to remember, yes. Remember what happened to the Americans in New York? Their twin towers."
Sal remembered the footage, something they'd been shown in history class. Both of those tall, magnificent buildings sliding down into the earth and disappearing among billowing dark gray clouds. Heads nodded. Everyone old enough remembered, but none of them stepped forward. As if to press the issue, a metal spar above creaked and slid, releasing a small avalanche of dust and debris down onto them.
"If we just wait here, we die,"
shouted her father.
"They will come,"
replied Mr. Joshipura.
"The firemen will soon." "No, I'm afraid they won't."
Sal turned toward the voice. The old man she hadn't recognized had finally said something.
"I'm afraid they won't come for you.
he repeated, his voice softer this time. He sounded like a Westerner, English or American. And unlike everyone else, he wasn't coated in dust. They won't have time. This building has less than 3 minutes before the support struts on the floor beneath us give way. Combined with the weight of the collapsed floors above, it'll be enough for Palace Tower to go all the way down. He looked around at them, at the wide eyes of the adults, the wider eyes of the children. I'm truly sorry, but none of you are going to survive. The heat in the stairwell was increasing. A floor below, the flames had taken a firm hold, softening the steel girders of the skyscraper. Deep groans rippled and echoed around them. Hari Vikram studied the stranger for a moment. The fact that he was the only one not coated in a thick layer of chalky dust wasn't wasted on him.
Wait, you are clean? How did you get in here? Is there another way through?
The man shook his head.
No. But you were not with us before the floor collapsed. There must be some way.
I have only just arrived, replied the man. And I must leave soon. We really don't have much time. Sal's mother stepped toward him.
Leave? How? Can you help us?
I can help only one of you. His eyes rested on Sal. You, Salina Vikram. Sal felt every pair of eyes in the stairwell settle on her. Take my hand, said the man.
Who are you?
Asked her father. I'm your daughter's only way out. If she takes my hand, she lives. If she doesn't, she will die, along with the rest of you. One of the young boys began to cry. Sal knew him. She'd babysat the Chaudhry boys. He was 9 and terrified, clutching his favorite stuffed animal, a one-eyed bear, tightly in both hands, as if the bear was his ticket out. Another deep moan from one of the skyscraper's structural support bars echoed through the small space on the stairwell, like the mournful call of a dying whale or the stress vibration of a sinking ship. The stale air around them, already hot, was becoming almost too painful to inhale. We have just over 2 minutes, said the man. The heat of the fire is causing the building's framework to deform. Palace Tower will collapse directly in on itself at first, then sideways into the mall below. 5,000 people will be dead 120 seconds from now. And tomorrow the news will be all about the terrorists who caused this.
Who are you?
Asked her father again. The man, he looked old, perhaps in his 50s or 60s, stepped forward through the crowd, his hand extended toward Salina. We don't have time. You have to take my hand, he said. Her father blocked his path.
Who are you? How did you get through to us?
The old man turned to him. I'm sorry. There is no time. Just know that I arrived here, and I can leave just as easily.
How?
How is unimportant. I simply can. And I can take your daughter, only your daughter, with me. The old man looked down at a watch on his wrist. Now there really is little time left. 1.5 minutes. Sal watched her father's taut face, his mind working with business-like efficiency. No time for hows and whys. The flicker of fire was coming up from the blocked stairwell below them, sending dancing shadows through the dust-filled air. Hari Vikram stepped aside.
Take her, then. You must take her.
Sal looked up at the old man, frightened at his strangeness, reluctant to offer her hand to him. Not that she believed in anything beyond this world, not Hindu gods, not angels or demons, but he seemed not of this world somehow. An apparition. A ghost. Her father angrily snatched at her hand.
Salina, you must go with him.
She looked at her father, then her mother.
Why can't we all go?
The old man shook his head. Only you, Salina. I'm sorry.
Why?
She realized tears were streaming down her cheeks, tracing dark tracks on her chalky face. "You're special," said the old man. "That is why."
"Please, you must take my boys too,"
called out Mrs. Chaudhry. The old man turned to her. "I can't. I wish I could, but I can't."
"Please, they're so young, younger than this girl. They have their whole lives."
"I'm sorry. It's not my choice. I can only take Selina." Sal felt her father's hands on her shoulders. He pushed her roughly forward toward the stranger.
"You take her. You take her now." "Dada, no." "You take her now." "No, not—"
They heard a deep rumble and felt the floor trembling beneath their feet. "We have only seconds," said the old man. "Hurry!"
"Selina!"
her father screamed.
"You go!" "Dada!"
she cried. She turned to her mother.
"Please, I can't."
The old man stretched forward and grasped her hand. He pulled her toward him, but she found herself instinctively squirming and twisting her hand to escape his tight grip.
"No!"
she screamed. The deep rumbling increased in volume, the floor shuddering, and cascades of dust and grit filled the air around them, tumbling down from above. "This is it," the old man said. "The time has come. Selina, I can save your life if you come with me." She looked at him. It seemed insane that he could save her, but somehow she believed him. "Your parents want this too." His eyes, so intense, so old.
"Yes,"
yelled her father above the growing roar.
"Please, take her now."
Beside his small frame, her mother was screaming, stretching out her hands to hold her one last time. Her father grabbed her, held her back.
"No, my love. She must go."
Mrs. Chaudhry pushed her boys at the old man.
"Please, take their hands too, take their hands."
The floor shook beneath their feet, lurching to one side. Sal suddenly felt lightheaded, as if she was falling.
"This is it. It's coming down."
Then the floor suddenly fractured beneath their feet, revealing an ocean of churning, roiling flames, like gazing down into hell itself. And the last thing she recalled was seeing that one-eyed bear tumbling down through a large crack in the stairwell's floor into the fire below. Chapter 2. 2001, New York. Sal sat upright in her bunk, gasping for breath, feeling her cheeks wet with tears.
The nightmare again.
It was quiet and still in the archway. She could hear Maddie snoring on the bunk below, and Liam whimpering nonsensical words in his soft Irish accent, as he stirred restlessly on the bunk opposite. A muted lamp glowed softly from across the archway, lighting their wooden dinner table with the odd assortment of old armchairs around it. LEDs blinked among the bank of computer equipment across the way, hard drives whirring. One of the monitors remained on. She could see the computer system was doing a routine defrag and data file cleaning. It never slept. Not it, not anymore. The computer wasn't it anymore. It was Bob. Unable to go back to sleep, she clambered off the top bunk. Maddie twitched in her sleep, and Liam also seemed to be unsettled. Maybe they too were reliving their last moments. Liam's sinking Titanic, Maddie's doomed airplane. The nightmares came all too often. She tiptoed across the archway, barefoot on the cold concrete floor, and sat down in one of the swivel chairs, tucking her feet under her and sitting on them for warmth. She grabbed the mouse and opened a dialog box. Her fingernails clacked softly on the keyboard.
Hey, Bob.
Is this Maddie?
No, it's Sal.
It is 2:37 a.m. You cannot sleep, Sal?
Nightmares.
Are you recalling your recruitment?
Recruitment. That's what the old man Foster had called it. like she'd had any real choice in the matter. Life or death. Take my hand or be mashed to a pulp amid a crumbling skyscraper. She shuddered.
Great Jahula choice. Yeah, my recruitment.
You have my sympathy, Sal.
Thanks. She spoke softly into the desk mic, too lazy to type any more. Anyway, the clickety-clack of the keyboard echoing through the archway was far more likely to disturb the others than her speaking quietly.
I miss them so much, Bob.
You miss your family.
Mom and Dad,
she sighed.
It seems like years ago.
You have been in the team 44 time cycles. 88 days precisely, Sal.
Time cycles. The 2-day time bubble that played out and reset for them, constantly keeping them and their field office in September 10 and 11, 2001, while the world outside moved on as normal. Outside. Outside was New York, Brooklyn, to be more precise. Streets she was now getting to know so well. Even the people she had conversations with, people who were never going to remember her, the Chinese laundromat lady, the Iranian man running the grocery store on the corner. Every time they spoke, it was, for them, the first time, a new face, a new customer to greet cheerily. But she already knew them, knew what they were about to say, how proud the Chinese lady was of her son, how angry the Iranian man was with the terrorists for bombing his city. This morning was Tuesday, September 11th, the second day of the ever-resetting time cycle. In just under 6 hours, the first plane was going to crash into the Twin Towers, and New York and all her inhabitants were going to change forever.
So what are you doing, Bob?
Data collation, hard drive maintenance, and reading a book.
Oh, cool. What are you reading?
A page of text appeared on the screen. She could see individual words momentarily highlight, one after the other in rapid, blinking succession, as Bob read while they talked.
Harry Potter.
Sal remembered seeing the old movies from the first decade of the century. They didn't do much for her, but her parents had liked them as children.
Are you enjoying it?
Bob didn't answer immediately. She noticed the flickering of highlighted words on the open page of text on the screen grind to a sudden halt, and the soft whirring sound of hard drives being spun momentarily ceased. Forming an opinion, that was something Bob struggled with. It required the computer system's entire capacity for him to actually formulate, or rather simulate, something as simple as a human emotion, a preference, a like or dislike. Finally, after a few seconds, she heard the hard drives whirring gently once again.
I like the magic very much.
Sal smiled as she acknowledged how many terabytes of computing power had gone into that simple statement. If she had a mean streak in her, she could have asked him what color he thought went best with violet, or what was tastier, chocolate or vanilla. It would probably lock the system for hours as Bob labored through infinite decision loops to finally come up with the answer that he was unable to compute a valid response. Bless him. Great at data retrieval, cross-referencing, and processing, but don't ask him to pick dessert off a menu. Chapter 3 2001, New York.
Monday, time cycle 45. Most of the damage that happened here in the archway with that last time wave, which changed everything to that weird, scary version of the present, that's all been fixed up now. The holes in the walls filled again, the door to the back room replaced with a new sturdy one. And we got a brand new emergency generator installed. Some workmen came in to set it up. We had to hide the time portal equipment from them. And when they asked about all the computer screens at the desk, Maddie told them we were a computer game developer. I think they believed her. It's a much more powerful generator and more reliable than the last Jahula old one. I hope we don't have to use it, though. We've also got an old TV set, a DVD player, and one of those Nintendo machines. Liam loves the games. He's crazy about one stupid game with silly characters driving around on go-karts, throwing bananas at each other. Boys, eh? Maddie says we need to grow another muscleman support unit. Another Bob. A new Bob. Just in case another time shift comes along that we need to deal with. Only the new Bob won't be entirely new. The body will be, yes, but she says we can upload Bob's AI back into it, and he'll be exactly like he was, and not the idiot who plopped out of the growth tube last time. Which is a relief. Bob was so stupid when he was first born. We fixed the growth tubes. Some got damaged by those horrible mutated humans from the time wave who managed to break in through the walls. But they're all functioning now, and we've got them filled up with that stinking protein solution the fetuses float in. We had to steal a ton of that glue from a hospital blood bank. It's the fake blood they use, the plasma stuff, but with a witch's brew of added vitamins and proteins. Honestly, it's like runny snot. But worse than that, because it smells like vomit. What we don't have yet, though, are the fetuses. Apparently we can't go and grab any old one. They're specially genetically engineered sometime in the future.
Maddie looked at Liam. You ready? Aye, he replied, shivering as he stood behind her in nothing more than a pair of striped boxer shorts, holding a watertight bag full of clothes. She looked down at her own shivering body, trembling beneath her t-shirt. Maybe one day we could get around to rigging up something to heat the water before we jump in. That's for sure. She climbed the steps beside the plexiglass cylinder, looking down into the cold water, freshly run from the water mains. She settled down on the top step beside the lip of the cylinder and dipped her toes in. A wet departure. That was the protocol. To ensure that nothing but them and the water they were floating in was sent back in time. And not any chunks of floor or carpet or concrete or cabling that had no possible reason to exist in the past. Oh, jeez, it's freezing! Liam squatted down beside her. Great. Maddie shuddered, then looked up at Sal, seated at the computer station. What's the departure count? Just over a minute. So, said Liam, slowly easing himself into the water, gasping as he did so. You sure about this? Uh-huh. No, she wasn't. She wasn't sure about anything. The old man, Foster, their recruiter and mentor, had left her in charge. Left her running this team and this field office, even though they'd barely survived their first brush with time contamination. All she had for help now was Computer Bob and a data folder on his hard drive entitled Things You'll Probably Want to Ask. How Do We Grow New Support Units was the name of one of the first files she'd found in the folder when she'd delved into it a few weeks ago. First order of business had been getting the growth tubes up and running and getting one of those clones going. When she'd double-clicked on it, what she'd gotten was an image of Foster's face looking out of the monitor as he addressed the webcam. He looked 10, perhaps 20 years younger than he had the morning he'd told her she was ready, wished her luck, and walked out of the Starbucks, leaving her to run things. The Foster on screen looked no more than 50. So, he began, adjusting the flex so that the mic was in front of his mouth. You've opened this file, which means you've been careless and your support unit has been destroyed, and now you need to grow a new one. Foster had proceeded with detailed instructions on maintenance and feeding, and how the growth tubes work. But finally, toward the end of the log entry, was the part they'd been after. Okay, so the clones are grown from a store of engineered human fetuses. I'll presume you've used up the last of the refrigerated ones kept in your field office, and now you need more. Not exactly used up. Those of them mid-growth had all died in the tubes, poisoned by their own waste fluids because the electric-powered pumps hadn't been functioning. The bodies, pale, lifeless, hairless, jelly-like forms that ranged from something that could have fit in the palm of her hand to the body of a boy of 8 or 9, had been taken care of. Taken out, weighted down, and dumped in the river. Not an experience she ever wanted to repeat. The good news is there are more of them. There's a supply of viable candidate fetuses, all engineered with the silicon processor chip already housed in the cranial cavity.
They're ready to grow to full term and, of course, come with basic learning AI code pre-installed. The foster on the monitor smiled coyly. If you've been smart, you managed to retrieve your last support unit's chip and preserved its AI. She nodded. Yep. Well, Liam had done that messy business. So any new support unit doesn't need to start from scratch as a complete imbecile, and you can upload the AI from the computer system. So, like I say, the good news is there's more of them. But the bad news is they're not going to be delivered to your front door like some sort of pizza delivery. I'm afraid you've got to go and get them yourselves. Sal called out a 30-second warning, and Maddie's mind returned to the icy water in the displacement cylinder. She eased herself in beside Liam, inhaling sharply at the cold. This is freezing. How did you cope with it? She asked Liam, her teeth chattering. He offered her a lopsided grin. It's not like I got a choice, is it? 20 seconds, called out Sal. When did you say we're going again? Asked Liam. I told you. 1906, San Francisco. Liam's eyebrows locked in concentration for a moment. Hold on now. Is that not the same year that... Yes? I remember my dad reading it in the Irish Times. It's the year that... 15 seconds. Maddie let go of the side of the cylinder and began treading water. Liam, you've got to go under now. I know. Bleed and hate this, but... Maybe Sal and I should teach you how to swim sometime. 10 seconds. Oh, Jesus and Mary, why does time travel have to be done this way? Why did that Waldstein fella have to be so stupid as to invent bleeding time travel in the first place? You want to blame someone, but blame the Chinese what's-his-name guy who worked it out in the first place. Liam nodded. Well, him too. 5 seconds, called Sal. You really need to duck under now. Maddie held her hand above his head. Need me to push you under? No, all right. Liam sucked in a lungful of air and held his nose with his free hand. See you on the other side, she uttered as she pushed him under the water. Then she sucked in air and submerged as well. Oh, jeez, here goes. Her first time into the past, not counting her recruitment from 2010. She'd been too busy checking that the coordinates were set right, arranging the return window timestamp, checking that Sal had pulled out the right clothes for them to wear from the old closet in the back room, making sure she remembered the details of their mission. Too busy with all those things to realize how utterly terrified she was at the prospect of being pushed out of space-time, through chaos space, and God knows what that was, to emerge back into the space-time of nearly 100 years ago. She opened her eyes under the water and saw the foggy form of Liam's scrawny body thrashing around in blind panic. She saw bubbles zigzagging up around him. She could see the dim lamp on the computer desk through the tube's scuffed plastic, the faint outline of Sal. Then they were falling, tumbling through darkness. Chapter 4 2015, Texas. Okay, students, we'll be arriving at the Institute very shortly, so I want you all to be on your very best behavior, said Mr. Whitmore, absent-mindedly scratching at the scruffy salt and pepper stubble around his mouth. He considered it a full beard, even if no one else did. As I'm sure you will be, he added. Edward Chan sighed and looked out the bus's broad window at the scrub beside the highway. Outside the air-conditioned comfort of the bus, it was another blistering Texas day, hot and bright, two things he hated. He much preferred his dark bedroom back in Houston, drapes drawn, an ultraviolet lamp making the manga posters on his black bedroom walls glow like the neon signs outside some cool nightclub. Dark and cool and peaceful. A place far away from the incessant noise of other kids, the shrill laughter of clusters of girls.
High school girls always seemed to come in clusters, mean, spiteful clusters that sniggered and whispered and pointed. And the boys, if it was possible, they were even worse. The jocks, the alpha male types, loud, brash, great at sports, oozing easy confidence, gangster rap hissing out of their iPod earbuds, high-fiving each other for any reason. Golden-tanned, sandy-haired, blue-eyed boys who, you could tell, would ease through school, ease through college, ease through life, and never once wonder if someone was whispering behind their back, laughing at them, pointing at them. That was the tribal system at school, the girls, giggly gaggles of Miley Cyrus clones, the jocks and their swaggering gangs, and finally, the third category, the ones like Edward Chan, the freaks. Loners, emos, geeks, nerds. The cookies that didn't quite fit the cookie-cutter machine that was high school. His dad was always telling him it was the freaks who ended up doing the great things. It was the freaks who became dot-com billionaires, famous inventors, movie directors, rock stars, even presidents. The jocks, on the other hand, ended up selling real estate or managing Walmart stores. And the Miley Cyruses ended up becoming stay-at-home moms, getting fat, bored, and lonely. Ahead of the bus, he could see a cluster of pale buildings emerging from the ochre drabness, and presently they slowed down and stopped at a security checkpoint. The other kids on the bus, about 30 of them, all a couple of years older than Edward, began to bob in their seats, craning their necks to look at the armed security guards and the lab buildings up ahead. "Please stay seated for the moment, guys," said Mr. Whitmore over the bus's PA system. Edward stretched to look over the headrest of the seat in front of him. He saw a man climb up the steps onto the bus. A well-dressed man in a pale linen suit. He shook hands with Mr. Whitmore, the school principal who was chaperoning the students. "Okay, guys, I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Kelly, who is from the Institute. He's going to be showing us around the facilities today." Mr. Kelly took the microphone from him. "Good morning, boys and girls. Let me first say welcome to the Institute. It's an honor to have you kids come and visit. As I understand it, you guys have been nominated by your various schools to come along today because you're all straight-A students?" Whitmore shook his head. "Not quite, Mr. Kelly. Most improved performers. Students who have most clearly demonstrated a willingness to learn. We have all levels and abilities here on this bus, from schools across the state, but what they all have in common is the spectacular improvement in their year-end test scores. These students are the ones who've worked the hardest to better themselves." Mr. Kelly's tanned face was split with a broad smile. "Fantastic. We like improvers here. Go-getters. I wouldn't be surprised if one or two of you on this bus ended up working for us here one day, huh?" There was a smattering of polite laughter up and down the rows of seats. The bus lurched slowly forward, down a long, straight driveway flanked by freshly cut lawns, wet with the moisture from water sprinklers. "Okay, guys, we'll shortly be arriving at the visitors' reception area where you can get off. We have some refreshments ready for you before we start the tour of this facility. I will be your guide for today, and as I'm talking, if you have any questions at all, please don't be afraid to raise your hands and ask. We want you to get the most out of today, to understand what our work is here, and how very important it is to the environment." Edward looked out the window as the bus approached a decorative flower bed and swung slowly around it. In the middle, framed by an arrangement of vivid yellow chrysanthemums, was a sign. "Welcome to TERRY, Texas Advanced Energy Research Institute." Chapter 5 1906, San Francisco. "Hey, don't turn around yet. I'm not ready," snapped Maddie irritably. Liam stayed where he was, facing the grubby brick wall in front of him. The back alley reeked of rotting fish,
and he wondered if he lingered too much longer here whether the smell was going to be stuck on him for the rest of the day.
"Are you not done yet?"
he asked. Maddie muttered under her breath.
"It's all these damned laces and hooks and buttons and things. How the heck did women manage to dress themselves back then?"
He turned his head a little to look up the alley. It seemed to open onto a busy thoroughfare. He saw several horse-drawn carts clatter by, and men dressed like him. Formal gray morning coats, buttoned waistcoats, high-collared shirts with top hats, flat caps, and bowler hats. Very much like the better-dressed men in Cork might have worn on a Sunday morning. The clothes they'd found in the back room appeared to be perfectly authentic. There'd been another couple of dusty costumes in there. Sal had said something about them being for the other backup drop point, another time, another place.
"Oh, damn it, this'll have to do,"
muttered Maddie.
"Can I turn around now?" "Yes, but I look like a total doofus."
He turned around. His eyes widened.
"What?"
she gasped suspiciously.
"What is it? What have I done wrong?" "Nothing. It's nothing, it's just—"
Maddie scowled at him beneath the wide-brimmed sun hat, topped with a plume of white ostrich feathers. Her slim neck was framed by the decorative lace that descended down the front of a tightly drawn and intricately embroidered bodice. Her waist seemed impossibly thin, as the gown flared out beneath and tumbled down to the ground, modestly covering any sign of her legs. She put her hands, covered in spotless elbow-length white gloves, on her hips.
"Liam?"
He shook his head.
"You look so... Spit it out. Like a lady, so you do."
For a moment he thought she was going to step forward and punch his arm, like she was prone to do. Instead, her cheeks colored ever so slightly.
Really?"
"Aye." Liam smiled at her.
"And me? What about me?"
Maddie grinned.
"Well, you look like an idiot."
Liam pulled the top hat off his head.
It's that, isn't it? Makes me ears stick out like a pair of jug handles."
She laughed. "Don't worry about it, Liam. Obviously it's the fashion over here. You won't be the only person wearing one."
"It was mostly flat and garrison caps back home. You tried wearing a top hat or a bowler, and you were asking for some joker to try and knock it off."
She pointed at him, ignoring the quip, her smile replaced with her let's-get-down-to-business frown.
"What time do you have on your watch?"
Liam pulled the ornate timepiece out of his waistcoat pocket.
7 minutes after 11 in the morning. "Okay, we should get a move on. The return window here is in 4 hours' time." "Right you are. How far is it?" "Not far, I think. We go to Merrimack Street, then up 4th Street to Mission Street. Short walk up that to 2nd Street. 10 minutes, I guess?"
Liam stepped forward, away from the brick wall, the tumbled crates of garbage, and the stench of rotting fish. With a broad, cockeyed grin, he offered his arm.
"Shall we, ma'am?"
Her face softened, and she threaded one white-gloved hand around it.
"Oh, absolutely, Mr. Darcy. A pleasure, I'm sure."
They emerged out of the gloom of the alley onto Merrimack Street, and immediately Maddie found herself gasping.
"My God."
The realization finally hit her.
"I'm actually standing in history."
Merrimack Street was busy with mid-morning foot and wheeled traffic, mostly horse-drawn carts ferrying goods up from the wharf at the far end. She could make out steamships lined up against the docks, filling the blue sky with columns of coal smoke and steam, and the churning business of freight coming off or being loaded on.
"Awesome,"
she giggled with delight.
"This is just like being in a movie. Just like the beginning of Titanic."
He looked at her, disgusted.
"They made a movie about it?"
The smile on her face slipped and became a guilty grimace. Liam sighed.
"Good people died and all. For what? So they can become part of a flickering peep show 100 years later?"
She shrugged.
I suppose, but it was pretty good, though. Fantastic special
His sideways scowl silenced her.
Never mind. They turned left on the road, heading up toward 4th Street, dodging several piles of horse manure along the way. 4th Street was a little busier, but nothing compared to Mission Street. The road was a broad thoroughfare, 100 feet wide, thick with carts and pedestrians and a trolley that was laden with passengers inside and hanging precariously on the back, dinging their bells to clear the track ahead. "Oh my God, this is so amazing!" she gushed. Liam tugged her arm. "Shh, you're sounding like a tourist." Mission Street was flanked with 5- and 6-story brick buildings, warehouses, offices, factories, banks, and legal firms. She caught sight of a tall building dominating the skyline, 15, perhaps 20 stories high, that looked like a small version of the Empire State Building. "I didn't know they had skyscrapers back then. I mean, back now." Liam nodded. "Nothing like this in Ireland." He shook his head sadly. "And you're telling me all this gets totally destroyed?" "Uh-huh. Tomorrow morning, April 18th, the Great California Earthquake. According to the history database, much of the downtown area is destroyed by the quake, and then the resulting fire destroys most of what was left in this area, the 4th and 5th districts." "Jeez, that's a real shame, so it is." Liam locked his brows for a moment. "Hang on. Strikes me as a bit stupid that the agency has picked here and now to store our supplies if it's about to be brought crashing down." "Well, duh," said Maddie, making a face and rolling her eyes. "Think about it. It makes perfect sense." She looked at him as if he'd just put his shoes on the wrong feet. "Liam, I thought Foster said you're supposed to be smart." He pouted his lip, feigning hurt. "Well, Miss Smarty Pants, you're obviously itching to tell me something, so get on with it." She sighed. "It's perfect, because the bank vault where our replacement engineered fetuses are located will be completely destroyed in the fire. All the safe deposit boxes, their contents, all the client paperwork, everything. No paper trail." Liam grinned. "Ah, very clever." "Exactly." The hubbub on Mission Street was enhanced by the noisy clatter of a sputtering engine. Its noise blotted out everything as it slowly approached them. They finally saw the vehicle rolling down the middle of the street on flimsy, spoked wheels, following a man on foot waving a red warning flag in front of him. "Wow! I didn't know they had cars then!" Maddie shouted in his ear. He shook his head. "Now who's being dumb? Of course we did!" He watched the vehicle slowly rattle past, steered by a man wearing a cap and goggles. Beside him sat a woman sporting a cloud of ostrich feathers above her head, her gloved hands clasped over her ears at the cacophony. "Now I know that's an Oldsmobile Model R," added Liam as the vehicle finally turned right off Mission Street and the labored clatter of internal combustion faded away. "There were quite a few of those things dashing around Cork. Yes, even Cork when I left." She shook her head. "Hardly dashing." They walked on another few minutes in silence, Maddie enjoying playing the lady in her own period-piece Hollywood movie, and Liam feeling like this was something of a trip home for him. Back to his time. Back to a place where he could talk easily with anyone and not be made to feel like a complete moron for not knowing what a digital camera was, or that 7-Up wasn't some kind of a ball game, or that a Snickers bar wasn't some sort of sleazy nightclub. "This is it," Maddie finally said, pointing to a narrow side street. "There, Minna Street." They crossed the wide thoroughfare, dodging a trolley clanging its way through the bustle of pedestrian traffic and sidestepping several more steaming piles of horse manure. They stood in the mouth of the narrow road, only 2 carts wide and relatively quiet. "And that's the building we want," she said, pointing to a formal-looking facade of brick and granite. "Union Commercial Savings Company," she added. According to Foster's how-to manual, this is the bank's only premises. After the earthquake, the fire destroys this building and everything inside it. The company is no more. as if it never existed. She looked at him. You see? Perfect. And all of our baby Bobs are in some sort of a safe down in its basement? That's what Foster says. Liam frowned. So, I'm being dumb again. But if there's a whole load of those little fetus things down there in a safe somewhere, what's keeping them alive? Would they not die and rot? Is there a refrigerating device down there? You'll see.
Chapter 6 1906, San Francisco. Maddie strode down Minna Street toward the bank. Come on. Liam was struggling to keep up with her. So who put them in this bank? And when did they do it? She reached the front step of the Union Commercial Savings Company and stopped. Okay, Liam, just a second. She pulled her glasses and a scrap of paper covered with scribbled notes in her handwriting out of her handbag. Oh, Jesus! You brought notes back with you? Isn't that not allowed? You know? Contamination of time and all? Maddie looked around the quiet street guiltily. I know, but there was way too much to remember. I was worried I'd forget something. Foster would have a fit if he knew you'd brought notes back here, said Liam. Well, he won't, will he? She muttered impatiently. Because he bailed out and left us to cope on our own. Liam shrugged at that. She put her glasses on. Okay, so my name is Miss Emily Lassiter. You're my brother. Do I get a name too? She sighed. Yes, here it is, Leonard Lassiter, all right? He nodded. She scanned the notes further, digesting the information for a few moments before tucking them back in her bag and removing her glasses. All right, I think I've got it all. She looked at him. You don't have to say anything. Just go along with whatever I do.
Okay. She took a deep breath, then pushed open the double door to the bank. They stepped onto a tiled floor that echoed their footsteps around a hall, dark with oak panels.
Ahead of them were half a dozen ornate mahogany desks, each with softly glowing green ceramic desk lamps. Behind each one sat a bank teller, all but one busy, dealing in hushed, respectful tones with customers. Maddie led the way toward the unoccupied teller, a young man with hair slicked down in a rigid center part and a carefully clipped and waxed mustache. Excuse me, she said. The young man looked up at her and smiled charmingly. Good morning, ma'am. How can I help you? I'd like to speak with Mr. Layton. He works here, I think. Oh, I'm certain he works here, ma'am, said the young man. He tapped a wooden nameplate on the desk. I'm Harold Layton, you see? Please, will you take a seat? Maddie smiled and slumped down in the seat a little too casually, then did her best to quickly recover her ladylike demeanor. Much obliged, she said as demurely as she could manage. Now, ma'am, how may I assist you? She took a breath, hoping she was going to get this right and not sound as nervous as she felt. My family has a safe deposit box with your bank, and I wish to make a withdrawal. Certainly, ma'am. The account is in the name of Joshua Waldstein Lassiter. Harold Layton's eyebrows raised. Her heart skipped. Oh, is there a problem? Not a problem as such, ma'am. It's just I still have the paperwork here on my desk. Maddie shook her head. Paperwork? The paperwork setting up the safe deposit account. Joshua Waldstein Lassiter, I presume he is your... Huh? Yes, that's right, my father. Well, your father was here not more than an hour ago. Actually, I dealt with him myself. He brought a very nice jewelry box with him, and we carried it down to the safe room and put it in the deposit box together. As I say, not more than an hour ago. Oh, was all she managed to say after a few moments. Yes, well, that's quite right. And you wish to withdraw something from the safe deposit box already? She nodded. Yes, that's right. Well, that is highly irregular. We're a funny old family, us Lassiters, said Mattie, looking back over the chair. "Aren't we, Liam?" Liam stepped forward. "Oh, yes, that we are, dear sister." He grinned at the teller. "She sometimes calls me Liam, although my name is in fact Leonard," he said, nudging the small of her back. Mattie mentally kicked herself for being such a numbnuts. "You are brother and sister?" Harold Layton looked up at Liam. "And it seems you, sir, are Irish." "Yes." "But," he said, looking at Mattie, "it seems, ma'am, you're not." Mattie's mouth flapped uselessly. "Oh, I was brought up in Cork," cut in Liam. "My dear sister in California. Father likes to keep a home on either side of the Atlantic, so he does." The young teller cocked an eyebrow. "So it seems." He sighed and spread the bank account details out in front of him. "Well, it appears your father did specify his children as fellow signatories on the account, so you, ma'am, I presume, are Emily Lassiter?" "That's correct," she replied. "For security reasons, I have to ask you for the code word your father has put down on this form to assure us you are, in fact, who you say you are." "Of course." She nodded. It's... She realized all of a sudden her mind had gone blank, and she cursed. The teller's jaw dropped open at her unladylike language. "Madam!" Liam grinned sheepishly. "She spent time at sea. Picked up all sorts of dreadful language from the sailors, so she did. Father so hates her talking that way." "Just a sec," said Mattie, fumbling in her handbag for her note. She quickly scanned her scribbled writing. "Ah, here it is." She leaned forward over the desk. "The code word, Mr. Layton, is hemlock." Layton stared at her long and hard, suspicion clouding his young teller's eyes. Finally, a cautious smile spread across his lips. "Yes, it is, Miss Lassiter. If you'll just sign here, I can take you down to the safe room." The teller spun a large brass wheel and slowly pulled open the cast-iron door, leading to a small room lined with numbered deposit boxes on 3 walls. "Your safe deposit box is number 397, he said, leading them to a locker with the number on its door. He inserted the key and twisted it once. "It is company policy, madam, sir, that I remain in the safe room while you inspect the contents of your deposit box. However, I shall remain over there by the door, and I shall turn my back to allow you a little privacy." Mattie nodded and smiled politely. "Okay." She waited until Mr. Layton had crossed the room and was standing by the cast-iron door, casually jangling the keys in one hand and examining his fingernails on the other. "Liam," she whispered softly. "Yes?" "I think it's best if you go talk to him, distract him. I don't want him seeing anything he shouldn't." He nodded. "Hi, you're right." He wandered over and easily struck up a conversation with the young man while Mattie attended to their business. She pulled the deposit box's door open. The faint glow from the safe's room overhead light showed her little of what was inside. Mattie pushed her hand into the darkness and almost immediately fell to the side of a wooden box. She found a small handle and pulled it out. It was quite heavy, and as she hefted it out of the locker toward an inspection bench in the middle of the room, the young man called out, "Let me give you a hand with that, madam." I'm fine, she grunted. "Strong as an ox, so she is," Liam assured him. "She'll be all right." He resumed chatting to Layton, something about steamships from what she could hear. She studied the box. It certainly looked like a jewelry box, about the size of a small travel trunk, made of dark wood with silver buckles and ornate swirls along each side. She turned the box so that the upright lid would hide what was inside from any prying eyes, and then slowly, carefully opened it. "Another box," she whispered. But this one was smooth, featureless, metal, and cold to the touch. Refrigerated. There had to be some kind of small power unit or battery inside. Her gloved fingers found a catch on the side and gently slid it back. Something inside the box clicked, and the lid slowly raised with a barely audible hiss. A shallow fog of nitrogen wafted out of the box, revealing a row of 8 glass tubes, each 6 inches long and a couple of inches wide. She eased one of the glass tubes out of its holder and, still shielded by the lid of the jewelry box, inspected it closely. Through the glass, she could see the murky pink growth solution and the faint, pale outline of a curled-up human fetus. "Hello there, little baby Bob," she cooed softly, waggling her fingers down at the frozen embryo. "Auntie Mattie's here." The conversation in the corner was getting quite animated. Clearly, Leighton had a passion for newfangled things like steamships and automobiles. And Liam was playing along nicely. "Well done, Liam." She placed the glass tube back and closed the lid of the refrigerated case, lifting it out of the jewelry box and into her bag. She was about to close the lid of the jewelry box when she spotted a scrap of paper at the bottom. What she saw on it made her heart lurch. Her name. "A note for me?" She reached in and picked it up. Just a folded scrap of paper, a few words scrawled hurriedly on it. "Maddie, look out for Pandora. We're running out of time. Be safe and tell no one." "How you doing, my dear sister?" called out Liam. "I'm good," she replied, grabbing the scrap of paper, balling it up, and tucking it into one of her gloves. She closed the box and lifted it back into the locker, much lighter now. She closed the door. "I'm all done here, Mr. Leighton." "Ah, splendid." He came over with his jangling keys and locked the deposit box for her. "Everything all right?" She glanced at Liam, making a silly face at her over Leighton's shoulder. Yes, just fine, thank you." A minute later they were exiting the bank onto Minna Street once more, Liam holding the bag for her. "Nice enough chap," he said. She turns to look at him. "A dozen hours from now he'll be dead." "Dead?" "Yes, dead. That's why the instructions said to ask for him specifically." She'd figured that out on the way back up the stairs. Because if anything happened, if the young man had caught a glimpse of anything inside the box, or heard either of them say anything suspicious, well, he'd hardly have time to do anything with that knowledge, would he? The agency once again cleverly covered its tracks. "Jays, that seems not right to me," uttered Liam. "Not to warn him somehow?" Maddie didn't like it either. "It's how it is, Liam. It's how it is." As they walked up Minna Street toward the main thoroughfare, Liam attempted to lift the mood. "You got our little babies?" She nodded. "All in there. Baby popsicles." "Baby what?" Chapter 7 2015, Texas. Edward Chan and the rest of the touring party sat in the visitors' reception room, munching on donuts and bagels as their tour guide, Mr. Kelly, gave them an introductory presentation. The Texas Advanced Energy Research Institute, or TERI as we call it for short, was established 3 years ago in 2012 when President Obama was re-elected. As you youngsters have been taught in school, the world is entering a new, tough, and very challenging time. The world's population is nearly 8 billion. Carbon emissions have gone off the chart. The world's traditional energy sources, oil and gas, are rapidly running out. We need to change the way we live, or, well, I'm sure you've seen enough doom and gloom forecasts on the news. He paused. The reception room was silent except for the shuffling of 1 or 2 feet and the slurping of orange juice through straws. So, as you no doubt know, the Institute was set up as a part of the President's Advanced Energy Research Program. And over the last 3 years, we've used the billions of dollars of taxpayers' money set aside by this initiative to develop the wonderful facility you're visiting today. We have some of the finest quantum physicists and mathematicians working here, and most of our research work has been to do with a thing called zero-point energy. I'm sure some of you must have heard that term in the news. Edward looked around at the other kids. A few heads were nodding uncertainly. One of them, a boy a couple of years older than him, short and chubby with curly ginger hair parted at the side and brutally combed so that his hair kinked in waves to one side, raised a hand. Yes, said Mr. Kelly, raising his eyebrows. Franklin. Go ahead, Franklin. My dad says 0-point energy is just a bunch of wishful thinking. It's like getting something for nothing, and that's impossible in physics. Nothing's free. Kelly laughed. Well, Franklin, that's a good point, but you see, that's exactly what it is. It is a free lunch. And the idea that there's such a thing as a free lunch isn't a new one either. Remember Albert Einstein and his theory of relativity? Well, he argued that even in a complete vacuum, there's a great deal left there. It isn't just empty space. There's energy, too. Endless energy waiting to be tapped. Even the ancient Greeks suspected that we walk through an endless soup of energy. They called it ether. But the trick, kids, the trick has always been being able to isolate it, to measure it. Since it exists everywhere, it's homogeneous, isotropic. That's to say, it's uniformly the same everywhere and in every direction. The students stared at him in confused silence. Trying to measure 0-point energy is a bit like trying to weigh a glass of water under the ocean, you know? It's the same inside the cup as it is outside, and therefore, since there's no measurable difference between what's inside and outside the cup, the logical statement to make would be that the cup has nothing in it, which would, of course, be wrong. So, we have a similar issue with measuring 0-point energy. Only by creating a real vacuum, and I don't mean just sucking the air out of a space, I mean a real space-time vacuum, a tiny one, can we observe what it is that remains. He smiled his polished public relations smile. The energy itself. And that's what we have here at the Terry Labs, a device that can create a true space-time gap. A genuinely empty space. Another hand went up. Yes? Keisha Jackson? Go ahead, Keisha. How big a hole have you made? Asked the girl. Is it big enough to step inside? Good Lord, no. No, it's tiny, very small. It doesn't need to be big. It's a pinprick. One of the boys at the back giggled. Shortly, we'll be going through into the main laboratory, where you'll see the containment shielding that surrounds the area of experimentation. I believe the team is due to be opening a pinhole vacuum in the next half hour. He splayed his hands. Want to go have a look-see? Every head in the room wagged enthusiastically. Chapter 8 1906, San Francisco. They returned to their alleyway with half an hour to spare, having spent an hour on the dockside watching the steamships being loaded and unloaded. Maddie relishing every little detail of the past and giggling with unbridled delight as dockside workers knuckled their foreheads and doffed their caps at her politely as they walked past. "Oh, my God, I feel like some sort of duchess," she whispered out of the side of her mouth to Liam as they turned into the alley. "Everyone's so, I don't know, so polite and proper back in this time." He nodded. "Especially to a lady like yourself." He nodded at her dress, her flamboyant hat with its ostrich feathers. "Them clothes mark you out as a lady of means, you know, a really posh lady, so you are. Now, if you'd found some dowdy dress that made you look common, them workers would have walked on past without a by your leave." "Oh, right, thanks," she said. Liam grimaced. Now see, that came out all wrong sounding, so it did. I didn't mean to say it like that." "No, you're probably right," she huffed. "I've always been plain-looking." "I'm sure shoving on a frilly dress and some stupid feather hat isn't going to make much of a difference."
They walked down the alley, sidestepping a toppled crate of festering cabbages, until they reached the spot where they'd materialized several hours earlier.
"Seems harsh, though,"
said Liam thoughtfully.
"What?" "That fella back there, Leighton. You sure he'll die?"
She nodded.
"Yes. It makes sense."
Yes, it did. But it was the feeling of ruthlessness that gnawed away at her. The agency seemed to know everything about everyone, and exploited that knowledge mercilessly. In less than 18 hours, the young man she'd been talking to would be nothing more than a twisted black carcass amid the smoldering remains of that bank.
"And I have to learn to deal with that,"
she told herself. Liam seemed to sense her turmoil.
"Well, this is the job now, Mads. We don't have much of a choice in the matter, do we?"
She looked at him and realized it wasn't just the young bank teller that the agency was ruthlessly using, but Liam, too. The side effects weren't apparent yet. The onset of cellular corruption, the beginning of premature old age. But they'd begin to show at some point, wouldn't they? The more trips Liam was sent on into the past, the more damage it was going to do to his body until, like Foster, one day he was going to be an old man before his time. His muscles wasted, his bones brittle, weak, and fragile, his organs irretrievably corrupted by the effects of time travel, and one by one beginning to fail. She so wanted to tell him, to warn him.
"How many more trips, Liam? How many before I'm looking at you and seeing a dying old man?"
But she couldn't. Not yet. Foster had told her it would be unkind for him to know his fate too early. Let him enjoy the freedom of seeing history for a bit, seeing his future, his past. At least give him that for a while, before you tell him he's dying. Liam smiled his lopsided smile. On the face of a grown man, it might have been called rakish, charming, even. On him, it looked just a little mischievous.
"You all right there, Marty?"
"Yeah," she nodded.
"Yeah, I'm fine."
He let go of her arm and checked his timepiece.
"Return window any second now."
Almost on cue, a gentle breeze whistled up the alley, sending the loose debris of garbage skittering along the cobblestones. A moment later, the air several yards from them shimmered like a heat haze, a ball of air 12 feet in diameter, hovering a foot off the ground. Through the portal, Maddie could just make out the twisting, undulating shapes of the archway beyond, and Sal waiting impatiently for them.
"You have to tell him sometime, Maddie. Tell him time travel will slowly kill him."
She didn't like the fact that Foster had left the decision to her. Having secrets like that, having something she couldn't share with him or Sal.
"And what about that note?"
She could feel the lump of balled paper in her glove. Something else she was being asked to keep from her friends. And why? Who was Pandora? She didn't like that. It felt like she was being used.
"What, like you just used that young bank teller?"
"Come on, then," said Liam, stepping forward with the jewelry case in his hands.
"Liam."
He stopped.
"What?"
She could tell him about the note. She could also tell him about the damage time travel was silently wreaking on him. That every time he went back in time, subtle corruption was occurring to every cell in his body, aging him long before his time. She decided she'd want to know that every time she stepped through a portal she was knocking perhaps 5 or 10 years off her natural life. She'd want to at least be able to choose for herself whether she was prepared to make that sacrifice for the rest of mankind.
"What is it, Mads?"
Or maybe Foster was right. She should keep the truth from him for as long as possible. She pulled her glasses out of her handbag and put them on, then took the silly bonnet off her head with its long, ridiculous ostrich feathers. All of a sudden, dressed in her tight corset and billowing lace skirts, she felt dishonest, a phony, a fake, and her eyes meeting Liam's, she felt like a liar. A thin smile spread across her face.
"Nothing, Liam."
Let's go home, okay? Chapter 9 2001, New York.
Are you sure?
Shouted Sal. That's what Bob says. Maddie's voice echoed from the archway through the open door into the back room, the hatchery, as they called it now. He says to attach the end of the protein feed pipe to the growth candidate's belly button. How do we do that? Liam replied. It's not like there's a socket to screw the thing into. The small, slimy fetus squirmed gently in the palm of his hand, stirring in its slumber. He grimaced as it did, feeling small, fragile bones shift beneath its paper-thin skin. It looked as vulnerable as a freshly hatched bird, fallen from a nest, and yet he knew that this tiny, shifting, pale creature would soon be a 7-foot-tall leviathan, bulging with genetically enhanced muscles, with a deep, intimidating voice rumbling from a chest as broad as a beer barrel. Bob says you need to push the food pipe through the belly button. Maddie's voice came back. Sal's lip curled.
You mean, like, as if we're stabbing it?
She called out.
Well, obviously don't stab it with the pipe.
Maddie's voice echoed back.
Do it gently.
Liam looked at Sal and shook his head.
I can't do it. I'd be sick. Here.
He passed the fetus to Sal.
Oh, right. Thanks, Liam.
Sal cradled the thing in her hand and then gingerly reached into the plexiglass growth tube beside them to retrieve the feed pipe dangling down inside. She grimaced as she fumbled in the slimy growth solution, finally pulling out the tip of the pipe. As the slime dripped like mucus from the end of it, she could see the pipe ended with a sharpened tip.
Bob says you shouldn't have to push too hard. The belly button skin is very thin and should... Oh, that's just gross.
Maddie's voice faded away.
What?
Called Liam. Maddie didn't answer immediately.
Maddie?
Chirped Sal.
What's gross? He says the skin should pop, just like a blister.
Liam looked sheepishly at Sal.
Really, I can't do it. I'll be sick all over the poor little fella. Jahula,
Sal muttered.
You are hopeless sometimes.
She took the end of the pipe between her fingers and gently drew it up until it hovered an inch above the fetus's tiny belly, translucent skin crisscrossed with a faint spider's web of blue veins and a small inward twist of rubbery skin. She took a deep breath.
Okay, here goes.
She gently pressed the sharp end of the feed pipe into the small whirl of flesh. The fetus shuddered, finger-length arms and legs suddenly flailing, its walnut-sized head slapping against the palm of her hand.
Maddie! He doesn't like it. It's struggling. Bob says that's perfectly normal. Just push it in until the skin pops.
She heard Liam mutter something about Jesus before his legs buckled beneath him, and he sat down heavily on the floor, then slid over onto his side.
I think Liam's just fainted,
shouted Sal.
Never mind him,
Maddie replied.
We need to get the fetus hooked up before it starts starving. Okay.
She pushed the tip against the belly button again, this time pushing despite the fetus's protests, until she felt the skin give way, as promised, with a small pop. A small trickle of dark blood oozed out onto its belly.
It's in! Okay, now put bonding tape around the pipe and its belly to hold it in place.
Sal picked up a roll of tape and wound it around as the thing squirmed indignantly in her hand.
Okay, what next? Just lower it into the growth tube.
Sal stepped toward the plastic cylinder and lifted the fetus up over the open top.
Okay, Bob Jr.,
she uttered.
See you again in a little while.
Gently she lowered the fetus into the murky gunk and let it sink. It settled down through the pink soup like a descending globule of wax in a lava lamp, until the feed pipe drew taut and it came to rest,
Okay, he's in. Now close the growth tube lid and activate the system pump.
Sal closed the tube's metal lid and clamped it in place. She squatted down to inspect the panel at the bottom of the tube. There wasn't much to see down there. A manufacturer's name, WG Systems, and a small touch screen. She tapped the screen and it lit up. Filtration system active. Set system to growth or stasis.
It's asking me to set it to growth or stasis. Should I pick growth?
Maddie's answer echoed back from the archway a moment later.
Growth for this one.
Sal tapped growth and confirmed the instruction. Immediately she heard the soft hum of a motor whirring to life somewhere in the bottom of the tube. A light winked on inside, making the pink protein glow and lighting the foggy form of the fetus from below. She could see its struggling form settle, content now that it was getting its food despite the earlier discomfort of having the tube pushed into its belly.
All done.
Good. Now we've got to do the same thing for the others, except we'll be setting those to stasis. Sal looked down at the open case on the floor and the other vials containing growth candidates. Then she looked at Liam, still out for the count, his face resting against the cold concrete floor amid a small pool of spittle and vomit.
Great. Thanks for the help, Liam.
This is really good,
said Liam, his mouth full to bulging. Both girls looked at him. What? Liam chewed vigorously for a moment, then finally swallowed.
I said this is really good.
What is it?
Lamb korma,
replied Sal.
It's nothing like how Mum used to make it back home. You have it much sweeter over here. I suppose Americans like their food really sweet?
Maddie nodded. The sweeter the better. I could live just on chocolate. She reached across the table and pulled a carton of mango chutney out of the brown paper takeout bag. Liam hungrily shoved another forkful of korma into his mouth. Across the archway, music streamed from the computer. Maddie had an internet radio station playing music she remembered her parents listening to. The Corrs, R.E.M., Counting Crows.
It's kind of weird with just us three, though,
said Sal.
I miss Foster.
Me too, said Maddie.
We're never going to see him again, are we?
She shrugged. Probably not. He had to go. Why? Asked Liam. She hesitated a moment. He was sick.
Yeah,
said Sal thoughtfully.
He didn't look well.
What was wrong with him? Liam asked. Maddie played with the rice on her plate for a moment. Cancer. He was dying of cancer. He told me that.
Poor fella,
sighed Liam.
I really liked him.
Reminded me a bit of my grandfather, so he did. They ate in silence for a moment.
It's strange, though,
said Sal.
We're part of this agency, but it doesn't feel like we're part of anything, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, said Liam. Like it's just the three of us in this little archway all on our own. No contact with anyone else. He looked up at Maddie. Did he not say there were other groups like us? Other field offices? She nodded. He did. But we never hear from them. There's no information about them or about this agency. No one has contacted us, right? No one. Sal put down the papadum she'd been holding.
What if it really is just us alone here?
The other two looked at her.
What if we are the agency?
She added. Liam's eyebrows arched and his jaw dropped open.
God help us all if that's the case.
Maddie shook her head. It's not just us. Someone else stashed those fetuses back in 1906, right? Couldn't that have been Foster? Could be. Maddie shrugged. But then you've got to ask who genetically engineered the fetuses. That's got to require other people, some facility somewhere. The other two had no answer for that. Fact is, she continued, there's more to this agency than just us.
There are others out there somewhere. Or somewhen. So how do we talk to them? Asked Sal. How can we meet them? I think that's exactly the point. I think we're not supposed to. Maddie slurped her Dr. Pepper. Maybe we're a little like some sort of terrorist organization. For all our safety, no one group can know where another group is. We operate in isolation. It's just us until... Her words tailed off, and they sat in silence for a while, contemplating where that sentence ended. Not much chance of a big Christmas get-together, then, muttered Liam. Maddie snorted, relieved that he'd found a way to break the somber mood. At least, said Sal, we'll have a brand-new Bob to protect us soon. Aye, I miss the big ape. Maddie pointed to the bank of computer monitors. He's right there. Nah, said Liam, wrinkling his nose. It's not quite the same, him being in there. You can't exactly hug a computer monitor, said Sal. Liam chuckled. Quite right. I miss his tufty round coconut head. And that dumb total blip-head expression on his face, added Sal. Aye. Maddie finished a mouthful of curry. Well, we'll have him around soon. Foster's how-to manual says the growth cycle should take about 100 hours. She pushed her glasses up her nose. Let me see, that's just over 4 days. We'll need some new clothes for him, said Sal. I'll see what I can find for him downtown tomorrow. Maddie nodded. Good idea. They finished the Indian takeout and bagged up the trash. Liam volunteered to take it out as the girls changed for bed. He crossed the archway floor, crisscrossed with snaking power cables, and lifted the front shutter enough to duck under and step out into their back street. A flickering blue light dimly lit the street. Above him, bright halogen floodlights illuminated the thick metal spars of the Williamsburg Bridge, arcing across the flat, docile water of the East River. On the far side, a sight he still wasn't used to, was Manhattan, a vibrant, inverted crystal chandelier of winking city lights and nudging traffic. He dropped the bag into the trash can and sucked in the cool night air. Tonight all was well with the world. Tomorrow was the day planes crashed into buildings, and the sky was a dark smudge all day. He hated the Tuesdays. Good night, New York, he uttered under his breath. The city replied with the rumble of a train along the bridge overhead, and the echoing, distant wail of a police siren racing through a Brooklyn street several blocks away. As he prepared to duck back inside and wind the shutter down once more, he found himself wondering if Sal was right. If they really were alone. If the agency was, in fact, just them. As it happened, the answer to that specific question was to arrive the very next morning. Chapter 10 2001, New York. Maddie was entirely engrossed in Big Brother when Bob interrupted. She'd been watching Nicole and Hardy quietly plotting together in the kitchen against the other two. It was a rerun of the previous week's show on Fox, and she already knew who was facing imminent eviction. She'd seen this show at least 4 times already, but for some reason, despite knowing the outcome, it was still compulsive viewing. So it was with mild irritation that she answered the dialogue box that popped up on the monitor over Big Brother.
Maddie?
She sat forward and spoke into the desk mic rather than tap out an answer on the keyboard. What is it, Bob? I'm watching Big Brother right now.
I am picking up incoming tachyon particles.
Her mouth dropped open, and she dribbled milk and Rice Krispies onto her t-shirt. You're kidding me, right?
Kidding?
Joking.
Not joking, Maddie. There is a directed communication beam coming in from downtime.
From downtime? You mean the future?
Affirmative.
Maddie dropped her spoon in the breakfast bowl and sat back in her chair. She looked around.
Liam was still fast asleep on his bunk, and Sal was out clothes shopping for Bob. Oh my God, a message from the future? She realized then and there that it could only be from the agency, their first contact with the rest of the organization, and just when they were really beginning to wonder whether the three of them were all on their own. What's the message, Bob?
Just a moment. Just a moment. Decoding.
Sal had decided not to bother going uptown over the bridge into Manhattan. The clothes shops there were all modern chain stores, and none of them were likely to have much that would fit a 7-foot mountain of muscle. Instead, she headed into Brooklyn, an area she hadn't explored at all thus far. Foster had been so insistent on her focusing her attentive eyes on Manhattan and Times Square, taking in every tiny detail until she knew everything that was supposed to be there, every tiny event that was supposed to happen, that she'd had no time to explore the city this side of the East River. Away from the bridge and South 6th Street, she found myriad quieter back streets, and one in particular lined with odd little boutiques selling second-hand furniture and dusty old books. The chaos of goods piled outside the storefronts and cluttering the narrow street reminded her vaguely of the marketplace near her home in Mumbai. She found herself wiping a solitary tear from her cheek and chided herself for crying for her parents. Because, stupid, they weren't dead. The grim fate that awaited them wasn't going to happen for another 25 years. At this moment in time, her mom and dad were just kids her age, enjoying their childhood and not due to meet for another decade. Strange. Standing side by side, she and her mom could probably pass as sisters. Her attention was drawn to a shop with a curious mix of antique knickknacks spilling out of its entrance and onto the pavement. Ancient-looking wooden furniture, a rocking horse, and clothes that looked like surplus theatrical costumes. But among the bric-a-brac, a second-hand TV set, a toaster, a Dyson vacuum cleaner. A little bit of everything, it seemed. She figured she had as much chance of finding something here that would fit Bob as she might anywhere else, and anyway, everything here appeared to be pretty cheap. She stepped inside the boutique and squeezed through the front of the store, cluttered with a set of chrome bar stools and several flaking display window mannequins wearing odd-looking leather corsets and feather boas. "May I help you, young lady?" The voice seemed to come out of nowhere, and she jumped. Then she spotted a tiny old lady with jet-black hair, who was even shorter than she was. You made me jump," she smiled. "I'm sorry, my dear. I do tend to blend into the store." Sal laughed. She could imagine a customer slapping $10 down on the counter for the realistic old lady mannequin, tucking her under one arm and walking out with her. "What are you after, my dear?" "You have a clothes section?" She waved an arm. "In the back, I have racks and racks of old clothes and party costumes, lots of cast-offs from the Broadway theaters, and a few antique items, too." "Thank you." Sal weaved her way farther into the store. Her nose tickled and teased by the dust that seemed to be on everything, and the faint smell of mothballs and turpentine. She found the clothes racks at the back and almost started giggling at the bizarre mix of garments on display. She flicked through the racks in front of her, chuckling at some of the exotic costumes and cooing appreciatively at others. Eventually she found some things that looked suitable for Bob, a baggy pair of striped pants with extra long legs that she suspected might have been part of a clown's outfit at one time, and an extra-large bright orange and pink Hawaiian shirt that looked like it might just about fit over his broad shoulders and rippling muscles. "You must have a very big friend," said the old lady, as she took Sal's payment and folded the clothes into a plastic bag for her. "Uncle," she replied. "My Uncle Bob. He's a very big man." Sal was about to add that he was also pretty dumb as well, dumb and kind of childlike, when she spotted something dangling from a hanger on one wall. A white tunic, buttoned down the left side,
with an emblem on the chest that she recognized, the white star lines. It was a steward's tunic, just like Liam's. She pointed at it.
Is that a uniform from the Titanic?
The old woman looked around at where she was pointing.
Oh, that? No. It would be worth a lot more if it was genuine. I could sell it to a museum or a collector for thousands of dollars. Unfortunately, it's not. It's just a theater costume. Not a very well-made costume, either. Friends of mine, they did a production set on the Titanic. It didn't do very well. You want to have a look at it?
Sal shook her head. She could have said something about it being a funny coincidence that her bunk buddy was a young man who'd actually worked on the ship for real. The old lady would think she was crazy, of course, or that she was just being flippant. Mind you, in just over half an hour's time, when the first plane hit the Twin Towers, whatever odd conversation she might have had now would be instantly forgotten. Sal returned to the archway with Bob's clothes and some groceries before the first plane hit, and the Manhattan sky started to fill with smoke. She was about to mention the coincidence to Liam, the steward's tunic exactly like his, when she realized by the expressions on Maddie's and Liam's faces that something important had just happened. She forgot all about it. Chapter 11. 2001, New York.
It's a message from the agency, said Liam as Sal joined them beside the computer desk. From the future.
So?
Sal looked at them both.
There's our answer. We're not alone, then.
Yep, replied Maddie, grinning, clearly encouraged and excited by that news. Bob's decoding the message right now. He's estimated the year of origin to be about 2056. That's the time of Roald Waldstein, the inventor of time travel technology. Do you think it's him? The Waldstein fella? Asked Liam. Maddie reached for her inhaler on the desk and took a quick puff. Yes, she replied. Hopefully it's the agency checking in with us. You know, seeing if we're okay, which would be nice. But how? Started Liam, frowning. But how will we talk back to them? These tachyon signal things can only go backward in time, right? That's what Foster said. He said that, but he was keeping it simple. It takes a lot more energy to project forward, plus, more importantly, in 2056 everyone's on the lookout for tachyon particles, right, Bob?
Correct. A signal aimed at the agency could be detected and reveal its location. In 2056, international laws against time travel have been established.
In any case, I wouldn't know which direction to point a signal, said Maddie. Who knows where in the world they're based? So is there a way to talk back? Asked Liam. Maddie nodded. Yep, there is. There was an entry in Foster's how-to guide on how to contact the agency, a short explanation by Foster, looking 10 years younger as he spoke to the webcam. An entry he must have recorded much earlier than the others. It's the same principle, Liam, that you used, actually, said Maddie. The museum guest book, remember?
Liam nodded. He'd managed to scrawl a message in the Museum of Natural History's guest book back in 1957, a desperate plea for help. The book had survived in storage in its extensive mezzanine floor until the present, when Maddie had located it and read his message.
She was still talking. It's the same method of communication, only this time it's a New York newspaper. We place an ad in the Lonely Hearts section of the Brooklyn Daily Eagle. It has to begin with the phrase, "A soul lost in time." Liam clicked his fingers. He understood the rest. And I suppose they have a crinkly old yellow ink copy of that paper? Dated September 12th, 2001, that's right. Sal looked from one to the other, her eyes widening.
And do you mean the words in the paper change? They actually change on the page?
Maddie nodded. It's a tiny ripple in time. Nothing that would change anything else. After all, who's going to be reading the Lonely Hearts section of the paper tomorrow? The papers will be full of that plane crashing into building story, will they not? Said Liam. Exactly. Our little ad won't be noticed by anyone except, of course, a bunch of people carefully studying a page of a 55-year-old newspaper in 2056, or thereabout. Maddie clucked with excitement. I can't tell you how freaking relieved I am that there's somebody else out there. Liam nodded at the screen in front of her. Looks like Bob's done.
I have decoded the message, Maddie.
What is it?
It is only a partial message. The signal has been interrupted.
Huh? Okay. Give us what you've got, Bob.
Words spooled across the dialog box.
Contamination event. Origin time appears to be 10:17 a.m., August 18th, 2015. Major contamination ripples. Significant realignment of time stream. Death of Edward Chan, author of original theory on time travel, resulting in failure to write thesis in 2029. Death may have been deliberate assassination attempt. Occurred while visiting
The three of them waited for a moment for Bob to print out more of the message.
That is all I have. The partial ends there.
That's it?
That is it, Maddie.
She turns to look at the others. What the hell are we supposed to make of that? They sat in silence for a while, digesting the small block of text on the screen. Finally, Liam shrugged. That they're in trouble? Well, duh, sighed Maddie. They need our help, said Sal. But we can help, though, said Liam. Can I go into the future? Of course you can. Maddie pinched the tip of her nose thoughtfully. Think about it. Every time we bring you back from a mission in the past, you're going forward in time, aren't you?
This is correct. A mission operative can travel forward and backward. However, energy expenditure is significantly higher moving forward.
Sal looked at the other two. But maybe there are other field offices further in the future than us who will deal with this. Liam nodded. She's right. If we're not the only team, then perhaps somebody else is closer in time. Maddie gave it a moment's thought. Then why direct the message right at us? I mean, right here, right now. She turned back to the desk. Bob, was this a broad-spectrum signal beam sent out for everybody to pick up anywhere, anywhen?
Negative. It was a narrow, focused beam.
Meaning it was meant for us?
That is the logical assumption, Maddie.
But surely there are other teams in the future, said Sal. Somebody closer in time and... Maybe there are, cut in Maddie. But any field office based after... She looked at the screen. After the 18th of August, 2015, is going to be affected by the time wave also, right? She stared at the other two. So maybe we're the closest unaffected team. Maybe we're the field office closest before this date. Liam sighed. Oh, come on. Why is it us again? We only just got ourselves fixed up after the last bleeding mess and a half.
Hello, Liam. I have a question.
Good morning, Bob.
Is bleedin' a reference to the high body count of the last mission, including the extensive damage to my last organic support frame? Or is it an expression of anger I should add to my language database?
It's Liam being all stressy, said Maddie.
Angry?
That's right. Once again, they stared in silence at the partial message displayed on the screen, all of them silently hoping it would just go away or change into another message, simply welcoming them to the agency. It's for us, isn't it? Said Sal after a while. We've got to fix this time problem like we did the last one. Maddie nodded. I think so. Liam's jaw set firmly. Well, I'm not going anywhere unless I've got Bob coming with me. I mean that, so I do. Okay, said Maddie. That's fair. She turned around to face the computer monitors. Bob, can we speed up the growth cycle of the fetus we've started?
Affirmative.
Increase the nutrient mix of the feed solution. Introduce a small electrical charge to the suspension fluid to stimulate cell activity.
How quickly can we have a body ready for you?
Growth cycle can be increased by 100% with acceptable risk to the biological life form.
Half the time, said Maddie. That's still, what, 38 hours?
Correct.
Could we not birth the clone any earlier? Asked Liam. He looked at Maddie and shrugged. I mean, does it need to be a fully grown man?
Optimal age for organic support unit is approximately 25 years old. Muscle tissue and internal healing systems are at their most functional.
But as Liam says, could we eject the clone from the tube at a younger age? Or would that, I don't know, kill it?
Negative. A growth candidate can be functional from approximate age of 14 onward. However, the support unit's effectiveness would be compromised.
What does that mean? Asked Liam. It means Bob won't be quite as big a brute as he was last time, said Sal. So, what if we birth the clone at, say, about 18 years of age? Asked Maddie. How useful would he be?
An 18-year-old clone would offer approximately 50% of normal operational capacity.
He'd be half as strong, said Liam. Maddie nodded. And how much time would that save us off the growth cycle?
14 hours.
She looked around at the others. What do you think? We speed up the growing process and then empty him out onto the floor 24 hours from now? Said Liam. And we'll have an 18-year-old Bob with half the muscles? That's about it. But he'll still be dangerous to other people, right? I mean, doesn't make any sense me having him by my side if he's just...
Affirmative, Liam. I will be capable of causing death with or without weapons.
Liam managed a weak smile. Then I guess it'd be good to have you back, Bob.
Thank you. I look forward to being fully operational again.
Maddie slapped her hand on the desk. Okay then, I guess we have a plan of action. Since we've got no time to waste, Sal, could you go see to the growth candidate? Let's get that process sped up. Okay. And I guess I better start gathering all the data I can on this Edward Chan guy, she said, pecking at the computer's keyboard. What about me? Asked Liam. Maddie tapped her fingers absent-mindedly on the desk. Hell, I don't know. I suppose I'm coffee getter. She smiled. If you're making a run to Starbucks, can you grab me a chocolate chip muffin as well? Yeah, me too, called Sal from the back room's doorway. Chapter 12 2001, New York. So, this is what I've got, said Maddie, producing several sheets of computer printout. The KFC restaurant's eating area was deserted apart from them. Brooklyn's streets were quiet, everyone back home now that the last light of the evening had gone, all watching the news on their TV sets. Today's sky had been divided all day by the thick column of black smoke from the collapsed Twin Towers, and New Yorkers were emerging from the fog of shock and dismay at the day's events to a mood of contemplation and mourning. They were lucky to find even this place open. Only a couple of staff seemed to be on, and they were busy half the time watching the news updates on a small TV set up right on the counter. Edward Chan, as you guys will remember Foster telling us, is this bright young math whiz who went to the University of Texas. He graduated there, then went on to do some postgrad work. What is that? What's postgrad? It's just more studying, Liam. The kind of studying where you tell your teachers what specific area you intend to research, and they just check in with your work every now and then and help out if they can. So anyway, she continued, looking down at the printouts and reading. At the university, he sets out to do a research paper on zero-point energy. And what's that? Geez, Liam, are you going to keep stopping me to ask what stuff is? He looked hurt. I've got to learn all these modern words, right? I mean, I'm still really just a lad from Cork who's running to catch up on the last century, so I am. Maddie sighed. It's sort of like energy that's supposed to exist at a subatomic level. It was still just theoretical mumbo-jumbo in my time. I think they started building something to do with that in India in my time, said Sal. Experimental reactor or something, because we were running out of oil and stuff. Maddie scooped up some mashed potatoes from her plate. Anyway, if I can continue, Liam. Chan set out to do a paper on zero-point energy and ended up changing course. Instead, he wrote a paper on the theoretical possibility of time travel. The main point he was making in his work was that the theoretical energy that was assumed to be there in normal space-time, the subatomic energy soup that was supposed to be everywhere, was in fact a form of leakage from other dimensions. He writes this science paper and does nothing else notable until his death from cancer a few years later at the age of 27. So, like Foster told us, said Liam, this Chan lad is the true inventor of time travel, not the Waldstein fella. Well, he did the theoretical work that led to Waldstein's machine, so I guess they're both responsible for inventing it. The message from the agency said he'd been assassinated, said Sal. Maddie nodded. Which means what? She looked at both of them. I'm guessing it means someone is trying to prevent time travel from being invented? Liam reached for a napkin. So, hold on. Isn't that what the Waldstein fellow wanted in the first place? To make sure time travel never got invented? Isn't that why this agency thing exists? Why the three of us are here instead of dead? So why would the agency want us to save Chan? Asked Sal. I mean, no Chan means no time travel, right? That means no more time problems. That's right. Liam raised a finger. The message didn't actually tell us to save him. Maddie leaned forward. It was an incomplete message. Maybe that's the part we missed at the end. But we don't know that for sure, replied Sal. Maybe it was someone from the future letting us know the time up ahead was changing and that there was now no more need for the agency. Or for us. Maddie shook her head and pointed to the message printed out on paper. Look, it begins with contamination event. I'd say that suggests that they considered this to be a bad thing. And they're not too happy about it. They were silent for a moment, all three of them staring at the printed words on the page, trying to determine the intent of the message. Foster was very, very specific about this, said Maddie after a while. History must go a certain way, for good or bad. Even if the history yet to happen features some kid named Chan who makes time travel possible, that's the way it has to be. And if it changes from that, the agency has to fix it. Liam nodded after a few moments. I suppose you're right. So, do we know where his death is going to happen? The date in the message is August 18th. In our database, it mentions Chan was one of a class of high school students who were on a field trip to the Texas Advanced Energy Research Institute on this date. This is biographical data on Chan taken from 2056. If this really is an assassination attempt by somebody, chances are they have access to the same data as us. In other words, they looked at Chan's biography and noted he was going to be at a particular place at a particular time. And sent themselves back in time to be there waiting with a gun? Finished Liam. Maddie nodded. Yep. Well, Liam bit his lip anxiously. You can see now why I'm so bleeding keen to have big old Bob by my side. Seems these bad guys have got guns with them, and Bob's a master at dealing with people like that, so he is. Maddie glanced at her watch. We should probably get back to the arch. The time bubble is due to flip over in a few hours, and we could all do with some rest. Bob's new body should be ready to birth tomorrow morning, and then we'll send you guys forward in time to see what's what. Liam sighed. Back in that old bathtub for me. Chapter 13 2001, New York. Sal stared at the curled-up form in the growth tube in stunned silence for a good minute, before she finally gasped. Oh, no! By the dim red light of the back room and the peach-colored glow of the tube's interior light,
She could see they'd really messed up with growing Bob's body. Well, actually, it looked like she alone had messed things up.
They're going to be mad at me.
Maddie's voice echoed through the open door in the back room. How's he looking? Sal didn't know what to say. So she said nothing. Everything okay in there?
They've got to find out sometime. No. Not really,
she replied.
What's the matter?
Maddie's head appeared in the doorway, squinting into the gloom of the hatchery.
Sal? What's up? It's Bob, she said. Oh, God, what now? It's not a misgrowth, is it? We can't afford to start another one. Sal had caught a glimpse of the few misgrowths that had been floating in the tubes back here not long after Foster had recruited them. They'd looked like awful freak show specimens in some carnival tent, contorted, with faces like gargoyles and demons and limbs twisted into impossible claw-like stumps. She thanked God it wasn't something like that. No, it's grown just fine. It's just...
Maddie took a cautious step into the hatchery, her eyes yet to adjust to the dim red lighting. Well, it looks okay from here. 2 arms, 2 legs. Nothing weird and gross sticking out, she said. Sal studied the adult-sized form floating in the murky pink soup.
I think I must have put the wrong fetus in or something, she muttered.
Maddie took a few steps across the floor, careful not to hook her foot in a power cable and pull over one of the other tubes holding the other tiny fetuses in stasis. Come on, Sal, what's the prob... Maddie's voice trailed away as she stood beside her.
Oh,
she whispered.
I see now.
Sal bit her lip.
I must have... I'm sorry. I didn't check it first. I just didn't see.
Maddie looked at her.
You didn't see? They all look the same,
Sal replied, her voice rising in pitch.
Look, I'm sorry. Oh, that's just great, Sal. Just great. Now what are we going to do? I'm sorry, okay? Sorry, I didn't see. I just... Sorry? Is that it? Sorry doesn't help us. There's no time to grow another one.
Liam stepped into the back room.
Hey, ladies, whatever is the matter? Well, why don't you come and look for yourself?
Snapped Maddie irritably. Liam made his way cautiously forward until he was standing between them.
Meet your new support unit,
she added sarcastically. Liam frowned at the dim outline in the tube. Then suddenly his eyebrows shot up into twin arches.
It's a girl,
said Sal helpfully.
Oh, Jesus and Mother Mary! I never knew we got baby boys and girls.
Maddie reached down to the floor and picked up one of the empty glass containers the fetuses had come in. She held it close to the growth tube to take advantage of some of the softly glowing light coming from within. There, she said after a while, her finger pointing at a small marking at the bottom of the glass. Sal leaned closer, screwing her eyes up to see it better in the dim light.
It says XX, that's all. What's that supposed to mean?
Maddie shook her head.
You don't know? No.
Liam shrugged. Me neither, he said, his eyes still locked on the naked female form inside the tube.
It means female, and XY means male. You guys can be real morons. It's to do with the chromosomes.
Liam managed to drag his eyes away.
Cromer-what-a-majinxie?
Frustrated, Maddie banged the plexiglass tube with the palm of her hand.
Doesn't matter. I'll explain another time. The point is, what are we going to do? If we start another one, it'll be at least another 36 hours before we can send someone to investigate the Chan thing,
said Sal.
That's my point,
replied Maddie, removing her glasses and rubbing her eyes.
The message sounded urgent, right? God knows what damage is happening to the timeline ahead of us right now. We don't have much choice, replied Sal. Unless...
Maddie nodded.
Unless you go check it out on your own, Liam.
Liam looked at them both.
You're joking, right?
Neither one said anything.
Right, he replied. Well, the answer is not on your Nelly. No way, no sir. I'm not going into some spangly future place without a bub.
He looked again at the female form inside the tube.
Or a Roberta by my side. It's been hard enough for me trying to get my head around 2001 and all your crazy modern ways. There's no way that I'm doing 2015 all on my own, I'm telling you.
Maddie sighed.
All right, then.
She looked at the shape floating in the goo.
That thing may not have the brute strength of the last one, but at least you'll have Bob's AI and database along with you.
Maddie turned to him.
And this is just a scouting mission anyway. Just a quick visit to see what happens to Chan.
Liam's face hardened.
That's what Foster said to me the last time, and look what happened. I got stuck in the middle of World War II for 6 months.
Maddie reached a hand out and touched his arm.
Well, this time we'll just be more cautious.
He chewed his lip in thought for a moment, then finally nodded.
Geez, all right. I suppose if it's just a quick look-see.
Maddie gently slapped his shoulder.
Good. Sal?
Yes?
Let's berth it.
Okay.
Sal squatted down on her haunches to tap the command into the small control panel at the bottom of the cylinder.
Liam?
Said Maddie.
Yes?
Would you mind?
Mind? Mind what?
A little privacy?
Huh?
Maddie sighed.
It may just be a mindless, blubbering clone right now, but it's still a lady.
Liam was still sulking at being kicked out of the back room when the metal door to the hatchery finally slid to one side with a shrill squeak of unoiled rollers. Maddie and Sal emerged through the doorway first, beaming like a pair of proud midwives. They ushered a pale, shuffling form wrapped in a long towel out into the light of the main arch. Liam studied her. She was taller than the other two, and, of course, as Bob had first been when he'd been dumped out of the bottom of his tube, she was completely bald. Yet despite that, he realized she was, and he felt a little queasy admitting this to himself, very beautiful.
Hello?
He said awkwardly. The clone stared at him curiously as the girls led her across the arch toward the table and armchairs. Her pale skin glistened, wet with the goo she'd been floating in only moments ago, and the smell, like a rancid meat stew, wafted across to him, turning his stomach.
Hello there,
said Liam again as they sat her down opposite him.
Flagger, goof slurb,
the clone replied. Dark brown slime dribbling out of the side of her mouth and down her chin.
Okay,
said Maddie to Liam. You can get acquainted while I figure out how to upload Bob's AI. He nodded, his eyes still locked on the clone. She seemed to have little of the bulging musculature of Bob, athletic, though not bulky like he'd been last time. Bob,
Liam, you idiot.
He realized that it was stupid to think of that first ape-like clone as Bob. It had merely been the organic vehicle that Bob's AI code had first used. But still, he mused, Bob's personality, if he could actually use that word, had been formed inside that big brute. It was almost impossible not to think of him as a big, clumsy tank of a man, with fuzzy coconut hair and a voice as deep and rumbling as one of the trains that regularly rattled over the Williamsburg Bridge above them. During the 6 months he'd been stuck in the past with Bob, he'd grown attached to the big, lumbering ape. Not just the code in his head, but that expressionless, vapid face of his, those horribly awkward smiles, more like a horse baring its teeth. He'd even cried when those men had gunned Bob down, riddling him with enough bullets to ensure that even his robust body had no hope of recovery. Cried as Bob had died in his arms, and he'd had to perform an act of surgery that since then he'd done his very best to wipe from his memory. Cried for Bob, although he'd never admit that to the others because it seemed silly. All that made Bob Bob had survived, had come back from the past in his blood-covered hand, a wafer of silicon containing his AI, every memory he had, all the learning, all the adapting, all the growing up he'd done in those 6 months in the past. That was Bob, not the tattered, bullet-riddled corpse he'd left behind in the blood-spattered snow of 1941. Liam looked again at the young woman in front of him, lean and athletic, a porcelain beauty to her face. Her? Her? It's an IT, Liam. IT, get it? Not a her, just an organic vehicle, a meat robot. Almost as if the clone could read his mind, it drooled another long spittle string of gunk out of the side of its mouth and grunted something unintelligible. Sal giggled. So like Bob, isn't she? She could be his twin sister. Maddie returned from the desk to sit beside the female clone. Okay, Bob's preparing the download protocols. He needs to interface with this support unit's built-in operating system before he can upload a copy of his AI into it. Oh, how does Bob get into its head? Asked Liam. Don't you need some sort of cable or something? Bluetooth, she replied wearily. Yes, I know, that means nothing to you, she sighed. Okay, it's a broadband wireless data communication protocol designed for low-latency, short-distance transmission. Liam was still staring at her, slack-jawed and bemused. Maddie sighed again.
Information will fly through the air from the computer and into its head. Oh, right, Liam smiled. Why didn't you just say that in the first place?
They heard a beep coming from the computer desk. Uploading is starting now, said Maddie. The clone sitting opposite Liam suddenly jerked upright and cocked her head like a dog hearing a dog whistle. He watched with fascination as the support unit's eyes blinked rapidly with the data flooding into the tiny computer system built into the middle of its cranium. Computer technology that came from the 2050s. Technology immensely more powerful than their array of linked PCs beneath the computer desk. The download of information took about 10 minutes. Then finally the female clone closed her eyes. Installing, explained Maddie. Then it will boot up again. After a few moments, the clone looked up at them with eyes that now seemed to faintly glint with intelligence. Bob, said Maddie. You okay? The clone nodded awkwardly. Affirmative. The voice was a deep growl, almost as deep as Bob's old voice had been. Jesus! Liam lurched. That's weird. Sal made a face. Ooh, Jahula! That's just so wrong.
I will adjust the vocal register.
Bob's barrel-deep voice rumbled. The support unit cocked its head, then spoke again. Is this better? The voice now had the smooth upper register of a teenage girl's. Maddie nodded. Much better. I think we can safely say you're not an it, you're a she now. Liam shook his head as he studied it, him, her, Bob. I feel very strange about this, he finally muttered. Very strange indeed. Chapter 14 2001, New York. Now, she's had all the biographical information about Edward Chan and details of the layout of the Texas Advanced Energy Research Institute uploaded. Isn't that right? The support unit nodded as she lowered herself into the water beside Liam, wearing underwear that Maddie had self-consciously pulled out from beneath the sheets of her bunk and donated. Affirmative. I have all the data required for this mission, the support unit replied sweetly. Liam shook his head. This is so weird. I mean, it's great to have you back and all, Bob, but you're His glance flickered involuntarily for a moment toward the clone's chest. He clasped his eyes shut.
Oh, jeez. You're a girl, so you are.
Recommendation. Suggest this copy of my AI be given an appropriate, unique identifier. Maddie, sitting on the top step and looking down at them in the water, nodded. That's right. You can't go around calling her Bob. Additional information. Although the AI in my computer is a direct duplication, I am now interfaced with a different organic brain. And during the operational lifespan of this organic support frame, different data will result in a different emergent AI. Liam looked up at Maddie. What did Bob, just say? That you should think of the support unit as someone brand new. As a different team member, because she's going to develop a different personality. That's right, isn't it? The support unit nodded. Affirmative. Consequently, this AI should have its own identifying label. She needs a new name to avoid confusion with Bob, added Maddie, nodding toward the bank of monitors and computers on the desk. Remember, Bob's still in there. She grinned. You should think of this support unit as, I don't know, his sister. Liam looked at the clone treading water beside him. She tried one of Bob's reassuring horse smiles, just as clumsy and ill-fitting as her brother, but somehow more appealing on her slim face. Liam, she said softly, please give me a name. Go on, said Maddie. It's your turn. He shook his head. I don't know. Okay, you think about it. She called across the archway to Sal. What's the countdown? 50 seconds. She handed them a couple of sealed plastic bags. Clothes for you in there, and a wig for her. Now, you'll arrive at the Institute just as a class of 30 children are being given a tour of the place. I've checked the floor plans and picked out what looks like an equipment storage room near the Institute's main experimental chamber. That's where we'll send you. You can dry off and change in there, then join the school party. Liam nodded. You'll be there to observe how Edward Chan is assassinated, okay? Not to stop it, just watch. Then we'll bring you back, you can tell us what happened, then we can work out on what we need to do to prevent it from happening. That's the plan, got it? Aye. And the return window? Is set for 10 minutes after Edward Chan's time of death. The usual failed return protocols apply. If you miss that first window, we'll open again an hour later. You know how it goes. An hour later, then a day later, then a week later. That's it. 30 seconds, called out Sal. You okay, Liam? Asked Maddie softly. He nodded, his teeth beginning to chatter with the cold. Come back safely, she said affectionately, patting his hand holding the side of the tube. She got to her feet and clanked down the steps. 10 seconds. Liam turns to look at the support unit treading water beside him. Hey, I've got a name for you. Insufficient time, Liam, she replied. We have to go under the water now. Reluctantly, he nodded, sucked in a big lungful of air, let go of the side, and held his nose. The support unit gently rested a hand on top of his head and shoved him under with surprising force, then ducked beneath the water herself. Chapter 15 2015, Texas. He watched Edward Chan walking ahead of him with the other kids. He looked so small among the other high schoolers, so small and so vulnerable, with his backpack on his back and a yellow t-shirt 2 sizes too big for him. Yes, he does. But don't forget who this boy is. Just how dangerous he is. Howard Goodall gritted his teeth with renewed determination. Ahead of him, just a dozen yards away, was the legendary Edward Chan, grandfather of time travel technology. His mind reiterated an inescapable mantra. The boy has to die. The boy has to die. Too many of his colleagues had been arrested to get him to this place, this time, close enough to kill Chan. He could feel the weight in his own backpack, a red one with High School Musical 4 stenciled in cheerful pink across it. He could feel the weight of responsibility in there, and the miniature carbon fiber projectile weapon hidden inside an innocent-looking thermos, the cheap plastic kind you can pick up from Walmart for $5. The Institute's guide eased his way through the shuffling trail of students to the front, where he stopped, turned around, and raised his hands to get everyone's attention.
Okay, now that you guys have all had some refreshments and you've had a little introduction to the theory behind zero-point energy, we're going to be heading into the business part of this facility, the experimental reactor building. Before we go inside, there's one more security check.
30 students moaned in unison.
Sorry, kids.
He laughed.
I'm afraid it's procedure. So if you'd all just open your backpacks and school bags one last time for our security guards to get a quick look inside, then we can proceed.
Third time. Howard did his best to look just as casual and irritated at the hassle as all the other kids. He unzipped his backpack and held it open for a cursory glance. If the guard bothered to unscrew the drinking cap of the thermos, he'd find the small weapon, which was roughly the size and shape of a whiteboard marker. Howard watched the guard work his way down the line of impatient children. But he won't unscrew it because, Howard, you're going to look just as bored as all these other kids. Bored and impatient to get on with the tour. And not nervous. Not scared. Howard was the one in their group they'd selected to do the job. Although he was 23, he looked young enough to pass as a high school student. The few tufts of downy hair on his upper lip suggesting a boy desperate to grow his first mustache. His dark wavy hair pulled back into a scruffy ponytail. His thrash metal Arch NME on tour t-shirt took 6 or 7 years off him. Now he no longer looked like Howard Goodall, a mathematics graduate from the year 2059, but Leonard Baumgardner, some grungy high school kid who'd managed to earn top scores on his SATs. The real Lenny was back home in his basement, bound and gagged along with his mom. Howard had briefly considered killing them both, worried they might struggle free and raise the alarm. But he figured this was all going to be done before that could happen. He looked close enough in appearance to the spotty face on Lenny's old school ID card to pass a cursory examination. And since this party of students had assembled together in Austin earlier this morning, and he was the only kid from Baumgardner's school going, there was no one there to not recognize him. No one had any reason to believe he wasn't young Leonard. Of course, none of the kids knew each other. They were from different schools all over the state. 30 kids assembling, early morning, waiting to be signed onto the bus and into the care of Mr. Whitmore for the day. Howard glanced around at the others. And what if one of the others is not who he says he is? He kicked that thought away as quickly as it had arrived. He needed to stay very calm. Needed to look relaxed, like these others, slightly bored, waiting to be shown something interesting, something worth crawling out of bed for so early. The guard finally reached for Howard's bag.
Morning,
he grunted.
Let's take a look, son.
Howard casually held out his backpack.
Anything hazardous in here, son?
What, you mean apart from my big bomb? Sighed Howard with a lazy smile. The guard scowled at him.
Not even funny, kid.
His hand rummaged quickly through the grubby items inside, a sandwich box, the thermos, several rolled-up and dog-eared comic books, before he slapped the pack closed and waved Howard past. Howard offered the guard a casual wave.
Have a nice day. Go on, kid, scoot, said the guard before turning to rummage through another bag.
Ahead he could see Chan and the other students gathered around the guide, Mr. Kelly, and the teacher, Mr. Whitmore, waiting for the last of them to be checked. He sucked in a deep breath as he wandered over to join them, settling his nerves, his pounding heart. Inside the zero-point chamber, that's when he was going to do it. The chamber would be sealed, with this security guard and the others on the outside, his best chance to fire several aimed shots at the boy. It would take them a while to react, to open the door. To take me down. Howard smiled grimly.
Not such a big price to pay to save the future of mankind. Not really. Chapter 16 2015, Texas. They landed with a wet splash on a hard tiled floor. Ouch! Liam whimpered. The water sloshed noisily across the floor, soaking cardboard boxes of domestic cleaning materials. Jesus, why can't we ever land on something soft, like a pillow? He grimaced as he let go of his nose and puffed out the breath he'd taken back in 2001. Insufficient data to identify a soft landing locate... Liam raised a hand. It's all right. I wasn't after an answer. He pulled a wet shock of dark hair out of his eyes and opened them, instantly wishing he hadn't. Oh, Mother of God! He clamped his eyes shut and turned away to look at the storeroom wall. What is wrong? You could have warned me you were taking those wet things off. Why? Because... He bit his lip. This is so very not right. Because you're you're a girl now, Bob. Liam spotted some towels on the storeroom shelf and began to dry himself off. You should assign a new identity to this AI copy. I may be Bob now, she said. But this AI will develop new subroutines and characteristics that require a new identifying label. Liam nodded. Yes. Self-consciously, he found himself wrapping the towel around his waist as he hurriedly removed his wet boxers and pulled the clothes he'd brought with him out of the bag. 4 seconds before we were transmitted, you indicated you had a suitable identity for me. Oh, yes. So I did. She turns to look at him. So, what will I be called? Liam could hear the rustle of clothes being quickly pulled on behind his back. Good. He really didn't need to see that again. He found a pair of neon green 3/4 length baggy shorts and a navy blue sweatshirt with the word Nike splayed across it. And for some reason a large check mark beneath the word. He felt much better with some clothes on, even if they looked ridiculous. I had a cousin named Rebecca, he said. Used to call her Bex for short. Bex? Replied the support unit, her voice rising at the end in a query. That's right. Bex. A moment. Logging identity. So are you decent now? Can I turn around? Decent? You know, got clothes on? Affirmative. Liam turned around and found his breath caught momentarily. Blimey. Bex cocked her head and looked at him. Are these garments incorrectly deployed? His eyes skittered awkwardly up from the combat boots to the black leggings to the black lace miniskirt to a black halter top that displayed a bare midriff up to her perfect face framed by tumbling locks of flaming fox-red hair. Quite clearly Sal had decided their support unit needed to look like some sort of gothic Valkyrie. No, you got it about, right, I suppose, I think. Liam felt his mouth go dry, and a strange, jittery, lurching sensation in his stomach. Jesus, get a grip, Liam. That's just Bob wearing a girl's suit, all right? Recommendation. You should refer to me as Bex from this point on, she said firmly. It will avoid unnecessary confusion between AI versions. He nodded. All right, okay. So you're Bex, then. That's settled. Correct. Her smile was faltering and clumsy as always, just like Bob's. But on those lips, strangely perfect. Liam decided to shift his mind to other things. I suppose we had better get a move on and find this Chan fella. Bex nodded and blinked, retrieving data from her hard drive. We are located within the Institute's experimental reactor building. The reactor is very close to this location. Liam stepped toward the storeroom's door and cracked it open a sliver. Outside he could see a narrow hallway and, opposite, double doors with a sign on them. Authorized visitors and staff only. Just then he heard muffled voices from the end of the hallway, and glass doors swung inward to reveal a man in a sharp linen suit leading a shuffling gaggle of teenagers. Yes.
We're in the correct place, all right, whispered Liam. He watched the group coming toward them, the man turning to talk to the teenagers, gesturing emphatically with his hands. Liam gently closed the door until it clicked. They're just coming up now. We can tag along at the end, he whispered. He waited until the muted sound of the man's droning voice and the shuffle and slap of sneakers on the polished linoleum floor passed them by before he cracked the door open again and peeked out. The last kids in the school party were just ahead, 3 blonde-haired girls deeply involved in a mumbled conversation, clearly too interested in chatting to each other to even pretend to be listening to the guide up front. Now, Liam mouthed, and stepped out behind them, Bex swiftly following. He fell into step at the back of the group, and when a girl casually glanced over her shoulder, he quickly managed to mimic the laid-back swagger of one of the boys up ahead. Oh, said the girl. I thought we were, the last. Liam shrugged and smiled. Guess, not, he replied, doing his best to bury the Irish in his voice. Her gaze lingered a moment longer, a flickering smile for him. Then she turned around and was back to gossiping in a conspiratorial murmur with the other 2. Liam puffed out a silent gasp of relief. It looked like they'd jumped the first hurdle, successfully sneaking onto the tour party and managing to pass themselves off as just 2 more kids who might actually have preferred a trip to Disneyland or Universal Studios than wandering around a bunch of clinically clean corridors. He grinned at Bex and then almost immediately wished he hadn't. The smile she returned gave him that weird, flip-flopping sensation in his stomach again. Liam, you daft idiot. It's just Bob in a dress, for crying out loud. He wished Sal could have found some other clothes for the support unit. Something baggy, drab, and unflattering. And why a wig with hair like that? Why that color? He'd always loved that copper red. His first crush at school, Mary O'Donnell. She had hair that bewitching color of fiery red. Oh, saints preserve me. She's just a meat robot, so she is. Chapter 17 2015, Texas. And here we are, announced Mr. Kelly to the group. We're about to enter the central reactor containment area. The whole experimental chamber is surrounded by an electromagnetic field to filter out possible interference from all manner of electronic devices. Basically, we're going to be walking inside a giant electromagnet. So if you kids have any iPods, laptops, iPads, cell phones, or memory cards with data you'd rather not lose, may I suggest you place them on the table here before we step through, he said, indicating a table beside a pair of thick metal doors. Liam watched with amusement as virtually every student sighed and then proceeded to reach into their backpacks to pull out all kinds of shiny metal and plastic gadgets and gizmos. Eventually, Mr. Kelly tapped an entry code on the large metal doors and smiled expectantly as they swung slowly inward. At last, the gaggle of teenagers in his charge seemed to be shaken out of their torpid state of disinterest. A shared gasp rippled among them as their eyes swept up to take in the large spherical chamber, seemingly constructed entirely out of soccer ball-sized ball bearings. As you can see, the entire chamber is lined with charged magnets, which act as a completely impenetrable barrier for any sort of FM radio signals, Wi-Fi signals, electrical currents, atmospheric static, and so on, the sort of things that can affect our readings from the test runs. He led them into the spherical chamber along a raised walkway, toward a platform 30 feet in diameter. Mr. Kelly pointed toward a rather less impressive-looking structure, what appeared to be a polished metal witch's cauldron with a lid 6 feet across. Wires and cables and broad cylinders of metal descended through the lid into whatever witch's brew was bubbling away inside. Now that, kids, that's what this is all about. That metal sphere contains tens of billions of dollars worth of investment and quite possibly represents mankind's energy future. That's the reactor? Asked Mr. Whitmore. Yep, that's it, the zero-point energy test reactor. Kelly smiled and shook his head. You know, it still amazes me that something so small, something the size of a
of a small car could, in theory, provide more than enough energy for every last person on this planet. Liam found his jaw sagging open, just like everyone else's. The tests we've run in there have so far produced really staggering amounts of energy out of the space-time vacuum pinholes that we've opened. The trick is sustaining and controlling the pinhole, and, of course, containing such huge amounts of energy.
That sounds a little dangerous, said the blonde girl who'd glanced back at Liam.
Mr. Kelly looked at her. What's your name?
Laura Whiteley.
Well, Laura, I guess it does sound a little dangerous. Dr. Brome, one of our leading scientists working on this, likened it to opening a very small peephole and looking at the face of God himself. Mr. Kelly forced a laugh at that comment. A little fanciful, I think, but it gives you an idea of how much energy we're talking about. Howard Goodall felt the first bead of sweat trickle down the small of his back as he discreetly eased his backpack off his shoulder onto the floor. He slowly opened the zip just a little and snaked his hand inside. His fingers quickly found the screw cap of his thermos, and he gently began twisting it off. He could see Edward Chan at the front of the small knot of students gazing in silent awe at the glistening metal container. Howard wondered how they could all be so incredibly stupid, how mankind was happy to play dice with technology it had no way of understanding. He remembered a lecture at college. His professor had talked about the Manhattan Project during World War II, their attempt to build the world's first atom bomb. How, when they first did a test detonation in the deserts of New Mexico, the scientists hadn't been certain whether the bomb would destroy several square miles of desert or, indeed, the entire planet. But still, the reckless, silly fools went ahead and tested it anyway, played dice with mankind's future. Just like time travel, a technology mankind was woefully unprepared to be in possession of. He stepped forward, a little closer to Chan, his eyes darting to the heavy doorway of the chamber slowly being swung back into place. His hand felt the tube-shaped carbon fiber weapon. It was small, tiny, with a magazine containing 6 poison-tipped projectiles. He only had to wound Chan, just get one shot on target and wound the boy. The neurotoxin would finish him in minutes. This is it, Howard, he told himself. This is the end of time travel. Chapter 18 2001, New York.
What? Jealous?
Maddie shook her head emphatically.
Jealous of Bob version 2?
Sal had a mischievous look on her face.
Just asking.
Oh, come on, of course not. It's not even human, it's just a clone. It's not even a genuine copy of a human. It doesn't have a real human brain.
But she looks very human.
And so does a storefront mannequin, or a G.I. Joe action figure, or a Barbie doll. Sal shrugged and grinned.
Liam seemed impressed.
Maddie had noticed. His eyes had been out on stalks.
No different to any other boy, I guess. One thing on their minds all the time.
Sal giggled.
True.
She spun in the office chair beside the computer desk.
So you don't? So you're not jealous?
Maddie took off her glasses and wiped them on her t-shirt. It was decidedly odd having Bob looking like that, like some athletic model, some Amazonian beauty. And yes, having something like that gliding beautifully around was enough to make any female feel inadequate, plain in comparison. But then Maddie was used to it. On the other hand, if Sal was asking in a roundabout way whether she had feelings for Liam, well, the answer was no, not those kinds of feelings. Liam was nice-looking, charming in an old-fashioned, gentlemanly way, but what she felt for him more than anything else was pity, a choking sadness. Every time I send him through, I'm killing him just a little bit more. She looked at Sal. No, I'm not jealous. I'm not, like, after him.
Maddie, it is time to activate the return window.
Okay, she replied, turning to face the desk. She began to tap the retrieval coordinates into the computer.
But he's nice,
said Sal.
Sure he's nice,
said Maddie.
I'm sure he had girlfriends back in Ireland, but I'm a couple of years older than him anyway, and it's more like he's a little brother, or a nephew, really, than, sort of boyfriend material.
Maddie double-checked the coordinates.
Anyway, my God, Sal,
she grimaced at her.
I can't believe you're being so nosy. Sorry,
said Sal, flicking a tress of dark hair out of her eye.
Oh, I just remembered. You'll never guess what I saw in a junk store down. Just a moment, Sal. I need to concentrate.
Chapter 19 2015, Texas. Liam identified Chan among the students. It wasn't as obvious as he'd thought it would be. There were a few who looked Asian to him, and most of them were younger than the other students. But he knew Edward Chan was the youngest here, and he zeroed in on a small boy at the front, gaping wide-eyed at the zero-point energy reactor, seemingly entranced by it. Bex gently tapped Liam's arm and leaned toward him.
Information. According to the mission data, Edward Chan only has 4 minutes and 7 seconds left to live.
Liam nodded. He looked around the chamber, trying to identify what or who could possibly pose a threat to the boy. If they were down to 4 minutes, then presumably the kid's killer was right here, right now, getting ready to make his move. His eyes darted from Mr. Kelly explaining the machinery and instrumentation, to Mr. Whitmore stroking his sparsely bearded chin thoughtfully, to the 2 technicians manning a couple of data terminals.
One of them?
His gaze shifted to the students, all of them still marveling at the interior of the chamber and some of the incredible-sounding statistics that Mr. Kelly was reeling off. Equivalent to all of the energy produced by coal, oil, natural gas over the last 150 years. One of them? One of the students? Why not? It could just as easily be one of the students. After all, Liam was the same age as the oldest of them, and an assassin would probably have a better chance smuggling himself in as a student than he would a member of the staff. After all, that had worked for him and Bex. His gaze wandered from face to face, looking for a nervous tick, darting eyes, lips moving in silent prayer, someone clearly agonizing over the precise moment to strike. Bex gently tapped his arm again. "What now?" he hissed.
"I am sensing precursor tachyon particles in the vicinity."
He looked at her.
"Huh?"
Their return window wasn't due yet. Not until 10 minutes after Chan's supposed moment of death. That was the arrangement.
"Are you sure?"
Bex nodded toward the reactor.
"There. They are appearing."
Her eyes widened, and her lids fluttered and blinked rapidly.
"Danger!"
she suddenly barked at the top of her voice. Howard was almost beside Chan, his finger on the trigger inside his bag, ready to pull the small weapon out and fire it at his back. He wanted to be right beside Chan, right next to him, to know for an absolute certainty he wasn't going to miss. Too much rested on this. Everything rested on this. He was just a couple of yards from him when a tall girl with distinctive red hair at the back of the knot of students suddenly started shouting. Mr. Kelly stopped mid-sentence. "Excuse me?" "Danger!" shouted the girl again, her voice loud and urgent. "Excuse me, young lady," replied Mr. Whitmore. "This is not the place for some sort of stupid prank." Howard turned to look at the girl. Something's wrong. Someone knows. "Danger!" shouted the girl again, but her finger pointed directly at the reactor, not him. "Tachyon interference with the reactor. The reactor will explode." Howard had no idea what the hell she was talking about. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Perhaps she was just some flaky goth girl making some sort of protest against experimenting with zero-point energy. He was with her on that,
But now was not the best time. He wasn't going to be distracted. He pushed his way forward toward Chan as the other students began to step back warily from the reactor in response to her outburst. At last, standing beside the small boy, he looked down at him, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to whip the gun out and fire. Chan turned to look up at him.
"What's the girl at the back saying?"
Howard found himself shrugging.
I guess she's having some kind of fit."
"Now stop it,"
snapped Mr. Whitmore, pushing his way through the bemused students toward the girl.
"Nothing is going to explode."
Chan grinned up at Howard.
"Crazy girl, huh?"
And Howard found himself smiling back at the kid, somehow not quite ready to pull out the gun and fire at point-blank range. He really hadn't expected to be looking down into a friendly face at the very moment he pulled the trigger on Chan. Without warning, Bex grabbed Liam roughly by the shoulders and manhandled him back from the reactor toward the walkway leading to the sealed exit.
"Bex, what the hell are you doing? What's going on?"
"Imminent threat of explosion," she said crisply and calmly, and a little too loudly. Her voice spooked the other students nearby, who quickly began to join them, backing away from it.
"Everybody calm down," shouted Mr. Kelly. "Nothing is going to happen."
Liam looked up at Bex.
"Are you sure it's going to—"
Bex suddenly stopped dragging him.
"Too late to escape."
She yanked Liam's arm downward to the floor, and he dropped to his knees.
"Ouch! What are you doing?"
She knelt down in front of him and wrapped her arms around his shoulders, shielding him from the reactor. Liam peeked over her shoulder and saw the reactor's thick metal casing suddenly start to ripple like jelly, and a moment later begin to collapse in on itself.
"What the—"
Bex reached out one hand and grabbed his nose painfully.
"You must lower your head,"
she ordered, yanking him roughly down until he was almost doubled over, his head in her lap. Then all of a sudden, he felt the oddest tugging sensation, as if he and Bex and the world around them was being sucked into a gigantic laundry press, stretched impossibly thin like elastic strands of spaghetti toward the reactor, following the collapsed metal casing into some inconceivable pinpoint of infinity.
"Oh, Jesus!"
Chapter 20 2001, New York. Maddie and Sal stared at the shimmering window in the middle of the archway. Through a curtain of undulating, rippling air, they could see the dim outlines of the storeroom they'd sent Liam and the support unit to.
"Something's definitely wrong,"
whispered Sal. Maddie nodded.
"That's the third backup window they've missed."
5 minutes ago, they'd been cheerfully prepping the scheduled return window, assuming that the simple scouting mission had been a success, and Liam and the support unit would be ready and waiting to come back and tell them what exactly had happened to Chan. Now, for the third time, both girls were staring at a dark storeroom with no sign of either of them.
"Oh, boy,"
muttered Maddie.
"I don't know what we do now. That's it, we've tried all the backup windows."
"Maddie."
She stepped toward the desk and leaned over the desk mic.
"Yes?"
"You should try the 6-month window."
Yes, you're right."
Bob was right. It was worth a try. She clicked the purge button on the screen, and the shimmering window in the middle of the archway vanished with a soft pop and a gentle puff of displaced air. She entered a new set of time coordinates, exactly 5 months, 30 days, 23 hours, and 55 minutes after the time they'd been sent into the future. Exactly 5 minutes before the support unit's mission time span was up, and it was scheduled to self-destruct. It made sense. It would be the last possible chance to rendezvous with a return window. With the support unit dead, Liam would not be able to receive a tachyon signal to instruct him on a new rendezvous timestamp. If they weren't there in that storeroom 6 months after arriving and impatient to get back home, then Maddie had no idea what she could do next. She clicked on the screen to confirm the new time coordinates and then activated the displacement machinery. Once again, a 12-foot wide sphere of air began to shift and undulate, revealing the storeroom again. Both girls squinted for a while at the dark space beyond. Same closet. A few things had been shifted around. Clearly, someone had been spring cleaning in there. But no sign of either Liam or the support unit.
"Oh,"
said Sal.
"We've really lost them."
Maddie pinched her chin. "No, let me think." There was a way to communicate with the support unit. A tachyon signal beam. That's what they'd done last time, aimed a broad beam of particles in the direction in which they guessed Liam and Bob were, and transmitted an encoded signal back through history. It had worked. Bob had picked it up. "Bob," she spoke into the mic, "can we send a tachyon signal beam forward?"
Affirmative. We have enough power.
Okay, what if we send it to, say, 5 minutes before whatever happened to Chan happened?
"What message?"
asked Sal. "I don't know. Something like, abort the mission, something is going to go wrong?" Sal nodded.
"Yes, we should do that."
Maddie sat down in one of the office chairs and purged the open window. It puffed out of existence. She then opened the message interface and quickly tapped in a message. "Return to the storeroom immediately. We'll pick you up there. Something is about to go wrong with your mission. Something is about to happen to you. A return window will be waiting for you." Bob's dialog box popped up.
You wish to send this message?
"Yes, immediately."
Recommendation: a narrow beam transmission.
A narrow beam meant she needed to know precisely where to aim it. But she had no idea where the two of them might be. They might have been somewhere else in the facility. Something may have caused a detour, a fire alarm, perhaps. Or some malfunction in the lab may have resulted in everyone being evacuated. "Bob, let's make the beam broad enough to sweep the whole area. Make sure the support unit gets the message."
Caution: there will be technology in the vicinity that may be unpredictably affected by tachyon particles.
"I really don't care if we mess up somebody's experiments or damage their precious gizmos. I want Liam to get that damned message," she snapped angrily. "All right?"
Affirmative. Wide beam sweep to cover vicinity.
Sal looked at her.
"Are you sure about this?"
She nodded toward the computers.
"Bob just sort of warned us, didn't he?"
Maddie spun the chair to face her. "You got any other suggestions?" Sal shook her head. "Okay, then," she replied, her voice brittle. "We have to make contact." "Stay calm, Maddie. You're the leader, so stay calm." Her face softened as she reached for her inhaler on the desk. "Sorry, Sal. I'm just a little stressed and—"
"No, it's okay."
"I don't know what else to do."
Confirm transmission.
"Bob, you warned me, because what? Is there some sort of danger to Liam if we throw a whole ton of tachyon beams forward?"
Information: tachyon particles might interfere with zero-point energy experiments that are being conducted at the Institute at this time.
"But does that endanger Liam in some way?"
Unknown. Records show zero-point energy research was abandoned as being potentially hazardous. There is very little public domain data on the Texas Advanced Energy Research Institute's work in this field.
"So? What do I do?"
Recommendation: do nothing.
"Nothing?"
Correct. Wait for possible contact from them. Sending a tachyon signal forward may endanger Liam and the support unit, and might also present a security risk for the agency.
Maddie stared at the screen in silence. "You want me to do absolutely nothing? When they might be in trouble and need our help? You're asking me to do nothing but sit on my hands?"
Affirmative. A tachyon signal might be detected by sensitive instrumentation at the Institute, and the message intercepted. This would clearly alert them to the existence of time travel and the agency.
They could know time travel is possible 14 years before Edward Chan writes his math paper, added Sal. Our message to Liam might alter history just as much as someone killing Chan.
Sal is correct.
So you're saying we wait for them to get themselves out of whatever's happened?
That is my recommendation. They are very capable.
Maddie chewed her lip in thought for a moment. And this is my call?
You are team leader. I can only offer data and tactical advice.
Okay. Well, then I say forget potential contamination, forget any of their 0-point experiments we might be messing up, and screw any security risks for the agency. They've pretty much left us all alone to fend for ourselves so far. I'm damned if I'm going to sacrifice Liam just to keep them happy. We warn Liam and the support unit to abort the scouting trip. We get them back home, and then we can deal with any time changes we may have caused. All right? Sal nodded.
I suppose it's a plan.
Maddie turned to the computer screen.
All right?
The cursor blinked thoughtfully on and off in the dialog box, and they heard the computer's hard drives whirring softly. Finally, after a few moments, the cursor flickered forward.
Affirmative.
Cool, said Maddie. So, Bob, send that message to 5 minutes before Chan's recorded time of death.
Affirmative.
As Bob proceeded with beaming the message, Maddie prepared to open a window yet again in the storeroom for the same moment in time, and resolved to keep it open for at least 10 minutes. That would give them enough time, she hoped, to receive the message, wherever they were in the Institute, and make their way back to the storeroom. She was about to activate the time window when Bob's dialog box appeared center screen.
Information. There is an intense energy feedback loop interfering with the tachyon signal beam.
Meaning?
87% probability that this is an explosion.
Her breath caught in her throat. An explosion?
Correct.
Oh my God! Maddie felt the blood drain from her face. How big?
Unable to specify. It is a large signature reading.
She looked at Sal. Oh my God! You don't think... Sal swallowed nervously and didn't say anything. Her wide eyes said it all. Bob, tell me it wasn't us that just caused that to happen. Our tachyon signal? Bob's cursor blinked silently for a few seconds.
The tachyon signal is the most likely cause of the explosion. The precursor particles may have caused a reaction.
Oh, God! What have I done?
Chapter 21. Brilliant white, floating in a void of perfect, featureless white. To Liam it felt like hours, staring out at it, hanging motionless in the void as if he were in a glass of milk. It felt like hours, but it could have been minutes, seconds even. He'd begun to wonder if he was actually dead and hanging around in some pre-afterlife limbo. Then he saw the faintest flicker of movement in the thick milk world around him. An angel coming for him? It looked like a cloud of slightly dimmer white, and it danced around like a phantom, gliding in decreasing circles that brought it ever closer to him. It looked familiar. Oh, I've seen that before. Then he remembered. The day that Foster had pulled him from the sinking Titanic. In the archway, as he'd woken the three of them from their slumber. The Seeker. That ghostly apparition that had emerged from the churning chaos between portals. A terrifying, ethereal phantom that had faded and died after a while. Like a goldfish scooped from its bowl, it was unable to survive outside of its natural environment. There were more out there, faint and far off, drawn to him as if they could smell his presence, like sharks smelling blood. Perhaps the first Seeker had silently called out that there was something here for them all to share.
Oh, Mary, Mother of God! They're going to rip me to pieces!
The nearest Seeker swooped still closer to him, and the faint cloud of gray began to take form. He thought he could make out the head and shoulders of the indeterminate shape, almost human-like, and a face that took fleeting form. Beautiful. Feminine. He almost began to think he was right for the first time, and that this was heaven, and those swooping forms were angels coming to escort him to the afterlife. Then that vaguely familiar feminine face stretched, elongated, revealing a row of razor fangs, and the eyes turned to dark sockets that promised him nothing but death. It lunged toward him. And then he was staring up at another face, framed with hair dangling down, tickling his nose, with piercing gray eyes staring intently at him.
Liam O'Connor, are you all right?
Bex.
Affirmative. Are you all right? She asked flatly. You appear undamaged by the explosion.
He felt her strong hands running up and down his arms and legs, around his torso.
No apparent fractures.
I'm okay, I think. Just a little dizzy, so I am.
He began to sit up, and she helped him.
You are disoriented,
she said. He looked up at a clear blue sky and a dazzling sun. He blinked back the sunlight, a curious, vaguely violet hue to it, and shaded his eyes with a hand.
Jesus, where are we? Is this another world?
Negative.
She looked at him, then corrected herself.
No, we are where we were,
she replied.
But when?
The spherical chamber and laboratory buildings were gone. Instead of the Institute's well-kept lawns and flower beds, there was nothing but jungle. If this was the same place, then it had to be some significant time in the future or the past. It certainly wasn't 2015.
The tachyon interference caused an explosive reaction,
said Bex.
We were pulled through the 0-point window into what is known as chaos space.
Chaos space?
I am unable to define chaos space. I have no detailed data on it.
And then what? We were dumped out into reality again?
Correct.
He saw another head suddenly appear above a large, lush green fern leaf. Somebody else, dizzily sitting up and wondering where on earth they were. It was one of the students, a black girl, her hair neatly thatched into cornrows. A gold hoop earring glinted in the sunlight.
What the...
she muttered as her eyes slowly panned around the tall green trees and drooping vines. Finally, her eyes rested on Liam and Bex.
Hello there,
said Liam, waving a hand and smiling goofily. She stared at him silently, with eyes that still seemed to be trying to work out what she was seeing. He noticed another head appearing out of the foliage several dozen yards away. He recognized the receding, scruffy hair and sparsely bearded jowls of the teacher who'd been with the group of students during the tour of the Institute. Other heads appeared, all looking confused and frightened, spread out across a clearing in the jungle, 100 yards in diameter. Liam recognized the Institute's well-dressed tour guide, one of the technicians who'd been in the chamber, and the rest of the students.
What happened?
Called out the teacher. The guide's carefully groomed silver hair was disheveled, his neat suit rumpled and dirtied with mud.
I don't know. I just...
Liam looked at Bex.
We're going to have to take charge of things, aren't we?
She looked at him blankly.
The mission parameters have changed.
Liam sighed.
No kidding.
He was about to ask her if she had any idea at all when in time they were, when he heard a shrill scream echo across the clearing.
What was that?
It came again. Sharp, shrill, and terrified. He got to his feet, as did several others, and pushed through clusters of knee-high ferns toward where the sound was coming from. Bex was instantly by his side, striding slightly ahead of him without any trepidation. Liam realized he felt reassured to have her there, despite her diminutive frame. Even lacking the intimidating bulk of Bob, he had a feeling she was a great deal more dangerous than she looked. Finally, a yard ahead of him, she stopped. Liam stepped around her and looked down. The blonde girl he'd spoken to earlier, He remembered her name. It was Laura, wasn't it? Was screaming. Her eyes locked onto the thing that was lying in the tall grass beside her. It took Liam a moment to make sense of what he was seeing on the ground. Then he got it, understood what it was. His stomach flopped and lurched, and it took every ounce of willpower he had not to double over and vomit. The teacher emerged from the tall grass to stand next to Liam. He followed Laura's wide-eyed gaze and then sucked in a mouthful of air.
"Oh, my God! That's not what I think it is," he whispered, and turned to look at Liam. "Is it?"
Among the tall fronds of vegetation nestled a small, twisted mass of muscle and bone. At one end, Liam could see a long braid of blonde hair, matted with drying blood, and halfway along the contorted form, he spotted a solitary pink Adidas sneaker, hanging half on and half off a pale and perfectly normal-looking foot. It had to be one of the 3 blonde girls they'd tagged behind on the way into the chamber. He could quite understand the girl, Laura, screaming. They'd been chatting, giggling, and exchanging phone numbers only 10 minutes ago. Liam recalled Foster saying sometimes it happened. Sometimes, very rarely, the energy of a portal could turn a person inside out.
Oh, Jesus! What a mess!
Half an hour later, those of the group that had survived the blast and arrived in one piece had made a rough assessment of their predicament. They'd made the gruesome discovery of more bodies, just like the girls, turned inside out and almost unrecognizable as human, dotted around the jungle clearing. 16 of them. Of the 35 people who'd been in the chamber when the explosion, or more accurately, implosion, had occurred, only 16 of them appeared to have made it through alive. Now, gathered together in the middle of the clearing, well away from the forbidding edge of thick jungle, it was Mr. Whitmore, the teacher who first seemed to be stirring from a state of stunned shock. He wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his sleeve and narrowed his eyes as he studied Bex.
"You!" he said. "Yes, you! I remember now. You said it was going to explode just before it actually did."
Bex's face remained impassive. "That is correct."
"Wait a minute,"
he said again, his eyes suddenly narrowing with dawning realization.
You're not one of my kids. You're not."
Liam could see where this was going. It was pointless continuing to pretend to be high school students a moment longer.
"What just happened? Whatever just happened?"
blustered Whitmore.
"You damn well knew it was going to happen."
His voice rose in pitch.
"Who are you? Is this some sort of terrorist thing?"
Bex shook her head slowly, her face impassive. "Negative. We are not terrorists." Whitmore fell silent. His lips quivered with more questions he wanted to ask, but he was struggling to know what exactly to ask. Where to begin? "Excuse me." Their heads all turned toward a boy with curly ginger hair, neatly side-parted into a succession of waves, and thick Coke bottle glasses that made his eyes seem to bulge like a startled frog. He pointed to his name tag. "My name's Franklin. You can call me that. Or just Frank will do." He smiled at them uncertainly. I just wanted to say that this is going to sound really weird, but I guess I'll just come out and say it."
"What?"
snapped Whitmore. "Well," he pointed up at the sky. "You see them?" All eyes drifted toward the top of some trees 20 yards away. A long branch leaning out over the clearing with strange, dangling, willow-like green fronds drooping to the ground. In among them, a pair of dragonflies danced and zigzagged with a buzz of wings they could hear from where they stood.
"Those are huge,"
uttered Mr. Kelly, the tour guide.
"Good grief! 2 foot, 3 foot wingspan, I'm guessing?"
"Uh-huh," said Franklin. "They're really big, and I'm pretty sure I know what species that is." The others looked at him. "It's a petaleurid, I think."
Yeah, I'm sure that's the right name.
Great, said Laura. So now we know.
No, that's not the important part,
said Franklin. He looked at her.
They should be extinct.
Well, obviously they're not, she replied.
Oh, yes, they are. We've only ever had fossils of insects that size.
Whitmore stood up.
Oh, my God, he's right.
He watched the 2 dragonflies emerge from the overhanging branch and dart out into the open, their wings buzzing noisily like airborne hair dryers.
Insects haven't been that size since...
He swallowed, looked at the others.
Well, I mean millions and millions of years.
Petaliurids?
Uttered Franklin again.
Late Cretaceous, I'm pretty sure of that.
Kelly got to his feet and stood beside Franklin.
What are you saying?
The boy wiped a fog of moisture from his glasses, blinking back the bright day from his small eyes.
What I'm saying, Mr. Kelly, is those things haven't existed alive in, I guess something like 65 million years.
Chapter 22 2001, New York.
Maddie, where are you going?
Maddie ignored Sal's pleading voice as she strode across the archway, cranked up the shutter, and stepped out into the back street.
I can't do this. I can't do this.
She felt the first tears roll down her cheeks as she picked her way along the garbage-strewn sidewalk toward South 6th Street. Her first real mission in charge, and she was already going to pieces. An impetuous decision on her part, stupid and hot-headed enough to go against Bob's reasoned advice, and now she might just be responsible for killing Liam and the support unit. Not only that, but she'd probably also caused the deaths of dozens of others. And, most importantly, Edward Chan.
I can't do this,
she muttered.
I'm just not ready for this.
She stepped out of the back street onto the corner and watched the busy intersection for a while. Traffic turning right to pick up the bridge road, left toward the river, pedestrians making their way over to their jobs in Manhattan. All of them oblivious to the commercial jets already in the air and heading toward their doom. She wanted Foster back. Needed him back. What possessed him to think for one moment she was actually ready to run a field office? His pre-recorded how-to answers stored on the computer just weren't enough. She needed to talk to him, to have him explain the technology to her more fully, to tell her more about the agency and their place in it. There were so many gaps in her knowledge, she didn't even know enough to have an idea what questions to ask. She was floundering.
"Damn you, Foster,"
she hissed under her breath, and wiped at her wet cheeks. The old man could be anywhere in New York, if, indeed, he'd decided to stay in the city. He'd walked out on her on one of the Monday mornings, walked right out of the Starbucks with a bag over one shoulder, leaving her alone with her coffee. It was Tuesday today. If he was that desperate to see the world before he died, then he might just as well be on a Greyhound bus to some other state, or even on a plane to somewhere exotic. Face it, he's gone for good.
"She just got up and left,"
said Sal.
I sensed emotional stress markers in her voice.
"Well, duh. Of course she's upset. She may have just killed Liam."
Sal realized her own voice sounded shrill and loud.
"Oh, Jahula, is he dead? Did she kill him?"
Insufficient data. The residue signal suggests a sudden and violent enlargement of a dimensional pinhole, releasing a vast amount of energy.
"Like a bomb?"
Correct. Just like a bomb.
She slumped down in the office chair.
"So, dead then,"
she uttered, looking down at her lap and suddenly beginning to feel the stab of pain. The equivalent in days of almost 3 months had passed since Foster had pulled her from a collapsed building. So much had happened in that time. A world almost conquered by Nazis, and then in the blink of an eye reduced to a radioactive wasteland. Their trip to the basement of the Museum of Natural History, finding the clues, Liam's message in the guest book, and all the cleanup and repair after that whole nightmare. It almost felt like another life. Mumbai, Mom and Dad, the burning building. This place, this scruffy archway crisscrossed with cables, had begun to feel like a home, and Liam and Maddie, even Bob, like an odd new family. Now, in one moment, with one simple mistake, she wondered if that was all gone. She looked up from her hands, wrestling each other in her lap, to see Bob's silent blinking response on the screen.
Not necessarily.
What? What do you mean, not necessarily? Do you mean not necessarily dead?
Affirmative. They may have been transported.
You mean like one of our time windows?
Correct. The sudden dilation of a dimensional pinhole being used to extract zero-point energy may have functioned in a similar way to a portal.
Where? Do you know where? Could we find them?
Negative. I have no possible way of knowing when they could have been transported to. It would be random.
But they could be alive, right? Alive somewhere.
Affirmative, Sal. But in the same geographic location.
Is there anything we could do to try to find them?
Negative. We are in the same situation as before we sent the tachyon signal. If the explosion did not kill them, then they are sometime in the past or future.
The rising hope she was feeling that there might be a way to find them and bring them back in one piece began to falter.
My AI duplicate and Liam may attempt to establish contact with the field office, provided it can be done with a minimum of time contamination.
You mean like Liam did with the museum guest book? A message in history?
Correct. If they have not been transported too far in time, it may be possible for them to find a way to communicate without causing a dangerous level of contamination.
So what? We wait? We wait and hope for a signal?
Affirmative. We must wait and we must observe. There is no other viable course of action.
Chapter 23. 65 million years BC. Jungle.
Excuse me, said Laura. When did you say?
Franklin finished wiping his glasses dry and put them back on again. He took his time savoring the silent, rapt attention of the others sitting together in the clearing.
I said 65 million years ago.
The others shared a stunned silence. Eyes meeting eyes, and all of them wide. The enormity of the fact taking a long while to sink in for all of them. It was Whitmore who broke the silence.
65 million years. So that definitely takes us to near the end of the Cretaceous period.
He looked at the boy, whose glasses were already beginning to fog up again from the humidity.
It is the Cretaceous, isn't it?
Franklin nodded.
Correct. Late Cretaceous, to be precise.
We've traveled in time?
Said Kelly.
That's not possible.
Whoa, one of the other kids cried. Whitmore and Franklin were looking at each other warily, a gesture not missed by Liam.
What? Either of you gentlemen going to tell us what a bleedin' late crustacean is?
Liam studied them suspiciously.
You two fellas looked at each other all funny just then. That means something, right?
Whitmore pursed his lips. His eyebrows arched as if in disbelief at what he was about to utter.
If Franklin here is right,
he said, watching the foot-long dragonflies hover and drop among a cluster of ferns nearby,
then this is dinosaur times. We're in dinosaur times.
Laura gasped.
Oh, God!
She took 2 or 3 deep breaths that hooted like a steam train coming down a tunnel, like a woman in labor.
Oh, my God! I've seen Jurassic Park. I don't want to be eaten by a Rex. I don't want to be eaten by a...
Several of the other students began to whimper at the prospect. The rest began to talk all at once. Liam watched Whitmore struggling with the situation himself, shaking his head incredulously and balling his fists in silence. Kelly, meanwhile, was gazing at the blue sky and the slightly odd-colored sun as if hoping to find an answer up there.
Somebody needs to take charge, thought Liam, or they're all going to die.
He was damned if he was going to volunteer, though, to be responsible for this bunch. He and Bex were probably going to fare much better on their own.
One of the three men was going to have to step up and take care of these kids, but as it happened, as Liam was beginning to wonder how the pair of them were going to discreetly extract themselves, with Edward Chan in their possession, the decision was made for him. "You!" said Whitmore, his lost expression wiped away, all of a sudden remembering there was an issue as yet unresolved.
His voice cut across the clamor of all the others.
"Yes, you! The goth girl,"
he said, pointing at Bex. He looked at Liam.
"And you! You know what happened, don't you? The pair of you weren't in my group, and you knew that explosion was going to happen. So you'd better start telling us who the heck you are."
There was an instant silence as all eyes swiveled to him and Bex. Liam grinned self-consciously.
That's to say, me and Bex here, we're not, students as such. We're sort of agents from another time."
14 pairs of eyes on him, and none of them seemed to have anything close to a grasp on what he'd just said.
"See, we're time travelers, and we came along today to try to protect him,"
he said, pointing at Edward Chan, who was sitting on the grass, arms wrapped around his knees. Edward Chan's eyes widened.
"Huh? Am I in trouble?" "You, Edward. We came to find out how we were going to protect you from an attempt on your life."
The others looked at the small Chinese boy, then back at Liam.
"You better explain about him, Bex," said Liam. "You've got all the facts in your head."
Bex nodded.
"Listen carefully," she began. "Time travel will become a viable technology in the year 2044, when a professor, Roald Waldstein, will build the world's first time machine and successfully transport himself into the past and return safely to his time. The practical technology developed by Waldstein in 2044 is largely based on the theories developed and published in Scientific American by the University of Texas Department of Physics in 2031. The article is entitled Zero-Point Energy. Energy from space-time vacuum, or interdimensional leakage."
Kelly's tired face lit up.
"You gotta be kidding."
Whitmore looked at the bewildered young boy hugging his own knees on the ground in front of him.
"So, how does it affect this boy?"
Beck's cool gray eyes panned smoothly across to Chan.
"The article published in Scientific American is a reproduction of a math thesis presented by one Edward Aaron Chan. An act of academic plagiarism by his supervising professor."
Edward looked up at her.
"Me? Really?" "Correct. You will submit your dissertation to the Department of Physics for evaluation with an almost identical title in the summer of 2029, when you are 26 years of age. The department head, Professor Miles Jackson, will attempt to take credit for your work when it is approved for publication several months later, but he will be exposed as a plagiarist shortly after the article's publication."
"But you said you'd come to protect him from an attempt on his life. Why would someone want to kill Chan?"
asked Whitmore.
"Edward Chan is the true originator of time travel," replied Bex. "In the future 2051, time travel technology becomes forbidden under international law because of the danger it poses to all mankind. This law is a result of years of campaigning by Roald Waldstein, the inventor of the first viable time machine, to prevent any further development of the technology."
"Wald? The man who builds this first machine?" said one of the students, a tough-looking boy. Liam noticed his name tag was still on his chest. Juan Hernandez. Beck's gaze shifted to him. She waited silently for him to continue. "Why?" asked Juan. "Why build the thing, then, campaign against using it? Don't make any sense." Liam answered.
"Waldstein never ever revealed what he saw on his first and only trip into the past.
Never talked to anyone about it. It was a big secret what he saw. But he was once heard to say that he'd looked upon the very bowels of hell itself. Liam could have added more. Could have added that maybe he'd glimpsed for a few seconds something of that himself. Bex continued. Waldstein's campaign gained popular support. It is logical to presume that it may be one of his more fanatical supporters who has somehow managed to travel back in time to find Chan and attempt to kill him, to retroactively prevent him writing his thesis, and thus prevent or forestall the invention of time travel. A long silence followed, filled only with the gentle rustle of the jungle's trees and the far-off high-pitched squawk of some jungle creature. It was Whitmore who cut it short.
Well, okay. That's all very fascinating, but what just happened? Where are we, and how do we get back?
Beck's eyelids fluttered for a moment. The geopositional coordinates will not have changed. We are exactly where we were.
Yeah, right, man, snapped Juan. There ain't no jungle like this. Not in Texas.
We're still in the same place, said Liam.
But it's when we are that's changed, right?
Affirmative. Liam nudged Bex.
Yes,
Bex corrected herself.
Which, if Franklin is correct, is 65 million years ago, said Whitmore, loosening his tie and unbuttoning the top button of his sky-blue shirt, already stained with dark underarm patches of sweat. Liam smiled thinly.
Yup, that's about it. The technician who'd survived and come through with them dipped his head and shook it.
Then we really are totally in trouble, man.
Liam wanted to say something like he'd been in this kind of mess before, that there might possibly be a way out of here for them, that at the very least they had a genetically enhanced and very lethal combat unit, with an embedded supercomputer, disguised as an oversized goth Barbie doll, here to help them all out. But he figured right now that would probably be one detail too many for them to cope with. Kelly removed his linen jacket, no longer looking smooth and groomed. Like Whitmore, he was sweating large dark patches in the hot and humid air.
So, what are we going to do now?
And once more, all eyes rested on Liam.
Oh, Jesus. What, I'm in charge now?
It looked like he and Bex weren't going to be able to sidle away, that they were stuck with the others. Liam sighed.
Survival, he said eventually. I suppose we'd better start thinking about that. You know? Water, food, weapons, some sort of a camp. The rest, if there is a rest, well, I suppose that can come later.
Chapter 24 65 million years BC. Jungle. Howard took a break from the work of hacking at the vines and bamboo canes with his improvised machete.
A jagged strip of metal, part of the reactor's shell, with a handle made of coarse leaves wrapped around one end and secured with shoelaces. As a machete it worked surprisingly well, and from the other jagged strips of reinforced alloy that had materialized in the past with them, they'd managed to produce 9 very useful cutting implements like this one.
The Hispanic boy, Juan, was working alongside him, while across the clearing, shimmering with the heat of the midday sun, he could see some of the others fashioning simple spears out of the thicker bamboo canes they'd cut down.
That's bull, man, muttered Juan, following his gaze. We ain't gonna kill anything with these pointy sticks.
Howard nodded wearily and grunted something back, but his eyes were on Chan, standing next to that weird red-haired girl, as he ham-fistedly attempted to whittle a sharp end on a 3-foot cane. She and the odd Irish boy, they'd given their names as Bex and Liam, but if they were covert agency operatives from the year 2001, they were probably aliases. Which agency, though? Who sent them? As far as Howard knew, no government anywhere was supposed to have functioning time travel technology. Although obviously the most powerful nations, the Chinese Federation, the European bloc, the United States, must secretly have been developing it. And those two presumably must be field operatives working for one of them, here to protect Chan. The Irish boy seemed to be calling the shots, with Whitmore, Kelly, and the technician, Joseph Park, happy for him to do so. Howard was content to go along with the status quo for now, happy to continue playing the role of timid, young Lenny Baumgartner, a high school student with straight A's and a perfect school attendance record. It kept things simple for the moment. After all, the presiding question now was one of survival, the basics, food, water, shelter. But his focus had to remain, whatever happened, on the mission, on what he'd set out to do, to end young Chan's life, and absolutely guarantee that the uniquely brilliant theoretical concepts his older 26-year-old mathematician's mind would one day produce would never see the light of day. Brilliance like Chan's was rare, the kind of genius and intuition that comes along once in a generation, once in a century even. Chan's work was going to end up being as life-changing as Einstein's once was. More so, in fact. Without that published thesis, the famous Waldstein would perhaps never have been anything more than an anonymous hobbyist inventor working in his garage. While the world of 2055 might be facing a dark time ahead with water, food, and energy shortages, global warming, and catastrophic levels of overpopulation, at the very least, history as it was would still be safe. At the very least, mankind would not be meddling with dimensions it had no possibility of understanding, dimensions that could contain anything.
Just because a door can be opened doesn't mean it should be opened.
But Chan was here now, and not in the year 2029, 65 million years away from helping mankind make its biggest ever mistake. Howard wondered whether that meant his mission was as good as done. Did he still need to kill him? After all, the explosion, presumably caused by something to do with those two agents, perhaps some side effect of time travel in the fields of energy it radiates, had propelled them far back in time. Surely further back in time than any prototype time machine currently in development could ever reach. And how would they know when they were, anyway? 65 million years to choose from. Like a needle in a haystack. Like a needle in a whole barn full of hay, in fact.
Go ahead, pick a year. See if you get lucky.
He smiled.
It's done. The world's safe now. It's done.
Which was a relief, because now all he had to think about was the business of survival. Here in this jungle with nothing for company but overlarge dragonflies and whatever other giant creepy crawlies and Cretaceous creatures lurked in the jungle. And of course, a bunch of frightened kids and several men who ought to be showing a little more backbone. Howard had done his part for mankind. Now, just surviving in this wilderness for the foreseeable future, he wasn't ready yet to be a dino dinner, was his only concern. He looked up at the thick edge of the jungle ahead of him, a ribbon of dark green foliage and tall canopy trees that wrapped itself all the way around the clearing.
And God knows what big, hungry things are wandering around in there.
Oh, that's just great. That's just bloody great.
Liam stared at the swiftly surging river, a tumbling torrent of white foam that swirled around and over a bed of worn boulders.
So it runs all the way around us,
said Kelly. His nice linen business suit was smudged with dirt and sweat. Not the most practical clothing for jungle trekking. He'd tied the jacket around his waist and rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. The tie was still on, though, Liam noticed. A token that Kelly was not quite ready to abandon hope that help might arrive at any moment, and he'd want to look his best for it.
I think we're on a sort of island, Kelly continued.
They'd spent the morning exploring the immediate surroundings beyond the clearing. Whichever direction they'd taken, they'd soon come across the energetic roar of water and glimpsed the glinting, fast-moving river through the thinning jungle. Island was about right.
Approximately 3 or 4 acres of jungle with a central clearing, shaped roughly like a teardrop. The pointed tip of the island was where they stood now, staring at the rolling water. The river split in two around their spit of land. To the right of them, it broadened out into a wide, slower-moving channel. Slower-moving, but still brisk enough so that Liam wouldn't dare try to cross it. But then he couldn't swim. More than that, water scared the bejesus out of him. Not that he needed the others to know anything about his pet fears right now. To their left, the river compressed into a narrower channel 30 feet across, lined with boulders, and became a violent roaring ribbon of snow-white froth and energy. A fool might try to swim the wider channel, but only a completely crazy fool would attempt a crossing on this side. "We're trapped here," said Laura, looking around at the others. "Aren't we?" "At least we've got drinking water." Liam shrugged. He gave them all a cheery smile. "So it's not all bad news." Bex took a couple of steps down the wet shingle toward the raging river and silently appraised their surroundings. After a while, she turned around. "The island is a suitable defensive position."
"Defensive?"
called one of the students. Liam turned around.
It was a large boy, whose cheeks glistened with sweat beneath a mop of dark frizzy hair. He was still wearing his name tag, Jonah Middleton.
"Defensible against what, dude?"
"Dinosaurs," muttered Laura, her voice shuddering slightly.
Whitmore nodded.
"Yes, dinosaurs."
He turned to Franklin.
"How good's your knowledge of the late Cretaceous?"
"Pretty good," he replied. "You want to know what species we can expect to encounter?"
"Please tell me we don't get the T-Rex,"
blurted Laura.
"Not that."
"Oh, we got those all right."
Franklin put his hands on his hips.
"But they're more likely found on open terrain. Not jungle like this."
"It's the velociraptors that scared me,"
said Park. His head bobbed energetically as he talked, his dark ponytail wagging like a dog's tail as he looked from one person to another.
"Seriously scary things."
He nodded somberly.
"I've seen all 3 Jurassic movies, guys. And it's those smart little ones you gotta watch out for."
"There are no raptors."
Franklin shook his head.
"They're Asian and died out 85 million years ago. We should expect to see, Ankylosaurus, the tank-shaped one with a spiky club for a tail. Pachycephalosaurus, that's the upright one with, like a bicycle helmet on his head. Triceratops, you all know that one, right?"
Heads nodded.
Parasaurolophus, the duck-billed one with that Elvis hairdo bone sticking out backward.
"But those are all herbivores, aren't they?"
said Whitmore.
"What about the carnivores?"
Franklin pursed his lips.
"We got Rex, of course, but no raptors. That's the good news."
"Oh, great,"
sighed Keisha.
"That means there's bad news." "Well, I'm afraid there are several varieties of the smaller theropods,"
he said by way of explanation. Liam shrugged at him.
"And those are what?"
"Theropods, same genus as the raptor," Franklin continued. "Small predators, 3 to 6 feet tall. They walk on their back legs and have poorly developed front arms. They're pack hunters."
3 to 6 feet? said Liam.
"That doesn't sound so bad, then."
"Yo, dude,"
said Jonah.
"you actually seen the Jurassic Park movies?"
Liam shook his head.
"No. I presume it's one of them talkie motion pictures?"
Several of the students glanced at one another.
"Talkie motion pictures?"
"You did say you were from the future, didn't you?" said Kelly.
"Well, not as such. Not directly, no. Actually, I'm from—" "Caution," said Bex, striding back up the shingle toward them.
"Confidential information." Her glare silenced the stirring murmur of voices. "That is unnecessary data. You do not need to know anything about the operative Liam O'Connor."
"Actually, I think I'd like to know a little more about you as well,"
said Whitmore.
"I mean, who the heck—"
"Stop," barked Bex. "This conversation will now cease." Laura made a face. She stepped forward and planted herself in front of Bex. Both girls about the same height, eyes locked in a silent challenge to each other.
"Oh?
And who exactly made you the boss?" Bex silently appraised her. You are a contaminant and a mission liability. What's that supposed to mean? Beck's cold glare remained on the girl. For an unsettling moment, Liam wondered whether she might just reach out and snap Laura's neck like a dry twig. He'd seen Bob effortlessly do far worse to countless grown combat-ready men. "Bex," he called out. "Leave her alone." The support unit finally spoke. "Liam O'Connor is boss. I am just the support unit." "Support unit?" Laura's face creased with a look of bemusement. She turned to Liam. "Sheesh, what exactly is the problem with your sister? She got some behavioral problems?" "She talks like some kind of robot," said Sophia, a quiet girl who seemed to have befriended Keisha. "Well now, since you—" Liam was about to explain, but Bex cut him off again. "Irrelevant data." She took a step away from Laura toward him, Laura's challenge instantly dismissed and forgotten. "Recommendation, Liam." Liam nodded. "Go on." "A bridging device can be constructed." She turned her gaze toward the roaring river to their left. "The narrowest width is precisely 32 feet, 7 inches. Her eyes then scanned the tall, straight trunks of the nearest deciduous trees along the riverbank. "These trees are all of suitable length." "And just how are we supposed to fell a tree?" said Park. "All we've got is Mr. Kelly's jackknife, some bamboo spears, and a bunch of freaking useless hatchets." Liam decided he'd better start sounding decisive and leader-like. "Well, now listen. Me and Bex'll figure something out, so we will. Right, Bex, sis?" She looked at him. "Question." "What?" "Are we still pretending to be brother and sister?" The others stared at them. Liam sighed. "Not anymore." Chapter 25 2001, New York. Sal spun around in the chair at the sound of the shutter rattling up. "Maddie?" Maddie ducked beneath and into the archway. "Yeah, it's me," she replied in a dull, lifeless voice. "I thought you'd left us. Maybe gone for good?" Maddie's face creased with a tired smile as she crossed the floor. "It did cross my mind." "You shouldn't blame yourself. But look—" "Don't, please." Maddie raised a hand to hush her. She slumped down in a swivel chair beside Sal. "I screwed up. I was hasty and impatient and killed Liam in the process. I've got to find my own way of dealing with that. And you trying to tell me that I shouldn't be beating myself up over it isn't going to help." She buried her face in her hands, pushing up her glasses and rubbing her tired eyes. "No, listen to me," replied Sal, sitting forward. "Bob says he might not be dead." Maddie peered through her fingers. "In fact, Bob's been analyzing the tachyon signature around the window we opened. He's almost certain that we caused a portal, not an explosion." The screen in front of them flickered to life.
"Sal is correct. An 87% probability of a random portal."
Sal reached out for her arm.
"He's alive, Maddie. Do you see? Alive."
She made a face.
"Probably."
Slowly Maddie lowered her hands from her face.
"Oh my God. You serious?" "Yeah."
Maddie turned toward the screen.
"Bob, you're sure of this?"
87% probability. The decay signature of the particles while our window was open was very similar in structure to the decay of a closing window.
"Can you figure out where we sent him?"
"Where is likely to be nowhere. He was unlikely to have been geographically repositioned."
"When, then? When?"
"Negative. I have no data."
The momentary look of hope on Maddie's face quickly slipped away.
"So we've blasted him into history, and we have no idea when?"
"Affirmative."
She looked at Sal.
"And what? I'm supposed to feel better about this? This is supposed to be good news. He's alive, Maddie."
That's something. He's lost. Lost for good. Might as well be dead. But don't you see, it's worse than that. If he and the support unit, and God knows how many other people, have been blasted back into history, we've really messed up. That's a whole lot of contamination right there. So? We've been here before. We've fixed time before. In fact, look, if they cause a ton of contamination, that's a good thing. Right, Bob? That means we've got a chance to.
Negative. Contamination is to be avoided.
But if they change things and we get time waves here in 2001, it'll give us some sort of clue where they are.
Affirmative.
See, we can find them. It's possible. For example, if Liam is any time in the last century, he could make his way to New York and use the guest book again. Maddie shook her head. Maybe, but they could be any time, Sal. I mean, not just a year ago or 100, but maybe 1,000, 10,000, 1,000,000. God, if he's just 500 years back, what document could he scribble in then? There wasn't a written language here in America in those days. It was just wilderness. Sal shrugged. And if he's like thousands of years back? She turned to look at the screen. That's possible, right?
Affirmative. Provided there is enough energy invested in a portal, there is no limit to how far back in time a subject can be sent.
If he's gone back thousands of years, Sal, any attempt to contact us could totally change history. I mean, really mess things up. Just look at what happened when those neo-Nazis went back to 1941. They turned the present into a nuclear wasteland. I'm just saying... Saying what? We're totally messed up here. God, there could already be a freaking time wave on the way, and then what? New York vanishes? More zombies? Sal reached for her arm again. Maddie, please. You've got to stay calm. We need you calm. You're the strategist. You can figure this out. I know you can. Maddie shook her head. She muttered. Foster would figure it out. But me? He'd know exactly what to do. In fact, if the old man had been here, he would have been smart enough not to have caused this problem in the first place. But he's out there, right? He's out there somewhere in New York. What about the Starbucks? That was a Monday morning at about 9. If I went there tomorrow morning... She quickly realized that wouldn't work. Foster was gone. He wasn't back in the arch when the field office bubble reset. Foster was gone from their 48-hour world. Gone from Monday and Tuesday. Maddie's jaw suddenly dropped open. What about Wednesday? Sal was looking at her. Maddie? You okay? But where would he be on Wednesday, September 12th?
She tried to remember their last conversation in the coffee shop. She'd asked him where he'd go, what he planned to do with the time he had left to live. He'd said he'd always wanted to visit New York, to see the sights. Just like a tourist. Maddie herself had been to New York so many times before her death that she no longer thought like a tourist, no longer mentally checked off the places one had to go see. Sal, what places would you visit in New York if this was like a vacation? Huh? If you were a tourist, what would you most want to go see? Why are you... Just tell me. She scowled in thought for a moment. Well, I suppose the Empire State Building, the Statue of Liberty, the American Museum of Natural History. Maddie, why? What are you thinking? Maddie nodded. Yes. The Empire State Building, the Statue of Liberty. She could try those first. Maddie? She looked up at Sal. I'm going to go find Foster. Bring him back if I can. He'll know what to do, Sal. Because I sure don't. But he's gone for good, you said. He wasn't here when the bubble reset, he's gone. Gone from our 2 days, yeah? But not Wednesday, not Thursday, not any other day after that. You're going to ride forward? Maddie considered that. But the less time travel she did, forward or backward, the better. Foster had quietly told her time riding was a bit like smoking,
Like a single cigarette, it was impossible to say for sure how much a single smoke might take off your life, but if you could avoid ever having a cigarette, that could only be a good thing.
I'll miss the reset.
That's what I'll do, said Maddie. I'll go into Wednesday and hang around those places. Who knows, I might get lucky.
You can't do that. You'll be gone for good like Foster.
No, we'll schedule a return window. Maddie pinched her lip in thought. Yeah, we'll schedule a window at, let's say, 8 in the evening on Wednesday. She turned around and pointed toward the shutter door.
Just outside the archway in our side street. That'll bring me right back into our time bubble, back into Monday. But what if a time wave happens while you're gone?
Maddie shrugged, resigned.
I can't see you coping any worse than Maddie mess-up Carter's done so far, right? Oh, Jahula. We should be figuring out how to get Liam back, not screwing around visiting tourist attractions.
Yeah, but think about it.
There's nothing we can do, is there?
Just wait around for a time wave to hit us and hope it'll lead us directly to him?
That's it.
That's pretty much all we can do right now, just wait.
Well, at least while we're sitting around here doing nothing useful, I can try to find Foster, see what else he can suggest.
Sal clamped her mouth shut.
Makes sense?
Sal nodded slowly.
Okay,
she replied, fiddling with a pair of plastic bracelets on her wrist.
Do you want me to come with you? 2 pairs of eyes?
The screen in front of them flickered.
Recommendation. Sal should remain here as the observer.
Maddie nodded reluctantly.
Bob's right. If we get a time ripple preceding a wave, we need you here as our early heads-up. You should stay here and do your mid-morning walk around Times Square, look for anything that might have changed, just like always. And anyway, if the poop hits the fan and for some reason I end up being stuck in Wednesday, it'll be good to know there's someone left holding down the fort, right?
Sal tried a confident nod.
Yeah. Okay, that's the plan then.
Maddie looked at her watch. It was just after 5 in the afternoon. Outside, the sun would be looking ahead for a place to settle beyond the smoke-filled sky of Manhattan. And most of New York was already back at home, the normal day of work abandoned hours ago, as they silently watched live news feeds from their dinner tables. Tonight, New York was going to be a ghost town, just like it always was on the Tuesday as the clock ticked down toward their field office time bubble resetting itself. Chapter 26. 65 million years B.C. Jungle. Liam wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand.
Jesus, it's almost as hot as the old lady's boiler room, so it is.
Old lady?
It was Mr. Whitmore. Liam thought the man had been far enough behind not to hear his bad-tempered mutterings. He shrugged.
Oh, just an old ship I used to work on.
He stopped where he was, catching his breath for a moment. The hot, humid air felt heavy on his lungs. They stood still for a while, trading ragged breaths and listening to the subdued noises of the jungle around them, the tap of water dripping on waxy leaves, the creak of the tall canopy trees subtly swaying and shifting, the echoing chatter and squawk of some flying creatures far above amid the branches. Farther back down the trail he'd been hacking out with his improvised machete, he heard the others stumbling toward them. Franklin, the resident dino expert, grinning at the prehistoric jungle around him like a kid in a candy store. Park behind him, squinting up at the bright lances of sunlight piercing down through the cathedral-like vaulted roof of arched branches and thick leaves. And Jonah Middleton, whistling something tuneless as he stumbled clumsily after them. The rest of the group was back on their island, attaching a counterweight to the bridge so it could be raised, and constructing a camp under Beck's supervision. 2 days and nights they'd been here already, and both nights, like clockwork, rain had come down in a torrential downpour, soaking them all and making sleep impossible. Tonight, hopefully, with Beck's hard at work, a one-man construction team, they'd at least have shelters to huddle beneath.
You used to work on a ship?
said Whitmore, his breath wheezing past each word.
Was that before you became... what did you say you were? Some sort of time-traveling secret agent?
I didn't really say it like that, Mr. Whitmore, did I?
He scratched his beard.
I think that's exactly what you said.
Oh, well, even though that does sound a little barmy, that pretty much describes me and Bex, so it does.
Whitmore shook his head.
I'm still trying to get my head around this being real. You know, it's just...
Liam grinned.
Oh, it'll mess with your head, all right. That's for sure.
You're really from the future?
Well, actually, not precisely the future, as it happens.
Whitmore looked confused by that. Liam wondered if he should really say any more. Bex was right in that the more information they handed out to these people, the greater the potential risk to blowing the agency's anonymity. But he also figured, what the heck? They were here, and the future was 65 million years away.
Might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb.
I was born in Cork in Ireland in 1896, if you must know.
And I should have died in 1912.
He looked at Whitmore, and his grin spread even wider.
Aboard a ship you might just have heard a little something about. The Titanic.
The man's eyes widened. Park, Franklin, and Jonah joined them then, all five of them filling the quiet jungle with their rasping breath.
"What's up?"
said Park, noticing the goggle-eyed expression on Whitmore's face.
Surely, that's just impossible,"
blustered Whitmore.
"Well, now,"
replied Liam, looking around at the Cretaceous foliage.
"You'd think all of this little pickle we're in would be impossible, right? I mean, us lot stranded in dinosaur times?"
Whitmore ran a hand through his thinning salt and pepper hair.
"But the Titanic? You were actually on the Titanic?"
"Junior Stewart, Decky, so I was."
Jonah pushed his frizzy bangs out of his eyes that were filling his face.
"No way, dude!"
Park wiped some sweat from his brow.
"This is just getting weirder and weirder. I was recruited, see? The agency plucked me moments from death just as the ship's spine snapped, and apparently both halves went sliding under. Made no difference to time, do you see? It made no difference to history whether my bones ended up at the bottom of the Atlantic with everyone else's or not. That's how the agency recruits. Poor fools like me who will never be missed."
"My God,"
whispered Whitmore.
"That's really quite incredible."
"What about the other one?"
asked Franklin. Jonah nodded appreciatively.
"Yeah, your foxy goth girlfriend."
Liam assumed he was referring to the support unit.
"Bex? No, she's certainly not my girlfriend."
"Whatever," said Franklin.
"Where does she come from?"
Park shook his head.
"Maybe we should be asking, when does she come from?"
Franklin's face stiffened at being corrected.
"Yes, when?"
Liam decided a small white lie was better right now. Telling them she was some kind of a robot killing machine probably wasn't the best thing to say. The last thing their little group needed was a reason not to trust Bex. They all needed each other, and they certainly needed her help.
"Oh, Bex is from the future. 2050 something or other. I guess that's why she talks a little funny every now and then." "She is kind of weird," said Franklin. "Like Spock or something."
"So, Liam, since it looks like you're the only one who understands what's happened here," said Whitmore, "it seems we're all going to have to rely on you to get us home. I presume you have some sort of a plan of action? You know, beyond merely exploring our immediate surroundings."
A plan? The closest thing to any planning so far had been figuring out how he'd use the ridiculous machete in his hand if a dinosaur was to suddenly emerge from the undergrowth ahead.
"The plan?"
"Yes," said Whitmore. "I mean, I presume there's a way out of this mess for us, isn't there?"
Liam could see the other three were staring expectantly at him.
Well, one thing's for sure, gentlemen. We need to stay right where we are, on that island,
Why?
Because it's the exact same place that we were. Joseph Park nodded.
The same geo-coordinates as the lab, right?
That's right. We haven't moved an inch in position, just in time. If we happened to up sticks and move camp somewhere else, it would make it even harder for someone to find us.
So we're best staying put right where we are. Whitmore dabbed at his damp face with the cuff of his shirt.
This agency you work for, are they like a government agency, like the CIA, like the FBI, something like that?
Liam hadn't heard of either of those. So he decided to do what he did best, bluff. Sure, they're just like them fellas, Mr. Whitmore, but much bigger and better and, of course, from the future.
And they're going to come for us, right? They're going to get us all out of here, aren't they?
Liam offered him a stern, confident nod. Sure they are. We've just got to hold on here. It'll take them a little time to find us, but they will. I assure you they will.
They looked at each other uncertainly, until the scraggly beard beneath Whitmore's stubby round nose stretched with a smile.
Well, all right then.
I'm sure among us we've got enough know-how to make do for a few days.
His smile spread to the others.
I'd like to see at least one dinosaur first, though, said Franklin.
Be real lame not to.
Yeah,
said Jonah, pulling out a cell phone from his pocket.
That would be, awesome, I could stick it up on YouTube. Whoa, no.
He pushed his frizzy mop of hair aside.
Better than that, dude. Do it as a paper download. I can make, millions out of this.
Whitmore shook his head.
What is it with you kids these days? Opportunity, replied Jonah. That's what it is, my man. A golden frickin' money-making opportunity.
Whitmore sighed. Chapter 27. 65 million years B.C. Jungle. Bex stood to one side, dispassionately observing the work of the others as they hacked at the slim, straight trunks of the smaller trees they'd already felled, stripping branches from their sides to produce usable, lightweight logs for construction. She had them divided into two groups. One doing this job, the other group lashing the logs together with lengths of twisted vine to form wigwam-shaped frames. On top of these, they could layer the big, waxy leaves that drooped from the canopy trees. A few layers of those would give them a covering that would almost be waterproof. That had been Liam's instruction. Make shelters. But her cool gray eyes panned uneasily across the clearing, observing the area of jungle that had been hacked away, the disturbed jungle floor where the smaller trees had been uprooted. Her eyes picked out the slashes of machete blows on other bigger trees that had proven too difficult to fell or uproot, and the compressed tracks of footprints on the ground, the distinct oval signature of a human presence. Evaluation. Time contamination is increasing. Every movement these people made, every footstep, every swipe of a blunt blade, was adding to a growing count of potential contamination. Yet Liam O'Connor's instruction to her was a mission priority, an override. As the mission operative, his orders were as final and non-negotiable as any hard-coded line of programming in her head. He'd been very specific, that she was to organize the completion of the bridge and the building of a camp. And for good measure, some kind of small enclosure, a palisade they could all hide inside just in case any nasty creature found its way onto their island. And so she had. Just like their last mission, back when her AI software had been assigned the identity Bob, she was once again obediently following orders. There was something vaguely comforting about being in a brand-new functioning body, being on a mission once again with Liam O'Connor. They had functioned together very efficiently last time, successfully correcting a significant time contamination in 1941 against exceedingly unfavorable odds. But there had been something untidy about the AI's learning curve. As Bob, it had discovered that the strict mission parameters could be overwritten with new ones, that under extreme circumstances, the collection of software routines was actually capable of making a decision. That in itself had been a disturbing realization. As Bob, the AI had learned that its core programming could be subtly influenced, swayed by something else, the tiny nodule of organic intelligence the computer chip was connected to. The undeveloped fetal brain of this genetically engineered frame. As Bob, the AI had experienced a fleeting taste of something that these humans must all take for granted: emotion. The AI had discovered something very, very odd, that it actually liked Liam O'Connor. Since that first clone body had been irreparably damaged in the snowy woods down the hill from Adolf Hitler's Winter Berghof retreat, and the AI uploaded into the field office's mainframe an entirely non-organic, disembodied existence, the AI had had much time to reflect on all that it had learned from those 6 months in the past. Conclusions. 1. AI is now capable of referring to the newly developed AI routines as I, me, myself. 2. I am now capable of limited decision-making. 3. Within an organic hardware housing, I am capable of limited emotional stimulation. And most important of all, 4. I like Liam O'Connor. Bex continued to watch the humans at work and realized that part of her onboard code was insistently whispering a warning to her that a decision needed to be made, and made very soon. The humans were beginning to cause dangerously unacceptable levels of contamination in this jungle clearing with all that they were doing. With every footstep, with every log being cut down, there was an increased possibility that some fossilized forensic clue would survive 65 million years to be found in the future, and clearly reveal that humans had visited this time. Unacceptable. Liam O'Connor's instructions to her were at odds with the basic protocols of traveling into the past. That contamination must be kept to an absolute minimum. Even now, by simply being here, these people could be causing a far greater time wave than the assassination of Edward Chan in 2015 might have caused. Recommendation. 1. Terminate all humans, including mission operative Liam O'Connor. 2. Destroy all traces of human artifacts and inhabitation in this location. 3. Self-terminate. The recommendation was flawlessly logical and strategically sound. But that small nodule of primitive organic matter reminded her software that Liam was a friend. And friends don't kill friends. Bex blinked away the thought. It was an unwelcome distraction. Decision options. 1. Proceed immediately with mission recommendation. 2. Wait for operative Liam O'Connor and discuss. A decision. Never easy. Bex's internal silicon wafer processor began to rapidly warm up as gigabytes of data rattled through software filters. Her lifeless gray eyes blinked in rapid succession as she desperately struggled to produce an answer, and her fingers absent-mindedly tightened around the handle of the machete. She barely registered the blonde-haired female human called Laura approaching her. "Hey," the girl called out. "You going to give us a hand or just stand there and watch us do the work?" "Huh? Bex?" Bex's eyes slowly swiveled and locked on the girl, but she said nothing. Her mind was very, very busy. Chapter 28. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Liam saw it first. Amid the relentless green and ochre of the jungle, it was an unmissable splash of bright crimson. He raised his hand, turned around, and put a finger to his lips, shushing Park and Jonah, who'd been chatting for the last 5 minutes about comic books. They hushed immediately. Whitmore stepped quietly forward and joined him. "What is it?" Liam pointed through a thin veil of leaves. "Blood. Lots of it, by the look of things." Whitmore swallowed and looked wide-eyed again. "Oh, boy," he whispered. "Oh, boy. Oh, boy." Franklin joined them. Unlike Whitmore, his eyes lit up with joy. "Excellent," he gasped. It looks like something made a kill. Whitmore swallowed. That's exactly what I'm worried about. He looked at Liam. I suggest we quietly back up and... But before Whitmore could finish, Franklin pushed his way forward through low, sweeping fern fronds and into a small clearing. Oh, this is so awesome! Come on! He called to them. We must have frightened the predator off. Liam looked at the teacher and shrugged. Well, I suppose if we've scared some dinosaur away, the last thing we ought to start doing now is look frightened ourselves. We better brass it out, right? By the look of Whitmore's still bulging eyes, he'd have been much happier with the backing quietly away plan. Liam left him thinking it over as he stepped forward through the fern leaves and into the clearing. Franklin was squatting over the eviscerated ribcage of some large beast, wrinkling his nose at the fetid smell of the shredded body splayed across the jungle floor. Liam felt something stir and roll queasily in his empty stomach. Jesus, that's disgusting. A recent kill by the look of it, said Franklin, prodding the large carcass with his fingers. Shreds of tattered muscle tissue swayed from the ends of the ribs as the body rocked slightly. Park, Jonah, and Whitmore emerged behind Liam. Oh, man, that's totally gross, said Jonah, holding his nose at the pungent smell of death. I really think we shouldn't hang around here, said Whitmore. Whatever did this might still be close by. Franklin nodded and smiled. Exactly. Maybe we'll actually get a chance to see something. Liam looked around the dense foliage, wary that some large creature with very sharp claws and teeth might just be watching them now. You know, I think Mr. Whitmore's got the right idea. Maybe we should back off. Look at these marks on the hide, said Franklin, ignoring them. The lacerations, lots of them, small ones, not large like a Rex might make. He studied the ground. See? Liam looked at where he was pointing and saw several three-pronged indentations in the ground. And then he spotted something long and curved like a fishhook lying there. He stooped down and picked it up. What's that? Asked Franklin. Liam shrugged. Looks like some sort of claw. Franklin couldn't help himself. He snatched it out of Liam's open palm. Oh, my God! That's a claw, right? Look, the serrated inner edge. He turned it over in his hand. But it's a weird shape, isn't it, Mr. Whitmore? Whitmore seemed more interested in leaving, but he quickly leaned over and inspected it more closely. It's certainly not the crescent shape you'd associate with a raptor or some other species of theropod. Franklin grinned with excitement. Maybe this is an unknown species. It's possible, said Park. I mean, don't they say something like we've only ever discovered the fossils of 1% of the species that have ever lived on planet Earth? I really think we should leave, said Whitmore. Liam nodded. He held out his hand. May I have it back? Franklin seemed reluctant to let it go, but after making a face, he passed it to Liam. Cool find, he uttered. Liam smiled. I'm sure you'll come across another. Yeah, probably. Whatever that belonged to is small. Probably pack hunters. Pack hunters? Jonah straightened up. You know, I think Mr. Whitmore's right. Maybe we should go. Uh-huh, said Whitmore, smiling quickly, uncomfortably looking around the clearing. Well, Franklin, a fascinating find. We can all talk about it on the way back. Pack hunters? Said Park. Like raptors? You said there weren't raptors. These aren't. Look at the footprints. There'd be indentations from their sickle toe. No, these are some other species, maybe not even theropods. Something entirely different. Franklin stood up. This is so cool. Yes, well. Liam looked at the others. So now we know for sure we're sharing this place with dinosaurs. He looked at the buffalo-sized carcass. And now that we know there's some bigger types that could hunt us for food, I think Mr. Whitmore's right. We ought to head back to the camp. 4 heads bobbed enthusiastically. Franklin sighed.
Okay.
Right then. Liam gestured down the path they'd beaten. After you, gents. They filed quickly past him, Whitmore glancing awkwardly back over his shoulder as he stepped by. Actually, I really wish we hadn't spotted that, he said quietly, making a face. Liam knew what he meant. The poor beast, whatever it had once been, looked like it hadn't just been killed for meat. The organs splayed out on the jungle floor, dangling from loops of vine. It was as if the creatures that had brought it down had frolicked and played with the grisly remains, a gory celebration of the kill. The idea of an animal species capable of celebrating seemed somewhat disconcerting. It hinted at ritual. It hinted at intelligence. Maybe they're just messy eaters. In the gathering stillness, he thought he heard the softest click, like the tiniest twig snapping beneath impatient, shifting weight. He glanced back once more at the blood-splashed clearing and wondered if Predator's eyes were cautiously following him in turn from the cover of the dense green foliage. Yellow, unblinking eyes studied the strange creatures as they departed. Just a dozen yards away, no more than 3 or 4 strides from where the beast crouched, there were 5 of these pale creatures, the likes of which he had never seen before. They made odd noises, not that different from the cranial bark he made when calling for the attention of the rest of the pack. And these odd creatures moved in a not dissimilar way, upright, on long, developed rear legs, but far more slowly, sluggishly. The creature shifted position slightly, bobbing down lower to get a better look between the broad leaves of the fern he was hiding behind. These pale, upright things, these new creatures. He wondered if this was the entirety of their pack, or whether there were more of them elsewhere. They seemed harmless. They appeared to have no visible teeth, no slashing claws, nothing that signaled any danger about them at all. Nothing that identified them as potential rival predators. Except, the creature could see this, these pale things were clever. They appeared to work cooperatively, sharing tasks, just like his pack did. He watched in absolute stillness, his olive skin a perfect disguise among the varied greens of the jungle. He watched with intense eyes that faced forward, capable of binocular vision, capable of judging distance, range. A predator's advantage. These strange newcomers, these new creatures, also had eyes that faced forward. Another reason to be so very wary of them. Perhaps they too were predators of some kind, unlike the docile plant eaters whose eyes on either side of their heads were designed to detect potential danger from 2 directions. Yes, these things had predators' eyes, and yet they appeared utterly defenseless, harmless, and pitifully slow and clumsy in the way they moved around the clearing. He cocked his head curiously. The long, fish-hook-shaped, razor-sharp claws on its left front paw clacked together carelessly. The last of the new creatures suddenly turned and looked back in his direction. It must have heard something. The snick of his claws. Incredibly, the creature's eyes looked directly at him, right at him, and yet seemed to see absolutely nothing. Its eyes panned slowly from left to right, then finally it turned and headed off after the others. The creature looked down at his claws, 4 of them, long and lethal, curled from the digits of one arm, 3 and a broken stump from the other, damage caused many seasons ago fighting off a young male who had foolishly decided to challenge his leadership. The challenger had died, of course, and in a rage he had torn the body to ragged pieces in front of the rest of the pack as a lesson. The claws usually grew back. The young female who'd lost her claw today during the kill, she would have a new one before a new moon. But his stump had never regrown a claw. A constant reminder that his days as leader were numbered by how long he remained effective. Slowly and very lightly, Broken Claw stepped backward, away from the fern leaves and farther from the well-lit clearing into jungle darkness. his powerful rear legs, strong and agile, capable of incredible speed, but also able to move in almost complete silence. A simple thought passed through his mind, a thought not made up of words but ideas.
The new creatures must be watched.
Instinctively, he sensed there was something terribly dangerous about them. Until he knew exactly what it was, until he knew how weak or dangerous they could be, the new creatures should be carefully observed, studied, until he was sure he had the measure of them. And then, when these things were least prepared, when they were certain these pale creatures had no concealed powers, they would be attacked and feasted upon. And the pack could celebrate their dominance once more as the quiet killers of this world, decorating the jungle with their organs, painting with their blood on their hides. His sharp teeth snapped together softly, and he resolved that patience, for the moment, was the correct course of action. Chapter 29. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Liam heaved a sigh of relief as he caught a glimpse of the raging river and the long, slender trunk that bridged one rocky bank to the other. It appeared Bex had finished her work on the bridge. It could now be raised, courtesy of a crudely rigged counterweight of a bundle of logs. They were tied together and connected to a stout rope of a dozen twisted vines, which ran up and over the thick branch of a canopy tree that stretched a sturdy limb out above the river. The other end of the rope was tied round the end of their drawbridge, a 30-foot trunk as straight as a javelin and a slender foot in diameter. It was thick enough to take their weight one at a time, but not so heavy the supporting branch above would snap as it was raised. One by one, they stepped onto the log and cautiously inched their way over the tumbling froth a few feet below. Liam was the last one over, and as he anxiously awaited his turn, he scanned the wall of jungle behind him, wary that, being the last one on this side of the river, he might prove a tempting morsel for some hungry beast. But his turn came, and a few moments later he was on the far side with the others. "Okay, let's raise the drawbridge." Between them they pulled on the counterweight of logs, and with the creak of stressed vine rope and the branch above taking the burden, the bridge rose up until it was at an angle of approximately 45 degrees. Good enough. Liam looked up at the sky. The sun was beginning to head for the horizon, and long dark shadows stretched across the river. Through the trees and tufts of bamboo thickets on their side of the river, from the direction of the clearing, they could hear the echoing hack of blades on wood, the others working on their camp, their home, a temporary home, Liam found himself hoping. The sound of activity was reassuring. "I hope somebody's got the kettle on for us," said Liam. A minute later they were just stepping out into the broad clearing, eager to see what the others had managed to construct in their absence, when they heard a scream echo across the open space. "Huh?" uttered Park. On the far side, Liam could see movement. Someone running. It was the girl, Laura, running, staggering, stumbling to her knees, then back up on her feet. Behind her, pursuing with a swift, purposeful stride, a figure all in black with flaming red hair. Bex.
"Whoa, catfight,"
said Jonah, grinning like an idiot. "Hey!" Liam called. "What's going on?" Laura glanced his way and changed direction toward him. Bex was swiftly closing the gap. He noticed her holding one of their bamboo spears in one hand, the tip bright red with a splash of blood. "What the—" He ran forward. "Bex, what's going on?" Closer now, he could see a long gash down Laura's left arm, blood splattered across her bright pink sweatshirt. "Oh, God! Oh, God! She's trying to kill me!" Laura screamed. The rest of the group on the far side of the clearing, where a row of simple frames of wood had thus far been erected, were watching the scene in stunned, uncomprehending silence. Finally, Laura collapsed in a pile at Liam's feet, clasping at her arm and looking back in panic as Bex strode forward. "She speared me!" gasped Laura. just walked up and stabbed me for no reason. Bex came to a halt several yards away and looked calmly at Liam. She even smiled her faltering horse smile, lips slowly stretching to reveal a row of perfect teeth.
"Hello, Liam," she said.
"Jesus, Bex! Why'd you go and attack the poor girl?"
"Mission priority. She has to be terminated."
"What?"
Bex nodded at the others standing just behind Liam. "All of them as well. The others, and you, Liam." He thought he detected a hint of regret in her voice as she said that. "After that, I must purge this area of evidence of human occupation. Then I must self-terminate."
"What? That's crazy," said Park.
"Bex, listen," said Liam, spreading his hands slowly.
"This is not necessary, all right?"
She took another 2 strides forward, reached down and grabbed Laura around the throat, and effortlessly lifted her up off the ground, her legs kicking in the air. Laura scrabbled and scratched at her face, one hand finally grabbing a fistful of Beck's red hair.
"Bex, stop it!"
Liam's command halted her. She looked at him, confused. "It is a mission priority. We have already caused unacceptable levels of time contamination."
"Put her down!"
Bex stared at him, but remained poised and perfectly still. Laura, still dangling, kicking, struggling, and slowly choking, the sharp, ragged point of the spear held in Bex's other hand hovered mere inches away from her throat.
"That is an order."
Bex's eyes slowly panned from Liam to Laura, then back again. Her eyelids fluttered momentarily, then finally she said, "Affirmative." She released her grip on Laura, and the girl tumbled heavily to the ground. Bex's red wig wrenched from her bare head, still clasped by Laura's bloody fingers.
"Now put that spear down,"
snapped Liam. She obediently released her tight grip, and it clattered onto the soft ground. Laura's breath chugged in and out in whooping gasps, while the others stared in stunned silence at Bex and her bald head, already sporting a 1/4-inch fuzz of dark hair.
"Oh my God! She's a complete freaking psycho," said Park.
Behind him, Liam heard Jonah mutter,
"Jeez, got that right, dude."
Bex was staring at him. There was something in those cold, gray eyes, something that looked like guilt, regret, possibly even sadness. Like a scolded baby in that moment, that stunned could-go-either-way moment, just before the face creases up and the tears and wailing come.
"No,"
said Liam.
"No, she's not." "She's not a psycho?" said Park. "Sure about that?"
Liam nodded. He could see muscles twitching in Bex's face. Confusion, desperation, her mind struggling to reconcile conflicting priorities. Liam's direct order versus hard-coded mission protocols.
"She's just doing what she thinks is right. She's following her programming."
Franklin cocked his head.
"Programming?"
The fire crackled noisily, illuminating their faces as they gathered in a circle around it like so many amber-colored ghosts in a graveyard. The jungle, beyond the flickering glow of light, was dark and noisy with the far-off echoing cries of creatures calling to each other.
"But how can we be sure that thing won't just freak out on us again?"
asked Kelly. He cast a glance at Bex, standing several dozen yards away out in the darkness, motionless, dutifully keeping watch for any signs of a night predator entering the clearing.
"She just won't," said Liam. "Yeah, well, that doesn't exactly fill me with confidence."
Kelly threw a small branch on the fire, sending a cascade of sparks up into the pitch-black sky.
"I mean, it's not like you knew she was going to attack Laura earlier."
Liam looked at the girl. Her arm was bandaged with a strip of cloth torn from her sleeve. Another girl, Keisha, had done a good job with the dressing.
It hadn't been a particularly deep gash, and luckily hadn't severed an artery. Laura must have been incredibly lucky. Bex had stumbled on the uneven ground as she'd lunged with the spear. Laura had been fortunate. Bex hadn't managed to get a hold of her. Liam had seen enough of Bob in action to know that, male or female, these support units were lethal killing machines up close and personal. "She won't," said Liam again. "I've discussed the situation with her."
"Discuss the situation?"
snorted Jonah.
"Can't you just pull some sort of plug on her? I mean, she's a robot, right?